Welcome to part one of the RotoWire Fantasy Football Marathon. Today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, we will have 50 industry analysts, some of the best in the business, to get you ready for the heavy part of fantasy draft season. I know a lot of you have been drafting for a long time already, but look, a lot of people are coming into the fray. A lot of people are refining things. These experts are going to give you the edge that you will need. They'll also tell you about their material so you can help find other resources besides RotoWire. But if you're watching right now, and if you're on RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube, I encourage you greatly to like and follow. It's a new channel. We have football only, over 100 preseason videos. Really think you're going to enjoy this channel. I'm on here all the time. A lot of our other great analysts join me. It's going to be a wonderful thing. And remember, the folks at RotoWire sponsor me to put this on. Appreciate to the entire team. Alan Soslowski does the media, and we have DJ Trainer, who is the media head. Peter Shanky is the president. It's a whole team. But again, shout out to all of them for making this happen. We are going to get right to business here, and we are going to start out with a good friend of mine who has that Kings Classic belt over his shoulder. At Fantasy Mojo, it's Darren Armani, and we are, of course, we're going to talk risers and fallers, Darren. But I like to answer the beginning. Usually, I wait till the end, but Fantasy Mojo is so important. Quickly tell people why they need to know about FantasyMojo.com.
So at FantasyMojo.com, we track all the data coming from drafts at the FFPC, which are high stakes leagues for the most part. So you got $350 entry up to $2,000. And we're kind of the go-to resource for anybody playing at that level because we track the data at a very micro level. Any shifts in player evaluations, you see it right away. But we got all kinds of resources. We got ADP for I think 18 formats that they run contests for, and then you can actually see a draft board for any draft that they conduct online. And we got all kinds of tools. We got a waiver wire bidding article coming out because we're only 3 weeks from having to run waiver wire bids. People are, doing drafts, but that's coming up right around the corner. So we got a great article, which is very actionable, a data-driven article that tells you not only what you should be bidding on players on the first week, but the psychology of what numbers that you should be using when you put in the bids, because there's a lot of human factors that go into that. But hit the site and you can check all that stuff out.
It's completely valuable, one of the most valuable tools you have. And the last thing before I give the formal intro to Darren is that I always like, Darren, you have like the last time of year, the last 2 days of data. I want that micro ADP. Those news reports come out. I don't want the 3-month ADP where a player moves up one spot. The player may have moved up 8 spots. And in the last 2 days, you have that micro knowledge. So again, Darren, it also invented pros versus Joes, created those drafts. I'm always excited Darren's made me a part of that. Appreciate that. As we said, Fantasy Mojo, and that belt over Darren's shoulder, he's going to win another one soon because that other one was 2018, but it's going to be 2024, and we're going to have Darren Armani with another one over his shoulder. Darren, since you're so in tune with the ADP, let's just let you roll on some risers and fallers. I could have an occasional follow-up question, but I really want you to get in the meat of this for people who are drafting soon.
Sure. So we're coming in the redraft season. So I took data from the high stakes drafts that are redraft, the Fantasy Pros tourney. And I took a look at the data from the last 2 days compared to what the data was right before preseason starts, because now it's like the news cycle is so tight. Things are happening rapidly, and the draft changes and the ADP values are changing minute by minute almost. So I'm gonna go one low-hanging fruit item, and then I'm gonna go for some deeper ones that people should be looking for later in their drafts. So the low-hanging fruit one is Jamar Chase. Now, before the preseason started, Chase was going in the top 6 picks about 75% of the time in these Fantasy Pros drafts. In the last 2 days, with this hold-in situation kind of escalating, he has only been drafted inside the top 6 25% of the time, and the highest he was drafted was at the 104, whereas a couple of weeks ago he was going at the 101 occasionally. So it kind of the range has shifted on him. So if you have drafts this upcoming weekend, don't be shocked if you've got a pick 7, 8, 9, 10 if he falls to you there, and prepare in your drafts for that for that plan to see if he's there, how you want to construct your draft if you're a Chase fan.
I love that because, like we said, if anybody's going to look at the full ADP, you're going to see Jamar Chase at the top. And you're right. I mean, one of ours at RotoWire, Alan Soslowski, had him as his number one pick. But right now, there is concern. Darren, any other players you want to talk about? Give me another riser or faller.
Another riser is let's talk about handcuff running backs. So people draft preseason. January through, early August, it's a lot of speculation as who's going to be the handcuff. Now, handcuffs are super valuable for people in the redraft leagues because if you draft an elite back, you want to know who the cuff is. So Jordan Mason is the highest riser in the past 2 days. He's up over 2.5 rounds because of that preseason game performance last weekend. He really, showed that he's the primary running back. And he scored a touchdown, and Elijah Mitchell was sort of the guy people suspected was the handcuff. They've kind of their draft values are sort of transitioning now. So Mason's he's up 2.5 rounds, and I think he's up in this 16th, 17th round. So that's the guy you want to be going after if you've got a CMC pick, or if you want to snipe CMC owner.
Now, Darren, another question, and listeners want to know if this has changed at all. I've been in a couple drafts recently, and CeeDee Lamb, I believe the Kings Classic, I believe he fell to 106. And the Kings that I was in because I took Breece Hall a little bit earlier. I was at the 5, but Lamb made it to 6. And Jerry usually pays his guys, Jerry Jones. Are we getting nervous? Has the ADP shown anything, or is Lamb still the 102 in most drafts?
His ADP is at 103, but what I'm seeing is, if you just go an ADP number, it can be a little bit misleading. You have to, on our ADP charts, what you can do is you click on the player's name and it brings up the diagram and it shows you exactly where the picks were made. So even though it's a 103, what you'll see is the range kind of elongates. So you might have 102, 103, but then you might see some 4, 5, 6, 7 picks that are in there that weren't there before. So that gives you a clue. But when you just average it out, you just basically get a number. So the number is down only one spot for CeeDee Lamb, but the range, the probability that he falls farther is actually much greater now than it was before. And these things are like day by day. So if some news bit comes out and it impacts their draft value that night in drafts. And so then we track that, and I'll go in and I'll click on the players and see where was his distribution of picks last night compared to the prior days to get a feel for when I go into a draft, what could I possibly expect?
Now, Darren, if I'm picking at the 101 right now, I'm nervous. And the thing about McCaffrey is he's got the calf. They say he's going to be fine. I just flashed back to that Philadelphia game in the playoffs a couple of years ago, and he hurt his calf in that game. And it was the end of the season, and it may have been nothing. Calf injuries can get weird over time. And I know we're not doctors. We're not looking at that. Has the market done anything with McCaffrey, or has he moved on some drafts? Is he moving a pick or two behind, or is he pretty much holding strong at the 101?
So overall, he's still there at the 101, and there was a little bit of a dip when the calf injury news came out. He started to go even 4, 5, 6 in drafts, but he's kind of pulled back into that 1-2 spot. So it's kind of dicey now with the CeeDee Lamb issue and Christian McCaffrey. It kind of goes back and forth. So McCaffrey isn't the dominant 101 pick that he was maybe 3-4 weeks ago. So now you might see a Bijan, a Breece Hall mixing in there. So you just got to be on your toes. Don't make any assumptions when you go into a draft like CMC is going to go 101.
Now, Darren, unless something broke in the last hour or two, because I've been focusing on getting ready for this marathon, Brandon Ayuk I want to talk about. And it's going to be interesting because he might stay with the 49ers. We know he hasn't been practicing, so sometimes that could be conditioning related. If he ends up in Pittsburgh, good luck Arthur Smith supporting one receiver, much less two. Has the ADP on Brandon Ayuk made any movement as we've gotten deeper into August?
Yeah, so, I mean, if I look back in early July, like a month ago, he was solidly a third-round pick, but it sort of gradually descended, and now he's more solid, a fourth-round pick. So he's lost about a round of value. And, yeah, I mean, where he lands is going to really kind of dictate what his value is going to be. So I think if he stays with the 49ers, it kind of trends back up, because the Steeler spot isn't as desirable for him. But yeah, if I look at his chart, it's a definite. It almost falls off a cliff over the past month.
Yeah, it's so tricky because, we heard the 49ers were close on money, and yet it's not done. And it's always those little details in the language and that extra year Ayuk wants. Messy situation. But again, we're taking risks in fantasy football. We still got a couple minutes. Are there any other risers and fallers that you specifically noted as you were preparing for this?
Yeah, so Hollywood Brown is a big faller. He's down about 2.5 rounds since that injury. And, they say it's a 4 to 6 week injury, but the question in my mind is, how long after he returns is he going to be effective? And so on the other side of that coin is the riser is Rashee Rice. So not only has he been rising because he's getting further away from that legal situation, now the rise is accelerated because I think that he's going to be, the primary target outside of Travis Kelce in that offense. And Worthy's going up a little bit too, but Rashee Rice, he was a 7th round pick a month ago. Now he's trending towards being a guy that's there on the 3-4 turn that he's getting picked up. So if you drafted a month ago, you got a great value because he's 3 rounds higher now.
Now, since we already pitched Fantasy Mojo, we could talk a little bit, another minute or so, and continue on with this. The Hollywood Brown one, now that he's dropped, and let's say he misses the week 2, and let's say it's through week 4 until he's back to his regular self, where you're getting him at the reduced rate. And obviously nobody has a bye in the worst 4 weeks. So if you're drafting him where he's at, do you think it's worth taking him at the discount? If you believe, even say week 5, he'll be back when the bye weeks start. What are your quick thoughts on that?
I think it's too risky until we know more information. They got to buy in week 6, the Chiefs. So that kind of sets them up for them to hold them out right through week 6 and then bring it back week 7. So that's a dead spot on your roster that you can't use. I mean, are you going to risk going through the first 6 weeks of rostering a player, that high and not having him available to start? It's a risky move.
And it's funny because with risk, I mean, obviously, if you're in a large field tournament, if you think somebody can later put you over the top, Hawkinson gets drafted, I think, way earlier than he should. But it's like, no offense to anybody out there, if this is you, but I always feel like somebody thinks they got to be smarter than the crowd and they're going to get this advantage that nobody else has, but it belongs totally to them. So 15 seconds. Hawkinson, where is he getting drafted?
Hawkinson right now is getting drafted at the 909. So, but if you're drafting Hawkinson, and this is a tight end premium format that I'm getting this number from. If you're drafting Hawkinson, you got to have the contingency and plan that, if you've got a league where you can stash him in IR, that's great. But in a lot of leagues, you don't have that luxury. So if you're drafting Hawkinson, make sure you got another viable option. The ones that I don't get are the people who draft Hawkinson as their tight end 1. I think you're really putting yourself behind an 8 ball in that situation. That's you're rolling the dice, but I think Hawkinson's going to be like a second half, surge type player for people. So, but again, you have to build that into your draft plan if you're going to draft him.
Darren Armani, appreciate the knowledge. Remember, you give Darren a follow at Fantasy Mojo. You go to fantasymojo.com if you not only want the best ADP, but you want in-season fab news. Darren, thanks for coming on. I look forward to you and talking again and have a very successful season.
All right, Jim. Thanks.
Thanks. And it just keeps rolling here. RotoWire Fantasy Football Live. We're bringing in the heavy hitters all day today, all day tomorrow. We have John Paulsen, who I've never met in person. So this is kind of cool. I've known you for a long time through all the great work you do, John. You can follow John at number 4, like the 4, F-O-R, 4, a lot of 4s here. You see his shirt right there, _John. And remember, John has been the director of forecasting at 4for4 Football. Also at BetSperts, 2 times Fantasy Pros most accurate expert, 10 times in the top 10 accuracy 2020, 2021, 8 times in the top 5 2010 to 21. John, you've just been crushing it forever. We're going to talk about what you have going on at the end, but I'd like to talk some sleeper receivers with you and it's your time. I want you to start talking about players you like.
Well, thanks for having me on, Jim. I'm a longtime follower, and it's nice to actually podcast live stream meet you for the first time. I have I think everybody needs sleeper receivers, so this is a good one to maybe hit at the top of this marathon. And two of my favorites, one is plays for the Bills now, Curtis Samuel. And he's been sort of on my radar for a lot of years. He's a Matt Harmon favorite. I don't know how much you follow Matt Harmon, reception perception, but he has really identified some good receivers before they're great. Tyreek Hill and Tyler Lockett are a couple of examples that have paid off handsomely for me. So whenever one of his favorites gets a role, environment, quarterback upgrade, my ears really perk up. And obviously we have Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs moving on from Buffalo. So there's just a ton of targets up for grabs. And I think Samuel, he's not going to be like a huge 140 target type guy. I think he will step into a pretty big role there for the Bills, and he's the savvy vet, whereas they've got Keon Coleman and Khalil Shakir as the younger receivers that are kind of up and coming. So looking at what Harmon charted Samuel back in 2018 and 2020, he finished with success rates of 75% versus man coverage, was 88th percentile in his samples, and that's very good for all three seasons. In his 2023 charting, he revealed another 75.4% success rate versus man, and he posted a career high 80% success rate versus zone. So that was kind of one of his weak spots, and now he's even better against zone. In his last 4 seasons, with 15 games played at least, he has at least 613 receiving yards in all 4 years, and he's averaged an average of 139 yards as a runner, which is key here because he's being reunited with his offensive coordinator, Joe Brady. He got a wide receiver 25 finish out of Curtis Samuel as the third receiver on a 2020 Carolina Panthers team behind Robbie Anderson, now Robbie Chosen, and DJ Moore in terms of targets. Teddy Bridgewater was at quarterback, certainly not Josh Allen. He had 118 touches in that year with 41 carries, 1,051 total yards, 5 touchdowns. So as the wide receiver 51 off the board, I think he's a steal. I have him a wide receiver 40. He's an ideal wide receiver 4 that can be had in the 10th round. These are the types of guys I like to grab.
I love the call on that. And I just want to ask you like a professional question about him, because this is, and you're helping to sell me here. So Khalil Shakir caught 91% of his passes from the slot last year. And that wasn't a lot of catches, right? It was small sample size. Samuel could play outside. I think he's much better in the slot. What damage do you think that Shakir does him? I love your call on him. In the league plays 73% zone now, which is huge. When you mentioned Samuel made those booster, can you talk a little bit about how much Shakir could be a problem or maybe no problem?
I would say if Shakir is playing a ton of zone and his zone percentage is up at 70-80%, that could lower Curtis Samuel's ceiling. But Curtis Samuel is versatile and he can play all over, so they're going to move him around. And I think the nice thing about him is he's not like a top 10 potential type guy, but with his rushing floor, if Joe Brady continues to give him 2 to 3 to 4 carries per game, he's got a little bit of yardage there as a runner. Maybe he's catching 4 for 50, and maybe gets a touchdown. You're going to end up with a top 30 receiver, and you can get him here at wide receiver 51.
Huge value. The next player, I'm happy you're talking about this one because I've seen him like aggressively hit in like the 10th round of a lot of drafts. He was hurt a little bit last year, but his per game numbers were almost like 1,000-yard season. It's Josh Palmer of the Chargers. Talk about Josh Palmer, because everybody's on the Ladd McConkey, which might be fine, but I want to hear your thoughts on one Joshua Palmer.
Yeah, I like Ladd McConkey too. This is just a situation where there's just tons of targets up for grabs with Keenan Allen and Mike Williams and Gerald Everett and Austin Eckler all moving on for the Chargers. So Justin Herbert's looking around. He doesn't recognize any of these guys. The one guy he does recognize is Josh Palmer. He's going off the board like late 11th. You mentioned 10th. I think 10th is fine for him, but if you can get him in the 11th, even better. And I think this is one of those situations where we're all sort of consensus thinking that McConkey's going to be the wide receiver 1, Palmer the wide receiver, more of the high 80 ADOT wide receiver 2. But it could very well work out that Palmer is the wide receiver 1 and leads this team in yardage, even if McConkey leads the team in targets. So just getting into his season last year, it's a little weird when you get players coming in and out of the lineup with injuries because both Keenan Allen and Mike Williams were injured. But he's Josh Palmer set career highs in yards per game at 58.1 rather, yards per catch 15.3, yards per run 1.71, which is a solid 38th out of 102 eligible receivers, so not bad. He's basically coming off a season where he played at a 65 catch, 988 yard, 3.4 touchdown pace, which is good enough to be the wide receiver 34 last year if you're just looking at 16, 17 games. Of his 10 games played, because he was injured too, Mike Williams played in 3, Keenan Allen played in 4. Palmer averaged 74 yards in the 4 games that he played with Allen and without Williams. So that's the kind of the key split for me, because Ladd McConkey's going to kind of fill that Keenan Allen role, and Palmer's going to be asked to fill the downfield Mike Williams role. One of those games was even cut short due to injury. In the 3 games he played without both Allen and Williams, he posted 113 yards, 47 yards, and 44 yards for a 68-yard average. So without Williams, Palmer played at a 1,200-yard pace, 73 catch, 1209, yes. 2.4 touchdown pace, and I think those touchdowns will come probably due, to get some touchdown regression there. Those are low-end wide receiver 2 numbers, and since he's really replacing Williams and McConkey filling the Allen role, I'm more worried about those Williams splits without him. Quentin Johnston, maybe it happens, but I'm not holding my breath on him. DJ Chark. No. DJ Chark has had his kind of run in the league, but he's not a great route runner either. He's just going to be sort of the backup, I think, to Palmer. So I think you're really looking at a lot of snaps for both Palmer and McConkey, and I really could see McConkey as the wide receiver 1. Even if he's wide receiver 2, he's a great value as the wide receiver 57 off the board. I have him at wide receiver 45. So I'm looking to grab him as my wide receiver 5 ideally, but even in a light wide receiver build, I could nab him as my wide receiver 4, and I'm feeling good about it. I like grabbing these wide receiver 1, 2s that are available in the middle to late rounds.
John, we have about 2 minutes left. Can you give me 1 minute on Jonnu Smith and 1 minute on what you got going on at 4 for 4 so everybody can find out how to get your stuff?
Yeah, Jonnu, really excited about him playing with in Miami. Had a 500 plus yards receiving last year, and the key for me on this is him playing with Mike McDaniel, who's an offensive genius. I think I've got trust in him, and for him to say when asked about Jonnu Smith's role, he was very funny, and he said, some people think that whatever was is what it always will be. And what he's saying there is that, since they didn't get much tight end production with Gesicki or, 2 years ago, or Jerem Smythe last year, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the case with Jonnu Smith. Fantastic athlete. They're going to get him into run after catch opportunities. Yes. And with all those other weapons on that field, even if he only gets 4 or 5 targets, they're going to be really high quality targets, and he's going to be able to make something out of him. So he's my favorite tight end too. If I'm drafted 2 tight ends, or if I punt the position completely, I'm looking to nab him as my tight end 1.
And you're getting him super late in draft, so that's a golden gem that John Paulsen's giving you. John, tell us what's going on at 4 for 4 so people who don't know about you definitely should know about you.
Yeah, I just dropped my draft day strategery article. I've got a round by round draft table there of all my draft targets. It's my most popular article of the season. And then I'm going to be publishing my positional articles where I talk about sleepers, breakouts, and targets at those positions as well, and just sort of moseying on into the season.
Actually, I think Joe Dolan's in like 2 minutes, so I'm going to hit you. And since we got that out of the way, okay, I can talk a little bit more. I had a question from a listener, which was Josh Palmer or Cortland Sutton in that ADP area. I think Palmer goes a little later, but if somebody was in that spot where they had both, what are your thoughts?
Well, Sutton, I think, was a little bit disgruntled about his contract situation. I haven't been keeping up on that. I think I've got Palmer slightly ahead. Yeah, I got him 1 spot ahead. So that is actually a tough decision. Excellent question. I prefer Palmer, I think, due to the quarterback situation. And with the Chargers, I think it's just better than the Broncos. So that's the route I would go. I think Sutton at that point is also a pretty good value given what he did last year. I mean, there isn't much competition for him in Denver either. I think they're both pretty good wide receiver 4 types.
And then another thing, I'm going to go back to the Charger situation, was people are all thinking, they're thinking, oh, man, we got Greg Roman running the offense. We got Jim Harbaugh coaching. We're going to run. John, that defense was bottom 5 when they had Brandon Staley coaching it. He might have been a terrible head coach. The guy was a decent defensive coach. It's a stars and scrubs defense that was bottom 5. Are they going to have any luxury to be able to consistently run, or are they going to pass more than people think?
They're going to try to run the ball all the time. But as you mentioned, it's just sometimes your hand is forced. And even the most run heavy teams will pass the ball 45% of the time. So if you're looking at a player like Palmer or McConkey, there are going to be opportunities available in the passing game, and they do have a good quarterback in Justin Herbert. So I think they're going to throw the ball enough to support these guys.
My audio just went out on me, so I'm going to pick you up here real quick. All right. There we go. Finally got it back. Sorry about that, John. John, so awesome having you on the show. Wonderful. Looking forward to talking with you in the future. But thanks for coming on, and we'll have you in soon.
Yeah, good luck with the marathon, Jim.
Take care, John. I'm going to have to do a reset on my audio here very quickly. See what I got going wrong. Let's put this in here. Joe Dolan's going to be coming on soon. RotoWire, we have you covered on all the sports. If you want a free subscription to Roto with no credit card needed, you just head out over to rotowire.com/set for success. Joe Dolan, making sure my volume works. So just say hello before I introduce you.
Hello.
Oh, good.
Hello.
My volume works now.
Right.
I must have done something with my earpod and didn't work. So look, Joe Dolan, you all know Joe. Joe's one of my favorites. You find him at FG_Dolan. He's the owner and editor-in-chief over at Fantasy Points. You know, he had the FSGA Tweets Radio Show of the Year host. You find him on Sirius XM Fantasy. Also the co-host Fantasy Feast with Ross Tucker, NFL. Joe Dolan, draft season's upon us, and you're going to talk some auction with us today. And I'm going to kind of just give you the floor and maybe interject a couple questions for the audience. But tell us what some of your main thoughts on auctioning this year are.
Yeah. So sorry, Jim. I was like, I lost track of time. I've got my sweat towel here. I just got off the Peloton bike, but I was able to put a shirt on for you. So I'm at least glad I was able to do that. No, so look, auction, salary cap leagues, whatever you want to call them, whatever platform you're on, they might be called a salary cap league. I just think it's the most fun way to draft. I can't exclusively do them because if I exclusively do them, I wouldn't be very good at my job because I have to be. I mean, look, I have to fish where the fish are biting, right? And that's still snake drafts and all that stuff. But one of my longest running leagues is an auction format league. And it's a different strategy. You're going to get different roster constructions. You can have a different draft plan. Every room is going to be different. And you can adjust your plan as it goes on. I have an auction draft plan up at fantasypoints.com. Drew Davenport, Brian Drake, and I did a breakdown on our YouTube channel, a full hour of auction talk, and just breaking down strategies that carry over from year to year and things that I think can be applied directly to this season as the player pool changes from year to year.
Joe, it was funny. I was in an auction just the other day, and all of a sudden we saw the quarterbacks. Normally you have the top few go for a high amount of money, like 22-ish. Yeah. And then you see like from 8 to 12, they were normally going for like $6 or less. The way this auction shook out, I realized very quickly it was going to be everybody was condensed. The top 12 were between like 19 and 12. It was abnormal. So how do you go about, right? How do you go about recognizing when an auction is going different and changing your philosophy or your plan when economics are proving differently in that auction?
And this was a one quarterback league?
One quarterback league.
Okay. So here is my philosophy at auction. And this is the same thing every year, but I can specifically outline it to you this year. I will get value at the quarterback position. And I'm going to view quarterback like such. It's either going to be a cliff or it's going to be a hill. And what that means is there's two things in auction drafts that are important. Your budget, the quote unquote money you have to spend is finite. So are your roster spots. You don't get to create 5 extra roster spots if you have $15 left over at the end of your auction. You don't get to go back and trade that $15 for a better player when you were tentative early. So here's what happens. If the quarterbacks are getting bought up to like $25 at the top end of the market in a one quarterback league, this changes completely in Superflex. In a one quarterback league, I'm going to be out. But if people are more tentative, like perhaps in your league, where there's like Anthony Richardson is $10, but Jalen Hurts is only $14, I'll probably be in on the higher end of those quarterbacks. And here's the reason why. Because you will get value. Because eventually, even if somebody spends up for a quarterback or doesn't spend up for a quarterback, they're going to run out of roster spots to roster quarterbacks. So there's going to be somebody you're going to be able to get for cheap. So let me tell you who my pivot guys are. I will examine in an auction. I will examine the top end of the quarterback market. Nobody's going to be upset if you have Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen on your fantasy team this year. You're not. But this year, I think it's much easier to find value as opposed to just sucking it up and getting one of those elite quarterbacks because of three. Whoa, I'm throwing my pen all over the place. Because of three guys. Those three guys are Kyler Murray, Jaden Daniels, and Caleb Williams. Those are the three guys that I'm targeting towards the back end of the starting quarterback who give you both potential value and cheat code upside. Kyler and Daniels more so than Williams. But Williams also has great receivers. So if I'm getting priced out of Jalen Hurts and anything above 20, I'm not spending. Probably anything above 15 this year. In a one quarterback, I don't think I'm going to spend in a $200 salary cap. I don't think I'm going to spend that because I just view the depth there as very, very strong. And again, eventually, even the biggest spenders in your league are not going to want to draft a second quarterback. They're not, because the dumbest thing you can do in a one quarterback league in an auction is waste valuable resources and valuable roster spots on a second quarterback if you have Josh Allen.
Yes.
And eventually, maybe somebody will be stupid, but not everybody will be. And that gives me the option. Oh, look, I waited. I got Caleb Williams for $3, but I'm a little leery. He's a rookie. Things can happen. The Bears are cursed at the quarterback position, whatever. And then guess what you can do? You can get Kirk Cousins for $1.
Yes.
Kirk Cousins, there's always going to be one of these guys going for $1 in your league. And it's going to be multiple. I guarantee you, if you're doing your first auction, Matthew Stafford might go for $1 or $2. Kirk Cousins is going to go for $1. Aaron Rodgers is going to go for $1. You will be shocked to see how many, and it's so easy to get even if those are your starting quarterbacks because you loaded up elsewhere, you can get value at the position. I don't want Aaron Rodgers to be my starter this year. I think he can have a good year, but going into my season with a 42-year-old quarterback coming off an Achilles isn't exactly what I want to do, but I'll be damned if I think he's a bad backup. So I can do that. I feel like you could pair them with Jaden Daniels very easily and have yourself a fantastic room. That is the biggest cheat code, in my opinion, in auctions this year, is those three guys going cheaper than, look, Anthony Richardson's played 4 games. He's finished one of them.
Right.
And he's going to be one of the most expensive quarterbacks on the board. So, a guy like Kyler, I know he has his issues, and these two rookies, they're going to be much cheaper. Those are kind of my pivot guys at the quarterback position.
Selfishly, Joe, I'm glad you said what you said because I was in another auction 2 days ago with my RotoWire staff, and they were spending like drunken sailors, and it just did not look good. And so what I did was I ended up taking Caleb Williams for 3 and Cousins for 1. That's my quarterback room. And you know what?
Perfect.
I loaded up on the other positions. You're spot on. We got a couple more minutes. How about the tight end position? How do we approach that?
I'm out of the Travis Kelce business this year. I'm going to tell you why. And this can entirely make me look stupid and have the most popular person's fans down my throat. Here's the thing. There is no incentive for the Kansas City Chiefs to have Travis Kelce play 100% of the snaps all season long. The only thing left, Kelce's the most famous man on planet Earth, and he's already the Chiefs' all-time leading receiver. He's already, just like his brother, a first ballot Hall of Famer. Those individual things he's not going to break Jerry Rice's record. It's not going to happen.
No.
The only thing the Kansas City Chiefs have left to do in the Travis Kelce era is become the first team to win 3 consecutive Super Bowls. That's it. So I'm not telling you that they're just going to keep him on ice until December. What I am telling you is I don't think he's going to be a part-time player. I think he's going to be a smart time player. I think maybe 70% of the snaps, third down, red zone. He can still be really good, but I think he's going to be a little too expensive for me. I will examine the market on Laporta, McBride, but I'm totally fine dropping Evan Ingram, who is the most boring tight end in fantasy football this year. But he caught 110 passes last year. Maybe he scores a couple more touchdowns. I'm totally fine doing that. I'd much rather spend up for Laporta or McBride or even Kelce than I would to go to $30 for quarterback. I'll tell you that. But I think the era of Kelce being in it was over last year, Kelce being in his own tier. I'm a little more willing to dive into the elites of the tight end than the quarterbacks, but I'm okay sitting back. I do want to get one of my top 9 tight ends, though. There's 9 guys I feel the best about as my starter, and that goes down to like Evan Ingram and Jake Ferguson.
Now, before we get out of here, it's very important. Everybody needs to know, the 5 people on earth who don't know you need to know where you're at, what fantasy points is going on, and tell them about the Morning XM show that you're on.
Yeah, John Hansen stepped back from doing the Sirius XM morning show on a daily basis, a well-earned retirement. I guess they threw me and Paul Kelly into there, and they're just like, I guess we'll give Dolan the show. And Brawley and Brian Drake as well. They co-host. I'm on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with Paul. Brawley and Drake are Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I just learned today that Paul and I will be hosting once again the Sirius XM Fantasy Football Game Day Show from 1 to 6 p.m. on Sundays. So you'll get a dose of me on Sundays as well. And you can always find my work over at Fantasy Points.
You know, Joe, your work is great. I've loved you for a long time. Just keep it up. And I'm excited for you. Obviously, a game day show you do is phenomenal. I got my little corner where I'm in 9 to 10 Eastern in the morning on Sundays. And I'm so excited to be with you in a way on the channel, different time slots, but just to be on the same network you are. That means a lot to me. Joe, appreciate you. Keep doing great things. Have a great season, and I hope we talk soon.
It's the same to you, Jim. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, Joe. Oh, everybody, this show is going on great. We're having a wonderful time, hopefully, here. We have 50 people coming in between Thursday and Friday. So whenever you can bounce in, you won't want to miss. You can always catch a replay of this as well. If you're looking to get ready for your draft quickly, and if you're looking for those best in-season edge, you can check out RotoWire for free. A trial, no credit card needed. You just head over to rotowire.com/Jim. You can see all of our articles, rankings, and more. We also have the coolest draft app kit in the industry. What I will say is this. Our tech team is amazing. We have a number of full-time great tech people that developed a beautiful, seamless app. You can get our player projections if you're a subscriber, our custom rankings, industry standard news and notes. Check it out before draft day, and you can see why it's the #1 paid app in the App Store every August. So again, we love you being here. Finally, before we move on, the channel you're watching on is most likely the RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube channel. This is a new channel we just started a couple months ago. We're putting up video every day. We'd love if you liked and subscribed. It'd be beautiful. If you click notifications, we'd love that as well. We're just so happy you're here with us. All right, without further ado, we are going to continue this marathon. Frank Ammirante, who I just saw at Canton, Ohio at the Fantasy Football Expo. Now, Frank, you find him at Ammirante, 2 M's in the beginning, TFJ, senior sports writer at thegameday.com. We don't have a lot of time, so we're going to get you in on this, Frank. Frank, you're talking about players to target. We might get 5, we might get less, however long you want to talk. I might interject a question here and there. Welcome.
All right, welcome. Always a pleasure being on your show. It's an honor. I love talking football with you, but let's get right into it. I've chosen 5 players to target, each of them available round 5 or later. Let's start with Rashee Rice. We're getting closer to the season. It's becoming unlikely that he's going to be suspended. Look at what Rice did in the second half last year. Once he started playing on 68% or more of routes, he had a 39% targets per route run, which was wide receiver 4 during that stretch. And he had a 3.42 yards per route run, which was wide receiver 7 during that stretch. So he dominated in the second half, Rashee Rice, once he had a full-time role. It was honestly similar. It reminded me of rookie Amon-Ra St. Brown, what he did in his first season. You know, that high-volume slot receiver, getting those underneath targets. And that kind of fantasy profile is stable, especially tied to the best quarterback in the league in Patrick Mahomes. Now, I know Marquise Brown is there, but he's hurt. Missing 4 to 6 weeks puts him behind the 8 ball, joining a new team. He's got to learn a new offense. You know, Xavier Worthy's, intriguing, but fact is he's a rookie. So Rashee Rice, people are still a little scared of the suspension. You can get him like in the 5th round right now, maybe 6th still. I mean, it's a great target.
You're so right. And the ADP is great. And you did a great point about Marquise Brown. I like what you said about Worthy. Worthy is 165 pounds. They're not sending him over the middle of the field. He's probably occupying safeties so that the middle of the field is open for everybody else. I think Worthy is really more of a decoy than anything, but I think you bring up some wonderful points here, and Rashee Rice is a player to target. Who you got next, Frank?
Who do I got next? I got another talented year 2 receiver, and it's Jaden Reed of the Packers. You look what Reed did as a rookie, 11.6 points per game, which was wide receiver 22 in half PPR formats. But he's available past wide receiver 30. And that's because people are worried about, the ambiguous situation. There's a lot of mouths to feed. Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks. But the fact is, this is a touted prospect, Jayden Reed, who was taken in the second round, who performed at a high level as a rookie, 10 total touchdowns. Generally when we see someone like that as a rookie perform that well, their role will increase. So I'm not too worried that Jayden Reed isn't on every on every two receiver sets. I think he could grow into that. The fact is, there's a reasonable chance that Jayden Reed is the best weapon that Jordan Love has. And we've seen, if you follow Coach Speak Index, a great account on X, they post clips of coach interviews. The offensive coaching staff on the Packers, I think it was offensive coordinator who said it. He's like, we need to get the ball in Jayden Reed's hands. And they do. He's a dual threat, like a mini Deebo Samuel. Jayden Reed is one of 3 receivers last year to put up 100-plus rushing yards on 80-plus targets. So you could get him like in the 6th round because people are like, why don't I just take Christian Watson 2 rounds later? Why don't I just wait to the end, Dontavian Wicks? But hey, it might be just pay up for the best talent in Jayden Reed.
I really like that because you pointed out he's probably not Jayden Reed, the favorite to start in 2 receiver sets. You're right, because Dobbs is an outside guy. Watson can play both, but he's probably preferred there. But like you said, ultimately, if a player is that good, Dobbs lived on volume last year. 13.6 of his catches were for touchdowns. Unsustainable. He had 96 targets. I believe, I can't remember the yards. It was like 700 yards. It was not a lot of yardage for all of those targets. It was really touchdown dependent. And Dobbs is a really good player, but he's not Jayden Reed. And I think that's important to understand. And if Coach LaFleur is going to get his best players on the field, you're right. It's got to eventually be Jayden Reed. If not in week 1, maybe soon after. So I love your call on it. Another player you got.
All right, another player, one more receiver, and this is a receiver who just needed a change of scenery, I think, and it's Jerry Jeudy. Jerry Jeudy, reports came out that he asked for a trade out of Denver before the season and even during the season, and they didn't trade him. Finally, this offseason, they trade Jerry Jeudy to the Browns. I know Deshaun Watson has struggled in Cleveland, but the fact is it's only been 12 games. Like, it hasn't been 2 full seasons for Deshaun Watson, so maybe he just needed some time. Jerry Jeudy goes really cheap in drafts, like pass receiver 50. In 2022, Jerry Jeudy was wide receiver 19 and half points PPR points per game. Pretty, decent, and it's really recent, only 2022. It's clear that the Browns want to pass more, run more of a spread offense. So you're making a cheap bet on a talented player, went in the 1st round. You're hoping Deshaun Watson recaptures, some of his form. We don't need the full Texans version, but, better than what Watson has shown so far. Jeudy can be a contributor on your roster late in drafts. And, hey, if there's an injury, Amari Cooper misses time, all of a sudden Judy's the top receiver on the team. So it's a low-risk, late-round pick you can target to round out your receiver room.
So, Frank, I want to point out with Jeudy, he'll be in the Elijah Moore role. Elijah Moore had 104 targets in that role. Elijah Moore, barely a 50th percentile catch rate. Now, some of it might have been the quarterback play, but he was 30th percentile yards after the catch, which was hurting the Browns. Jerry Jeudy, however, even being in a bad Denver offense, was 86 percentile after the catch. Now, I'm not a big math guy, but 86 percentile after the catch is much better than 30 after the catch. And if he steps into that Elijah Moore role, you're right. Jerry Jeudy's going outside the top 100 picks in most drafts. And like you, player I'm heavily targeting because that role has been productive. And we've seen Kevin Stefanski, no matter what we think of Watson, they have made that offense about Watson. 3 receiver sets is the base, even though they like to run because they invested so much money in him. They are almost like required to feature him. So, dude, that's a great call on that. Who's your next one?
All right, next one, we're going to go to the running backs. And, it's always fun each offseason who's the next, like, Kyren Williams after what he did. So we think of the criteria. Look at Kyren Williams. He's a year 2 running back. He was getting camp buzz. He was in a good offense. Kyren Williams had a pocket QB, a coach who always leaned on one running back in Sean McVay. Kyren Williams didn't do much in year 1, and he was competing with a veteran who didn't do much in Cam Akers. Well, who does that sound like this year? Who fits those boxes? Chase Brown. He's on a Bengals offense that is going to be good. He's a year 2 running back who didn't do much as a rookie. He's getting buzz in camp. He's got a pocket passer who could help in the passing game. He's competing with a veteran in Zach Moss who looked good last year, but the fact is he's a journeyman. He hasn't really done much in the long run. So originally coming in the offseason, I was like, I do like the fit Zach Moss on Cincinnati, but why don't I bet on the year 2, talented, explosive runner that it could be a big payoff if Chase Brown takes over this backfield. And, you read the reports, they're glowing about Chase Brown. So not saying that he's going to go off like Kyron Williams. I'm just saying that Chase Brown sort of fits that. Yeah, he checks some of the boxes, and it's a great offense in Cincinnati. Chase Brown you could get in the 8th or 9th round, depending on your format. Worth a stab as your RB3 or RB4 just to try for the upside.
And Frank, what I want to note is in the last 4 games of 2022, when Zach Moss got those late season starts, he was very good for the Colts. And in the first 4 games last year, he was like 5 yards per carry. From week 5 on, and he still saw significant work. He was 3.92 yards per carry. He was a sub-average back with a team, the Colts, with a very good run-blocking offensive line. Like you said, he got run out of Buffalo. Now he got run out of Indy. He is a journeyman back. And the Bengals need, like you said, explosive plays. We got about 2 minutes for you to give me one more.
All right, last one, Javonte Williams. Last year he was, he wasn't exciting, but let's remember he's coming off a very significant knee injury. It wasn't just a torn ACL. I think he even tore LCL. I'm not a doctor. I don't know the exact terms, but I know it was significant, right? So that diminished Javonte's burst. Now he looks healthy. Reports cut a bit of weight. Positive reports out of camp. Let's not forget that Javonte, when he had, remember that game on Sunday Night Football against the Chiefs, 178 total yards and a touchdown. He's a break tackle machine. Javonte Williams now plays with Bo Nix, who, let's face it, Sean Payton is still a good offensive coach, and he handpicked Bo Nix. What if Bo Nix is better than we think he is? And what if Bo Nix is a perfect fit in this offense? And the thing with Nix is that he likes to check it down, and Javonte Williams can soak up those targets. I know Jaleel McLaughlin is there, but he's more of like a change of pace, and Audric Estime is still a rookie. So Javonte Williams, you're getting a running back who's going to get red zone carries and who's going to get a decent amount of targets, maybe 3.5, maybe 4 per game. And you're getting that like in round 7 or 8. So you could take that anchor running back early like Bijan, Brees, and wait all the way till Javonte as your RB2 while stacking receivers, quarterback, and tight end. I just like taking a shot on Williams here.
Frank, we better not draft in the same leagues because we are like targeting some of the same guys. We would be at each other's throats over fighting over these guys because same thing with Javonte. Just had him in an auction, got him as my running back too. $22, which was, it was a good rate for a player who I think can way exceed that. But you're on that because, and one thing I want to point out, last year, the Broncos invested heavily in run blocking offensive linemen. They brought in McGlinchey. I believe Ben Powers was another. They brought in extra tight ends. This team is about the power running and, like you said, throwing to their backs. So Javonte Williams, people are sleeping on him. And I know there's other competition, but like you said, if it was the knee injury, we're going to come out looking good. Frank, tell everybody where they can find you and their work because people need to know where you're at.
So you can find my articles at thegameday.com. We do a newsletter every Tuesday. I post rankings there. I've posted Fantasy Bus. And if you're into betting, we got a lot of that content as well. And on social, like you said, Ammirante, TFJ, I post a lot of tidbits. Always like to debate, fantasy football, talk bets. And it's an exciting time. And Jim, thank you so much. It's a pleasure joining this. I love talking football with you. You're one of my favorites.
We have to make it more of a habit because I enjoy talking football with you, Frank Ammirante. Thank you for coming on the show, and we'll talk soon, my friend.
All right. Take care.
Thanks. Everybody, we have a lot of great people in the house. Oh, a few names I see on the screen. There's a lot more, but names I see up here. Greg Kellogg, who's going to be on the top of the hour. Charlene, who was a great supporter of the show last year. James Smith, not so silent majority. Anthony, Jamie in the house. We got a lot of great, and like there's more names. That's all I see on the screen right now. So anyway, very, very excited to have everybody here. And we are going to get rolling here, but let's do a little more promo for RotoWire. RotoWire has daily shows on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87. You could catch the show weeknights 8 to 10 Eastern. And then during the preseason, the weekend shows, Saturday, Sunday, 1 to 3 Eastern. However, starting in week 1, our weekend schedule will change. From week 1 on, myself and Mario Puig will be on Saturdays 2 to 4 Eastern, an hour later than usual. And then We were blessed with a Sunday morning game day show. Alan Soslowski and myself will be on 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern. So again, RotoWire every day. You catch us on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio Channel 87. And with that said, Friday nights on 8 to 10 Eastern, Joe Bartel of RotoWire. And you find Joe at JB Fantasy Sports. Joe has been one of the great experts at RotoWire. As I just said, Sirius XM, you catch him on the RotoWire Fantasy Football Podcast. You want to subscribe to that on your favorite podcast platform of choice. Joe Bartel, we're going to talk some LA Chargers because you know all the teams, but for RotoWire, you specifically are the beat writer for the Los Angeles Chargers. So make some initial comments about the Chargers in terms of what you're expecting, and then we'll get into some players.
Yeah, you gave me the hardest task probably of the whole marathon, Jim. So I appreciate it. I always want to bear the most difficult burden. But I think the debate is we have no idea what this is going to look like. We have some concepts of what Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh have done over the years, obviously in college, but dating back to the Niners and the Ravens as well with Greg Roman, it's typically a mobile quarterback. Well, even before the plantar fasciitis, but kind of fasciitis injury to Justin Herbert, he wasn't nearly as mobile as Kaepernick, Lamar Jackson. So is it going to be still a rushing quarterback element to that offense? I would assume so, but lesser. Okay, you had Michael Crabtree over the years in San Francisco be a pass-catching threat. Vernon Davis was a very talented tight end, and yet they don't have those sort of assets at either position, receiver or tight end in Los Angeles. They prioritized Joe Alt, drafting number 5 overall, with a couple of stud receivers on the board, like obviously Roma Dunze in particular, I thought would have fit really well. So the philosophy seems like it's just going to be a copy, cut, and paste from San Francisco a decade ago. But my concern is I don't think they have the personnel to really do that. And then you're relying on a Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins combo that's significantly injured to pull off said strategy. So I don't think the offense is a disaster because I think Jim Harbaugh is a good coach, but I don't know how it's going to act accordingly or be like a positive scenario. Like everything, I tend to be a pessimist, so I think maybe that's part of it. But every sort of way I'm rationalizing the Chargers offense looking effective, it's just hoping and wish casting a lot of things that I don't know if NFL teams across the league have been successful in doing so. So a lot of people want to talk about Kamani Vidal. I've seen him in the chat. I think he's getting replaced right now by Jarrett Patterson, at least if you're following the Daniel Popper, who's an excellent beat reporter for the Chargers. Patterson is, clearly he got the first team snaps in their week 1 preseason game. I think Vidal is a way better player. I would personally be betting on Vidal, but if the Chargers staff and specifically this new group coming in has identified Jarrett Patterson as the guy for that, then I'm very concerned in the instance of Vidal, who I've drafted in a lot of places as like a round 13, 14 flyer. He's somebody that's going to be waiver wire fodder by week 1.
Now, Joe, we have a question that came up earlier about this backfield, and I think it's pertinent enough to ask before we continue our deeper dive. So the question, you may see it on the screen, don't know why I'm holding out hope for J.K. Dobbins. Do you think he'll get a real chance to play if he doesn't get hurt again? And what are you hearing about his current injury status as he comes back from a week 1 Achilles tear in 2023?
He looks fantastic. He looks like the guy that was a second-round pick, and highly so, in that vaunted running back class that had Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift, Cam Akers before Cam Akers got busted in a million ways. I think J.K. Dobbins, when healthy, is one of the most electric running backs in the NFL. The problem is for 3 straight years, we haven't been able to say the when healthy part. And after an Achilles injury, it's one thing with the ACL, which, by the way, he also did have, but an Achilles injury is one of those that you're like, I don't think a running back can really come back to that. And truthfully, J.K. Dobbins, if he's going to be that guy from the 2020 rookie class, you're probably expecting that next year, not this year. But the way he's explosive enough, at least in training camp, by all accounts, everyone that follows the team has been watching live. He says, or they say he's the clear best running back there. That actually makes me a little bit more worried about Gus Edwards, who I've also been drafting a decent amount. And if J.K. Dobbins coming off of a Achilles tear a year ago looks explosive and electric to the point that everyone's like, hey, Gus Edwards is clearly not the best guy, I just assume, and maybe I'm wrong in this, that Dobbins is going to be even better in year 2, and therefore we're not seeing peak Dobbins and also not seeing peak Edwards. So that's where I go back to what I said earlier. I don't think we really know what we know what the Chargers want to do. Will they be successful in doing it is another question entirely. And I will be now, I think that's probably one of the biggest adjustments I'll make. I will be getting more shares of Dobbins based off the feedback that I've heard around Los Angeles Chargers training camp, because he is the best guy, and we know they want to be run oriented, but I'm not quite positive what that means in the whole grand scheme of things.
Now, Joe, somebody, John Paulsen was on, and he brought up a Chargers player, but I have a question that I've been asking myself and thinking through. We know, like you said, Harbaugh and Roman, they want to run. Brandon Staley might have been a terrible head coach, but he can coach defense. They were a bottom 5 defense. And it's a stars and scrubs defense. And Bosa hasn't been playing as great as he did earlier in his career. Max, another year older, and you don't play Aiden O'Connell every week because he had a couple of massive games there. Derwin James had really the worst season, I thought, of his career when healthy. Are they going to have the luxury to run the ball if their defense is terrible?
Right.
Or
That's
the defense be better, Joe? Or do you think the defense be better than I say?
I think the defense will be better because Jim Harbaugh has always been good at that. I mean, that's one of those things, even with lesser pieces in San Francisco, he's put together a good unit. You could argue the merits of their offense and whether Greg Roman and that marriage is the right concept. That's fine. But I think defensively, you always knew what you're getting from San Francisco, and they're always playing tough. Do they have the personnel to do it? I think they do in that regard. And Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, when healthy, it's always the key with San Francisco, with Los Angeles. When healthy, is the most formidable one in the league. And I don't think people really even recognize that Khalil Mack had 15 plus sacks last year. Now he got 15 of those in a Raiders game, right? Like that was like, I think it was 6 actually, but in a massive amount. And right. It's the cornerback situation is really difficult too. They don't have a whole lot of depth. They also lost Michael Davis, their starting cornerback from last year. The safeties outside Derwin James, I think, are unproven. JT Woods, they drafted in the 3rd round a couple years ago, is the backcourt. Yeah, well, I'm saying they were hoping that JT Woods would be that guy, and he hasn't been. It's been Gilman, who they re-signed on a cheapy deal. They've lost a lot of those big play middle linebackers, Kenneth Murray. I mean, he wasn't really big play, but they went on and performed better elsewhere. So that's where I think you're hoping the scheme ends up being more effective for the linebacking group. And as a result, they stopped the run better. But that's the one thing. Like the Chargers over the last 3 years of Brandon Staley were historically really, really bad against the run. And if they're even league average, maybe teams pass more. But if they continue to struggle, and I think there might be reason to believe they will, because Joey Bosa, I don't think, is a good run defender anymore. Well, then you can kind of grind out tempo-wise in both scenarios. Like if a team identifies the Chargers are bad against the run, they're going to run the ball. And the Chargers will then run the ball. Even if the Chargers defense might let up a lot of rushing yards, tempo-wise, it's different than passing. So that's where I kind of am grappling with it. I think they will be better by default. And I think Brandon Staley, while he is a good defensive coordinator, wasn't being a defensive coordinator. He was a head coach that had defensive coordinator responsibilities. I think that's a massive difference.
It is. Now, all right, so Justin Herbert's priced as a quarterback to about quarterback 15. They may have dipped the last few years. He has that foot injury. You can talk about that in a minute. You've talked about the idea they want to be a run-centric team. You think the defense could be better than it was, which would suppress some passing volume. Obviously, Keenan Allen's gone. Mike Williams is gone. Austin Eckler's gone. Gerald Everett's gone. And they bring in, we'll talk about the receivers in a few minutes, but we have McConkey, we got Palmer, and then, of course, Chark and Quentin Johnson. But that said, in a vacuum himself, what are your thoughts on Justin Herbert this year as a quarterback 2 in drafts?
Yeah, I think I'm out on his current price tag. And you mentioned quarterback 15. I've seen him more like after the Kirk Cousins, Matthew Stafford tier, or right around there, like you're debating that. And that's more like quarterback 18. So then if it's Justin Herbert or Aaron Rodgers, okay, I think you're gambling on talent at this point, and Herbert being what he is and what he's done in his career. Okay, I'm okay with that. Or if it's Justin Herbert and a often injury-prone Matthew Stafford, I don't blame anyone for going Justin Herbert in that direction. But really, obviously, Caleb Williams for sure, the Brock Purdy, Jordan Love tier, that's like the low-end quarterback 1. Those guys are slam dunks, and I don't know if we would have said that in March, given Herbert's talent. And I think there's absolutely reason to say that a guy like Jared Goff, far more steady and dependable, is also somebody I'd easily take over Justin Herbert, not even excluding Jaden Daniels, who's quarterback 13 or 14, has the rushing floor to be top 5 guy. So I'm out on quarterback 2 high price tag for Justin Herbert, but there is a point, and certainly in super flex leagues, I think in particular, you're sort of fine with anybody. I like Kirk Cousins more, but if I'm saying Kirk Cousins or a round less, 2 rounds less than Justin Herbert, fine. I mean, you're betting on talent at that point, and that Jim Harbaugh is not a total scrub, which I don't think he is at his coaching tenure.
We got about 2 minutes left, Joe. Give us a quick hit on the receiving group, McConkey and Palmer. Quick hits as you like them. Why? And we'll move in and out of that quickly.
Palmer's going to be the one that I end up drafting the most, given he's a little bit cheaper of a price tag, but I think he has the rapport with Justin Herbert to be that wide receiver one. We want our rookie receivers to be sexy. I understand that entirely. It's why Malik Neighbors and Marvin Harrison are going the highest among rookie receivers we've ever seen. Before was Amari Cooper in 2015 as the 5th round guy as a rookie receiver. That's the last time we've seen someone so high. Lab McConkey's a 7th round pick, or sorry, like 7th round pick right now. So think about that. The highest ever before this year was Amari Cooper in 2015. And now Lab McConkey is wide receiver 5 in rookie groups in redraft and is going in the 7th round. I understand the optimism, but Palmer's been the guy when Mike Williams and Keenan Allen are out. Both those guys are gone, and Palmer can get in around 9 or 10, and I think will easily produce wide receiver 3 numbers. So I feel far more confident about Palmer to the point where I probably won't have any shares of McConkey, even though I really like him as a player, and I'm going to probably rely on Josh Palmer to be a flex option, even though you're drafting him outside that range.
I just had an auction league a couple days ago. Got Palmer for $6 as my wide receiver 4. I was ecstatic about it.
Yep.
Beautiful thing. Joe, tell everybody what you got going on. Tell them when the podcast is. You can follow Joe at JB Fantasy Sports, but keep people up to what you have going on.
Yeah, every Tuesday, anywhere you listen to podcasts, RotoWire Fantasy Football, you can listen to myself and Jake Latarski. We've been co-hosts now for 4 or 5 years. During the season, we do the Free Agent Waiver Wire podcast, which is typically one of the more viewed ones throughout the week because rightfully so, we're talking about guys you want to have and add to your roster. You should certainly listen to Jim when he's on the podcast network too, but if you could turn in Tuesday, that'd be great as well. Every Friday, obviously 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern, Sirius XM Radio talked about that, and we're gonna have a lot of content coming up. I don't know if you've revealed what we're gonna be doing next week, Jim, but I'll let you do that throughout the upcoming portion of the show. So lots to look forward to. This is obviously the busiest time for all of us, and I appreciate you bringing me on, Jim.
Joe, always great to talk football with you. And the teaser is next week, Joe, myself, Alan Soslowski, Jeff Erickson, Nick Whalen will be out at the Circa, and we'll be there for about 4 days almost. We're going to do shows from the Circa, media hits. It's going to be a spectacle, but we'll get that all out to everybody. Cannot wait to work with Joe Bartle. It's going to be great. Joe Bartle, thank you for joining me. I can't wait to see you in Vegas next Wednesday.
Thanks, man.
Thanks. Hey, everybody. Do you know we've launched a new RotoWire Picks app? It offers recommendations and predictions for fantasy pick'em and player props on platforms like Prize Picks, BetMGM, and more, covering just about every sport. It's free to download on Apple and Android. You can sign up within the app for a subscription to unlock all the features. Existing RotoWire subscribers get instant full access to their login. You can check it out against the RotoWire Picks app, and you can find it in the App Store. And that said, now we are ready to bring on a friend of mine who I met last year, who I should have met a long time ago. But you know what? We can only deal with the present. And now I am friends with Greg Kellogg. You find him at Gregory L. Kellogg, 2 G's on the end. If you didn't know this, Greg is in the Fantasy Sports Writer Association Hall of Fame inaugural member, 2010, had the article of the year in 2004. Greg, pleasure to know you. And you're on today to talk about the Fantasy Football Expo, and it's your time. I'm going to let you just start beginning, and I'll chime in a couple questions.
Anybody who plays fantasy football, I don't care if you're a content creator or not, they need to go to the Expo because they can meet guys like Jim Coventry, Howard Bender, my favorite fantasy analyst. Sorry, Jim, Bob Harris.
Of course.
Bob and I have been around forever. So
yes.
I got the chance this year because Mike Clay, who I've known for 20 years, couldn't make it to the Expo. So I was given the opportunity, the privilege, the honor to draft against Jim Coventry in a King's Classic draft. I also got to auction against Jim. And I still love what Dennis Clausen did with the 4 tight ends. I'm still dumbfounded by that. You watch, he's going to win the league because of that. I don't know how, but he's going to do it. But if you go, you get to meet, and I'm telling you, none of these people are so high and mighty that they won't talk to you. The worst thing I saw, the first year I went to the Expo was last year because I took 6 years off the hobby. 2015, I was getting ready for real retirement because, as you can tell, I'm old. And I went to the Expo last year. Scott Fish, who Gary Davenport and I interviewed in a podcast way back before you had video podcasts, Blog Talk Radio, put me into the Scott Fish Bowl. So this year I got to draft live in the Scott Fish Bowl in Houston, and I got to take my boy Tip with me to meet Jim Coventry. And Joe Bryant, who Joe and I created FanX together way back in the day, 96, I think we started FanX. There's a lot to do at the Expo. And I'm here to tell you, it's not cheap because lodging in the Hall of Fame isn't cheap. But if you want to save money, get an Airbnb with 4 or 5 other people, and all of a sudden it goes from being $600 for 4 days to being $100 for the whole weekend. I mean, you just can't miss it. Saturday, best part, I got in on Thursday, and I get to see all the old guys that get in early, and we got to do some things together. Then Friday, there's a party Friday night. There's a party Saturday night. There's a party Sunday night, karaoke parties. I went to that just to see Scott Engel, and then he doesn't show up this year. Just not right. But my buddy Tip, I heard somebody in the chat ask me if I played wiffle ball at 3 a.m. No, I'm old. I was in bed by 10:30 every night.
Yes.
Tip, first night comes in at 1:38, is snoring at 1:41. All right? Never seen a man go out so fast. Saturday and Sunday, he was out till 3, so he may have played wiffle ball. I'll ask him on my show tonight. But this, you've got to go. There's so much to see. You rub shoulders with Jim. Last year, I met Howard Bender, Jim Coventry. I got to see Scott, who I went in the Hall of Fame with. I got to see Bob, who I used to call till 3 in the morning. Bob and I would be on the phone till 3 in the morning, 3 days a week when he was living in Albuquerque. There's just so much to do. Saturday was dedicated to sports betting. Unfortunately, I didn't see any of the panels because I was drafting and auctioning. I got Jim Coventry to the left of me. Next to him, between him and I, we got Matt Harmon, reception perception. To the right, a guy I've known for 25 years, Scott Pianowski. I showed up stupidly thinking we're going to use the ESPN app to draft, so I didn't prepare a spreadsheet of players. I'm sitting there, 5th round, and now I'm trying to figure out who to nominate. Everybody sees me struggling. Bob Harris tries to get me hooked up with Fantasy Pros accounts so that I can mark who's already been taken. Scott Pianowski emailed me his draft sheet. That's his cheat sheet, his rankings. Emailed it to me, saved my ass. Sorry for the language, but he did. He saved my butt. I had just a great time. You guys are talking about the players. I'm the guy in the chat that was talking up Kamani Vidal. I don't care what the beat writer says. Gus Edwards is not going to do it. And I've never seen any running back come back from a torn Achilles. Now, I like J.K. Dobbins except for one thing, and I think Jim knows what I'm going to say. He's a Buckeye. I'm a Michigan guy. Sorry, I just can't. And all this love for Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, C.J. Stroud is a unicorn. Sam Laporta is a unicorn. First-year players at those two positions don't do that. First-year wide receivers and running backs do explode. Do not expect the rookies to have great years this year at quarterback or tight end because you're going to likely be disappointed. But
now, Greg,
you can talk football or anything. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
So you mentioned Tip Major, and I was able to squeeze Tip onto the show tomorrow. So those are people.
Yeah.
Yes. So I was able to squeeze him in. You'll love to meet Tip tomorrow, everybody. Now, Greg, I noticed in your drafts, you like those Kansas City Chiefs this year, and I know we all like the Chiefs. They're going to score first. Tell us a little bit about what you're looking for the Chiefs, because I want to hear it.
Okay, well, in the auction, I didn't want to get Pat Mahomes because I got Josh Allen first. So in an auction, there's a lot of strategies you use. One of the things I do is I'll bid up while there's a bunch of people bidding, but when it's time to nominate, I wanted to get some money off the board, and you guys kept nominating these players that are lower tier players. So I said, okay, I got Josh Allen. I got him for 20, so I figured I'll put out Pat Mahomes for 15. Nobody freaking bidded on him, so now I've got number 1, number 2 quarterback in a single quarterback league. So I got everybody telling me, well, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to hold his butt. He's not playing for you if he's on my bench. And then you talk about the Kansas City Chiefs. Between Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes, I picked up Isaiah Pacheco. So I've already got a stack with Pacheco and Mahomes. I went out and I had Travis Kelce in the draft, so I wanted to get Dalton Kincaid to go with Josh Allen. So I got my stack with Kincaid and Curtis Samuel with Josh Allen. And with Mahomes, I got Hollywood. Yeah, thank you very much, Hollywood. Injury in preseason. But I still got the Pacheco stack. So I'm good with that. I like offensive players on good offenses. I think they have more opportunity to score and more opportunity to break out. And I like players with high upside. When you're playing in a 14-team league, it's a different dynamic than an 8 or 12-team league. There's a lot less depth. And so when you're playing with sharks like the Kings Classic, there are no bad drafters there. So you have to take chances. So in the first draft, I got Corum and Vidal. I did not get Jalen Wright. In the auction, I'm very weak at running back. I've only got 2. I got Pacheco, and I don't remember if I have Najee in that one or Zamir White. I got one of those 2. And then I've also got the 3 rookies in the auction. I got Jalen Wright, Blake Corum, Blake the Great, and I got Kamani Vidal. I figure if 2 of them break out, I'm golden, and I really do believe 2 of them will. But the key thing about the Expo, man, you get to meet guys. And the thing, nobody's too big to talk to you.
Nope.
You go up and introduce yourself to Jim Coventry, and you'll have a 15, 20-minute conversation with him, with other people hanging around and other people peppering and adding to your question, and you'll get Jim's wisdom for free. And that
might be overshot, but thank you.
No, it's not. It's truly not. It's a beautiful thing, Jim. And the thing is, to actually, anybody can come in and watch that, or you can do draft night out. There's a poker night. Ronnie Evans, who's with the sports affiliation, won poker night out. So what does he win?
I snuck Ronnie on the show tomorrow too.
Oh, cool.
Or tonight. I think he's on the night.
Ronnie got it looked like a diamond encrusted bracelet, but I can't believe it was diamond encrusted. But he also got a autographed Justin Jefferson jersey. Now, I don't know about you guys. That's pretty cool, I think. So there's so much to do there. A party each night. You got draft night out. You got poker night. You got karaoke night. And then you got fantasy football all weekend. Yes. Saturday, you got the Kings Classic drafts, Queens Classic draft. Sunday, you've got wall-to-wall fantasy panels. I was invited on stage. I'm not, I went in the Hall of Fame in 2010, and then I took 5 years off. So, when I came back, I was struggling to know who the backups were. When I left, I knew the third stringers at every position.
Right.
When you're Jim's level, the coaches, and that makes a huge difference. The average fan knows his favorite players. So you go there, you're rubbing shoulders with the best of the best. I got to get on stage with folks from Generation. How cool is it that I can draft a Hall of Famer for my fantasy team? Here's my lineup. I have on my, and by the way, I finished second, and we're in the playoffs now in the league that we put together for the Expo. Dan Marino at quarterback. Derrick Henry and O.J. Simpson are my running backs. My wide receivers, Randy Moss and Jerry frickin' Rice. And then my tight end is Travis Kelce, who I took with the number 1 overall pick. Number 1 overall pick, because tight end, you guys were talking about that earlier. Tight end is a difference maker when you have to start a tight end, because there's a huge separation between the top 3 to 5 and everybody else. So
Greg,
you get one of those 3 to 5 top guys.
Greg, unfortunately, our time has come to a close. You follow him at Gregory L. Kellogg, 2 G's on the end, the sports affiliation. Find that link through Twitter, because they have a lot of great things. We'll have more people from the sports affiliation to talk about later. Greg Kellogg, appreciate you. Thanks for hanging with me, and good luck this season.
Thanks, Jim. You're great.
Thank you. Tom Kessenich in the house. Always love to see Tom. You follow him at Tom Kessenich. You got your name. I couldn't get my name. It was already taken. Tom, as you know, is the director of high stakes fantasy games for Sports Hub Games Network. 2018 Fantasy Sports Hall of Fame inductee, author, former NFL beat writer, great guy. NFFC. If you're playing NFFC, then you know Tom. And Tom, I love those beat Jim Coventry leagues. People beat the snot out of me, but it is what it is. Tom, talk a little bit about the NFFC. We have limited time. I want you to shine here. Tell us about the NFFC, why people should play, and what's going on.
Well, it's the longest running high stakes contest in the industry, Jim. You know that. You play in our contest. We work with you guys at RotoWire. We got the RotoWire Online Championship drafts. We got those going on today. We've had a bunch of them already today. We got a bunch of them sold out. We had one going on this afternoon. We got more of them going on tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Eastern, 11:55 p.m. Eastern. We got our live events coming up 2 weeks from tomorrow, Jim. We're going to start them up in Las Vegas and New York City. I'll be running New York City. Greg will be running Las Vegas. And then a week after that, myself and Jeff Stein will be going off to Las Vegas to run the big Las Vegas weekend with Greg. So we got live events. We got online drafts and auctions. Everything anybody could want in fantasy football. You got it. We got it at playnffc.com. So if you want to get into a draft, you want to get into an auction, whatever it is you want, playnffc.com. We've got you covered.
So let's talk a little about the contest. Just the general, how many team leagues for people that don't know? I assume most do. Any special scoring requirements or any special third round reversals or things like that people need to know about?
Well, yeah, we got everything. I mean, we got 10-team leagues, we got 12-team leagues, we got 14-team leagues. But yeah, we got third round reversal in most of our contests, not all of them, but most of them we use third round reversal. We have KDS, Kentucky Derby system with our draft as well. So we got that where you can have a little more influence on where you pick with your draft spots, which I think adds a little more strategy to where you get to end up selecting.
Explain that, because a lot of people might not know. If they're not playing NFC, this is really, really cool, and you need to listen because this is a great feature. Go ahead, Tom.
Right. So what we do, we give you a little bit of input where you get to pick in the first round. Now, it's not locked in. It doesn't guarantee where you get to pick, but you get to pick your draft spot. So if you want to pick, now everybody may want to get the first pick, but if you don't, maybe you want to go to the back end of the draft. So we let you slot your draft spots in the first round, okay? Maybe you want to have that 12th pick. So that may be your first preference. So maybe you want to go 12, 6, 7, wherever you want to slot. That's how we allow you to pick your draft preferences. And so then the random order is selected, right? And then wherever everybody is slotted, that's how the draft order is picked for each of the drafts, the draft orders. So not in all of our leagues, but in most of them, that's how the draft order is selected using KDS.
Now, Tom, you are very, very locked in with draft trends because you are watching these drafts all the time. And
Right.
I don't want to put you on the spot for one you're not necessarily ready for, but I'm going to ask you about any risers and fallers you've noticed. Are there any specific players you notice, like maybe CD Lamb because he's not in, McCaffrey because of the calf? Is anybody moving in the drafts that you noted?
Well, I mean, there's been a little bit of movement with Christian McCaffrey with the calf injury. Not a lot. He's still pretty much the consensus number one overall pick. But a little bit, every once in a while, you'll see him drop out of the number one spot, and maybe CeeDee Lamb will jump. Honestly, CeeDee Lamb's not budging at all. Nobody seems to be overly concerned about him not showing up in camp. Right now, he is pretty much locked in as the number 2 overall pick. Again, occasionally he'll jump up to number 1, and McCaffrey will drop. But CeeDee Lamb is locked in pretty much. Now, Jahmyr Gibbs, we could talk about him with the hamstring injury. I tweeted out today, he really hasn't dropped at all. Nobody in our high stakes contest is overly worried about Gibbs. He's only dropped a couple of spots in the RotoWire Online Championship since the injury. He was RB4 before the injury. He's RB5 right now. The ADP has dropped maybe 2 spots since Monday, since the injury. So really nobody in our contest overly worried about Jahmyr Gibbs right now.
Yeah, that's a very important because Tom is in the micro ADP of what's going on a day-to-day basis. Now, Tom, people are in large field tournaments like the NFFC. What are your recommendations of people that want to stack players? When you put two together, it's a pairing, but if you put three or more together, it's a stack. What are your thoughts on how people might utilize those? Is it an advantage? What are your thoughts?
It can be. Now, we've seen it in the past literally pay off for our national champions. I mean, you go back a couple of years ago, the pairing was Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase a couple of years ago. Last year, it wasn't as successful. People were going after Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase in particular, and we could see right away from week one, it destroyed you. I mean, Joe Burrow was a disaster right away, right? So, but this year, I think the pairing may be, and the stack may be the Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison, and Trey McBride, or you may be going after James Conner a little bit later, or maybe that Eagles stack where you can get Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, or Saquon Barkley, or maybe even throw Dallas Goedert in a little bit later. That may be a popular one as well. But actually, the Bengals stack is not as expensive this year because Burrow's going later, T. Higgins going much later.
Yes.
So that may be a popular one that people may want to revisit because, again, Burrow nowhere near as expensive as he was a year ago.
Right, because Burrow's going around quarterback 8, Higgins around wide receiver 30, give or take, and obviously Chase is a first-round locked-in player, although we had somebody on earlier mentioning that Darren Armani was on mentioning that Chase is sliding a little bit. Is Chase sliding in your contest of the NFFC?
He's not. He's not at all. And honestly, quite honestly, I love Jamar Chase. I'm a big fan. But I personally think he's being overdrafted in the NFFC. Now, that's just my personal opinion. He's going ahead of Amon-Ra St. Brown, for example. On my draft board, I would not do that. I'd much rather have St. Brown than Jamar Chase because I am just a little – keep in mind, look at Jamar Chase's numbers since his rookie year. It just hasn't been the same guy. That rookie year, he blew up. He's not been the same guy in fantasy perspective since that rookie season. So to me, I'd rather go with Amon-Ra St. Brown than Jamar Chase. I think Chase is being overdrafted right now.
Tom, as you say that, it was both Patrick Mahomes and Jamar Chase that I believe were the big impetus for the two high shells to limit the explosive plays, make teams run 14, 15 play drives, hope for a holding call, make them punt. And if you notice, Chase has had very few big games his rookie year, but when he's had them, they are usually against the NFC teams. And I think when you study film on Chase, you don't realize the speed. And the NFC teams who hadn't played him, he's torched them. But the AFC teams who have seen him, he gets his catches, he gets some yards. But you're right, it's not the same guy. And he's had injury issues as well. So I love the fact that you brought that up. Tom, I know Charlene had a great point. I just want to hear you talk about this for a minute. So Jonathan Brooks, per the coach, miss maybe 3-4 weeks. That's kind of the line. We don't know what'll really happen. Chuba Hubbard, what's the view on him in recent drafts, and would you target him for at least some short-term starts?
Yeah, I like Chuba Hubbard where he's going. I mean, right now he's pretty much a free square in drafts, so you can pretty much take him and maybe get a handful of games out of him early in the year while Brooks is, trying to come back. And if it doesn't pan out, again, there's no cost, right? There's no harm to you. You can drop him and move on. But if it does pan out and you get maybe a handful of double-digit games out of you, it's a great pick. So I love the value with Chuba Hubbard. And again, they need somebody back there who's going to run the ball. I mean, Miles Sanders was a disaster for him last year, so they want to run the football there. So Hubbard's going to get a chance while Brooks rehabs and tries to get back in there. So I like the pick there. I like the value with Hubbard. And again, absolute free square, no harm, no loss if he doesn't pan out at all.
Now, Tom, you did a great sell of what you have at the NFFC in the beginning, so everybody kind of knows what you have going on. But I do want to wrap it. Give us a 30-second or so recap of what people want to know about getting into these NFFC drafts that we love so much.
Again, don't be scared off by the high stakes, name or disclaimer that we have. We've got $25 drafts you can get into. We got $150 satellite leagues. I mean, it's not all about coming in there and playing against sharks. You can come in there and play at a very low entry point and have a lot of fun in our leagues. But again, any kind of contest you want, drafts, auctions, whatever it is, just check us out at playnffc.com, and I guarantee you're going to find a league that you're going to love and have a great season with us at playnffc.com.
Tom Kessenich, always enjoy talking to you. Hopefully we do this more during the season. Good luck. You guys are going to be toast. You in New York, Greg in Vegas. That's correct, right? You guys are going to be toast, but you're going to love it because you do it every year. Keep the great work up. I appreciate you greatly, and have a great season.
Thanks, Jim. You too.
Thank you. All right, everybody. Hopefully you're enjoying this marathon. And if you haven't subscribed to the RotoWire Fantasy Football Only YouTube channel, a lot of you are watching it there. Some might be watching it on Twitter. But again, the RotoWire Fantasy Football Only YouTube channel. Please consider subscribing, liking, and subscribing. I think I said that twice. Notifications is what I actually meant. And we are putting up videos every single day. I'm on there all the time. We have other great analysts on there. And I'm not going to, if I miss one name, I miss them all. So you want to catch it. We have a full-time video editor doing amazing work. Can actually make me look halfway decent. Yeah, that's a stretch, but he's definitely doing a job there. Alan Soslowski spearheading the team. One last thing before we bring our next person in. If you're betting on the NFL this season, there's a better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick 'em tickets across the leading sports books and fantasy sites. You check out rotowire.com/mybets. Again, rotowire.com/mybets. You start monitoring all your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more in one secure location with my bets. Definitely check it out because you do want to be tracking those bets. Oh, very excited to bring in another one of my friends. This is friend after friend tonight. I love this. I saw Pat Fitzmaurice not only at the Fantasy Football Expo, but we drafted a few seats apart from each other in the Jim Brown division of the King Classic. So excited for that. You know Pat Fitzmaurice. You follow him at Fitz_FF. He's the managing editor at at Fantasy Pros and Betting Pros. And Pat is on to talk about early round fade. So we've been putting a lot of positive light on players. Pat's going to come in. He's going to be that goblin for us. I'm going to let you get right to it, and I can interject some questions. Pat, welcome aboard.
Oh, thanks for having me, Jim. Great to see you in Canton, as always. It's terrible that we're both in the Chicago area and we never see each other except in Canton. We've got to fix that. And by the way, I need to congratulate you for having this run of 3 straight guests from Wisconsin. I believe Tom Kessenich is a longtime Wisconsin guy. Yes. I'm a Milwaukee native living behind enemy lines in Chicago. And your next guest, my buddy Eric Balkman, the king of Appleton, Wisconsin, not far from Lambeau Field. So that's awesome. I'm glad you as a Bears fan are willing to do that, Jim. It just shows
one of 32, man. 1 of 32. I love them all equally.
So yeah, let's get into it. One guy I've kind of been drafting around, and I hate this because I was so excited by what we saw from him last year, is Puka Nacua. And, as a rookie, what a breakout. Goes undrafted in the vast majority of fantasy leagues and is, burning up fab budgets in after week 1, but well worth it. I mean, everyone who splurged was very happy with the splurge because he finished with 105 catches, 1,486 yards, and 6 touchdowns. And I mean, Jim, if you watch him, he's terrific at running routes, reliable hands, really good after the catch. What's not to like? I guess my concerns are that, Cooper Kupp has dealt with a lot of injuries, missed 13 games the last 2 years. But if we get a healthy season from Cooper Kupp, and granted, that's a big if.
Yes.
I mean, there is a non-zero chance that it's Cooper Kupp, not Puka Nacua, who leads the Rams in targets. And, I know a big percentage of that passing game and the targets are going to go through those 2 guys. So even if you're number 2 in that offense, I mean, the baseline is probably that you are Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle, and putting up those types of numbers. But Smith and Waddle are like late 2nd, 3rd round picks.
Right.
And people are taking Puka Nacua late in the 1st round. So I guess the other thing, Puka's connected to a quarterback in his late 30s experiencing hamstring tightness yesterday, Jim. I'm at least a little bit nervous about that element of it too.
And Pat, we don't talk about it because last year, I know he had the thumb for a short spell, but he's had back and neck issues. And offensive line play isn't static year to year. And they've had a little bit of turnover in that Rams line. The interior has been really good, but they've lost some people there. And Stafford's one hit. And if they go from Stafford to any of their backups, it's a timing-based offense. The ball is often out before the receivers make their cut. You don't get that from the backups. So you're right in also saying, if you're betting on Nakua, you have to bet against Cooper Kupp. You got to bet that Stafford stays healthy and that you're paying for last year's price on Nakua. So all that together, I'm with you on that one. I think that's a great call. You outlined some great reasons. Who's another early round fade? You're going to throw some shade on this show.
Yeah, let's go to that. Let's stick with this fatal round 1, round 2 turn, and it's Jahmyr Gibbs. And I know a lot of people are excited about him. So this is kind of a painful one to splash water on. But so, yeah, last year was strange. Obviously, there was that early in the season. It was kind of the David Montgomery show. And anyone who invested in Gibbs was pretty distraught at that point. But then as we were getting closer to midseason, David Montgomery has a rib injury and misses time. And Jahmyr Gibbs is the guy, and he was just tearing it up. And his investors were obviously thrilled with that. So then Montgomery comes back from the injury, and the usage starts to level out a bit. And from week 10, which was David Montgomery's return through the playoffs, with the usage pretty consistent from week to week of both of those guys, Gibbs averaged 11.3 carries and 2.9 catches a game. So just over 14 touches a game. And the funny thing is, Jim, his usage in terms of carries and touches a game was almost identical to Devon Achan's last year. And people are balking at taking Devon Achan at the 2-3 turn and just blithely not thinking twice about taking Gibbs at the 1-2 turn. And I mean, like, are we totally sure Jahmyr Gibbs is better than Devon Achan, the guy who averaged 7.8 yards per carry? I mean, Achan is explosive too. I know Gibbs has the draft capital. And like, yeah, Gibbs probably is better, but I don't know that for certain. And that's just not the sort of workload I want to invest a top 13, top 14 pick in.
You know,
so
what's interesting with Gibbs, I want to add this in, Pat. We knew he would be a dynamic receiver, 20th percentile yards after the catch. And when I see that, it could be one of two things. Either one, Ben Johnson's great at scheming up the middle of the field, maybe not the running back. But here's the other thing. Because a quarterback can complete a screen pass doesn't mean it's like Drew Brees where you put it on his hand immediately leading into traffic and yards. And if Jared Goff doesn't have that type of precision touch and you throw it an inch or two behind where it's supposed to be, you get the runner off rhythm. And that may be a problem if they can't unlock this great running back as a receiver. That could come to haunt them. Any words on that?
Yeah. Plus the fact that on one hand, maybe Jared Goff should be the kind of guy who's good for a running back because Goff does, I don't know. He's not a guy who's in love with showing off the arm strength and throwing the deep ball. But, you know, you've also got other guys sort of vying for those short area targets. Obviously, Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to be a favorite. And, you know, with a good offensive line, do you need the safety dump offs when the pocket starts to collapse in you? Like, because Detroit's got one of the best offensive lines in the league. And I don't know. So, I mean, 2.9 catches a game, that's good for a running back, but it's also not peak Alvin Kamara either.
Right?
Yeah.
You got time for one more fade for us?
Yeah, let's do one more. Josh Allen. So
I like it.
The last 4 years he's had 3 overall QB1 finishes, and the 1 year he missed, he was QB2. And so we thought Patrick Mahomes was a shoe-in, automatic year-over-year top 5 fantasy quarterback going into last year, and he wound up finishing QB8 overall in fantasy, scoring QB12 in fantasy points per game. Shouldn't we be at least slightly concerned? Because I don't know, Jim, I think it was mainly that he didn't have any receivers who could reliably get open downfield last year. Like, it was Rashee Rice running the wide receiver screens and the little hitches. It was Travis Kelce, working the gaps in the zone. But like, he was relying on Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Sky Moore, Justin Watson to get open downfield, and it just wasn't happening. So now we've got Josh Allen, who's lost Stephon Diggs, who averaged 111 catches, 1,300 receiving yards a season during his 4 years in Buffalo, and Gabe Davis, who was at least a vertical threat.
Mhm.
And I like the guys they have as candidates to replace those guys. Keon Coleman, contested catch artist, could be another Mike Evans or George Pickens. Khalil Shakir, I like a lot. Curtis Samuel has worked very well in the past with why am I blanking on the name of the Bills coordinator?
Yeah, and I know Dorsey. Is it Dorsey?
No,
I'm trying to
he's
think who it is.
the
I'm
deposed.
totally lost. I know who it is too.
Is it Joe
NF
Barry?
Joe
No,
Brady.
no.
Joe Brady.
Joe Brady.
Joe
Sorry,
Brady.
I was thinking
Yeah, I
of the
blocked on
Packers'
that
old
too.
defensive coordinator. So yeah, like Curtis Samuel done well for him in Carolina. We like Dalton Kincaid, but it's still a very unproven group of pass catchers. And what if one of them were to get hurt? Or what if one of them just was a bust? Like, all of a sudden you're looking at a pretty thin group of pass catchers. Also, Jim, I know you're probably not betting on Josh Allen to run for another 15 touchdowns.
Nope.
And overall, his rushing attempts last year, 111, were fewer than he had in either 2021 or 2022. So it's not like I'm saying he's going to be a bust, but if you're banking on him and spending an early round pick on a quarterback, I see scenarios where he could possibly finish outside the top 5.
Pat, it's a good point, and I lowered him. It took me a while. I lowered him on my quarterback rankings. I feel like defenses, Stephon Diggs, whether he was in decline or not, teams had to commit multiple bodies to him. There's nobody in that receiving room that has multiple bodies needed on them. I expect defenses to be playing more aggressively maybe even putting more bodies in the box, maybe putting a spy on Josh Allen and say, you know what, if any of these guys could beat us deep, God bless them, we don't think they can. And if that happens, I think that plays right into what you're saying, because the passing lanes will get gummed up quite a bit. And what answers may they have? Maybe they will. But I think that you are really onto something, and it's hard to move Allen out of that number 1 spot, but you bring up a real good case. Pat, remind everybody where they can find you and your great work, and always great to talk with you.
Great catching up, Jim. You can find me at fantasypros.com and on Twitter at Fitz_FF.
Fitz, love you, man. Thanks for coming on. Successful season. Like you said, we live local. When the season's over because we're too busy during, we got to change that and make things happen.
Absolutely, Jim. Great seeing you. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks, Fitz. Take care. All right, everybody, let's continue on. It's a challenge that every commissioner has to deal with each year. You got to figure out the best date for the league to hold its draft. And you may not have scheduled your draft yet. But that said, you can check out our free scheduling tool, rotowire.com/scheduler. And when you're ready to set the draft order, try our new free draft order generator tool. Again, rotowire.com/scheduler. And we use that for the RotoWire house drafts. We've had many times we've got to coordinate everybody together, and it's difficult. But there's a whole bunch of dates. You can put a yes, a maybe, a no, and then we can work that out. And so, again, if you have any issues with that, that is the way to go. So based on the schedule, Eric Balkman was supposed to be in right now, but I don't have him here this second. So I am going to bring in James Coe a little bit early. You got here early, and you know what? You couldn't have been better about it, James. So hopefully Balkman comes in and we'll flip spots. Anyway, James, you find him at James D. Coe, K-O-H, co-owner of Reception Perception. Hung out with Matt Harmon this weekend. It was a great thing. Former, this DirecTV and NFL Network guy, 4-time Emmy winner, making me look smaller than I needed to be. James Coe, you're going to talk deep sleepers with us today.
Yeah, man, and I want to hype up my new website as well, sleeperkingfootball.com. I just launched this bad boy about a month ago, and we're getting going. And actually, the podcast launched this week too. So we got the Sleeper King Football podcast that I just fired up on Wednesday. So yeah, we're moving, man. We got some different things going on, but yeah.
James, talk that up first. Well, instead of doing the promo at the end, talk it up now. Tell people I want to get. Since we're on it, let's do it right now.
Oh, well, thank
people
you,
more
man.
about
No, listen, it's a new project for me. Obviously, I've done my thing for the past few years here with Matt Harmon. That's going to continue on. The Reception Perception podcast is going strong, but this offseason I felt it really important, and I just felt an internal drive to get my own site going this time, right? So, SleeperKingFootball.com, Sleeper King Football, the podcast as well. So both of those things, go check it out. And yeah, man, I'm just hitting social media hard right now. And this, the RotoWire Marathon couldn't have come at a better time. I love talking with you. I love RotoWire, and deep sleepers, man. That's my thing. That's my jam, baby. Like I just love talking about deep sleepers. That's what gets me up in the morning, man. So let's go.
Yes. Hence your new product. And that's what we're going to do. So right now, what you're going to hear from James Coe is you're going to hear what you're going to get from his offerings.
Correct.
Of course, this will be a sampling of it, but it's a great place to start. So let's go with one and see if we follow up, and we'll go through as many as we can in these 10 minutes.
Listen, Jalen Wright for me, I think is you rarely say this about a deep sleeper, but Jalen Wright is a legitimate threat to be a league winner. And he's completely off the radar. When you're taking a look at ESPN or Yahoo's ranking, he's outside the top, 50, 60 running backs, right? Which means, again, he's in most leagues, he's not going to get drafted, right? And I am here to advocate for Jalen Wright because this guy could play, man. He's 210 pounds. He ran a ridiculous 4.39 40. And at Tennessee, they had him running these like ridiculous quarterback shotgun, delayed handoffs. It's so hard to be productive in that kind of, run scheme format. But when we take a look at what Miami does, they ran the second highest percentage of outside runs last year, right? And that's going to utilize that size and speed a lot better for Jalen Wright. My point in Jalen Wright is all the reasons we love Devin Achane this year is tied into why we should also love Jalen Wright. If I were to tell you that Raheem Mostert is going to play 15 games this year, do you think that Devin Achane is going with a top 20 selection? It's not going to happen, brother, right? The assumption is that Raheem Mostert at the age of 32 is going to fall off. And I'm with it. I get it, man. And before the last 2 seasons, Mostert was very injury prone. All of a sudden, he's an Iron Man. But I think it's going to catch up at the age of 32. And that's what everyone is assuming when we're talking about the price in regards to Devin Achane. Thus, if that's the case, let's talk about Jalen Wright as well, right? So I think that's why he needs to be on people's radar. Oh, by the way, Jim, can I mention this about Achane? He's 188 pounds, and he already has had an injury history. A shoulder injury and a knee injury kept him out of games last year. Again, 188 pounds. There's part of me that believes that if Raheem Mostert were to go down, I would not be totally surprised if Mike McDaniel says, hey, the 210-pound just speedster Jalen Wright is actually going to be our alpha back, and we'll keep Achane in that change of pace, explosive role where we could kind of sort of mix and match and get him really solid opportunities to crack a game open. But I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. I would not be surprised to see the 188-pound Devin Achane stay in that change of pace role.
100%. It's a great call, and it makes sense on so many different levels. And if people who are in casual leagues, you're going to steal him very, very late. Right. Jalen Wright, and in really even in competitive leagues, he's fallen to a point where he's very affordable, and what a lottery ticket. One thing that Achane, James, in the last 7 games, Achane was 4.97 yards per carry. It's good, but it wasn't the 12 that he had in the weeks 2 through 4, and it wasn't the 7+ he had on the season.
Right.
He got figured out a bit.
Hey, listen, he can't play Denver every week. You know what I'm saying?
So, 70 points later. Now, James, before we get to the next player, I just want to let the audience know that Eric Balkman will be at 6:48, so we'll get him on in about 7 minutes. If you're waiting for Eric, he'll definitely be in there. James, who's another deep sleeper you can entertain us with here?
Brother, I have been extolling the virtues of Javon Baker for weeks now. I love this kid's game. He's this rookie out of UCF. He's going to be I think he's going to be the starting X receiver for New England. And really it comes down to a couple of X and O's things and also some advanced analytics things, right? So we'll start with the basic stuff, right? You take a look at New England's roster. You're talking about Jalen Polk. You're talking about Kendrick Bourne, Pop Douglas. I like these guys. These are good players. They're not great players, though. I don't think any of those guys are absolute, got to have it. You got to throw to these guys target sponges, right? I don't think that's not what these guys are. So the competition for targets, I think, is pretty open. The other thing about those three gentlemen, Jalen Polk, Kendrick Bourne, and Pop Douglas, they're all profiling much more to be flanker slot players, especially Pop. He's going to run exclusively out of the slot, right? But even Kendrick Bourne, who's coming off of an ACL. Jalen Polk, again, I think he's a good player, but he's a flanker player. What they don't have on this roster, Jim, is a dominant X receiver, and that is what we got here in Javon Baker. So I think from a playtime standpoint, Javon Baker comes in day one and is able to be on the field a lot, man. I think he's going to see a lot of snaps, and the reports out of New England that it's potentially Jacoby Brissett starting there and not the rookie gets me a little excited because, man, we know what Jacoby Brissett likes to do. What does he do? He likes to bomb it, baby. And Javon Baker, my dude Baker out of UCF, is one of the best downfield route runners we have seen coming out of college. So I think it's a match made in heaven. It's peanut butter and jelly. It's hot sauce and fried chicken. Give me Jacoby Brissett and Javon Baker, man.
This is phenomenal. And this is why you want to keep up with James at James D. Co. Keep up with him because these are picks that not many. Now, Jalen Wright a little bit, but not many, but definitely Javon Baker. That is a hot one. Now, there was a quick question for you, and I think maybe the audience wants to. Anthony wants to know if you're going to do the same thing for baseball next year you're doing for football, or have you not gotten there yet?
No, I do. Listen, I'm not there in terms of baseball. No, man. First of all, football can be a full-time job, and I treat it like a full-time job. There's no off-season for your boy over here. But can I just say this? At some point, there will be, I'm hoping, if everything goes right, the Sleeper King brand can certainly expand, and that's the game. I love that you bring this up. What, are you in my head or something, brother? Like, these are the business plans right here, bro. Like, yes. I want to start a Sleeper King baseball channel. I want to start a Sleeper King basketball channel. 100%. I'm in.
James, we already did your promo, so we can get we have a couple more minutes. Can you give me one more deep sleeper?
Yes, absolutely. I love Kamani Vidal there for the Chargers. We know that Jim Harbaugh, we know that connection. We know that they're going to absolutely run the rock. We just know that this ball is going to stay on the ground, okay? Kamani Vidal can play, though. Okay, ESPN doesn't have a ranking for Vidal, which is it's mind-boggling to me. Okay, he's 5'8", 213 pounds. He ran a 4.46 40, 38-inch vertical. Good athlete given his size, right? Consistently gets skinny in the hole. But you're saying to yourself, wait a second, Sleeper King, yo, this guy Vidal, he's playing behind Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins. Guys, Gus Edwards is 29 years old with a play style that does not age well. And also, oh, by the way, he's already coming into camp not healthy, right? He has this mysterious, this foot ailment or knee, lower body ailment, right? And we are entering the year of our Lord 2024, and you're expecting J.K. Dobbins to stay healthy? What are we doing out here? The competition for snaps in front of Vidal is wide open, in my opinion. I get he's the RB3 right now today as we sit here August 15th, but talk to me in a month. Talk to me in 2 months. I think Vidal's going to have a very big part of what these guys get done for the Chargers.
This has been fabulous. The deep sleepers. You find them at James Deco. James, in about 30 seconds, I know you already told us, just to remind people of your new offerings that you got going on.
Yeah, sleeperkingfootball.com, and go find me on the podcast as well, man. I just launched it. It's a short form podcast, guys. 15 to 20 minutes every episode. You're in, you're out, baby. That's what I want to get done. Short form podcast. I really believe in it. And again, you could just go ahead and add me to the rotation. Whatever you got going on, you could spare 15 minutes, guys. Let's go.
James, so excited we got to work together. Hopefully we make this happen again in the near future.
Please,
anytime you're welcome. Good luck with the site. Good luck with the season, and we will talk soon.
All right, talk soon. Thanks for having me, Jim.
Thanks, of course. Well, everybody, this marathon is just rolling on. Hopefully everybody's enjoying their time with us here. 50 guests between Thursday and Friday. The Friday show will start at 11 Eastern, and obviously we're going right now on Thursday. And if you're looking to get ready for your draft quickly and you're looking to get that in-season edge, you got to check out the free RotoWire trial with no credit card needed. You just go to rotowire.com/Jim, and you can see all of our rankings, articles, and more. We also have the coolest draft kit app in the industry. Our tech team is off the charts. Amazing. Cannot believe the work this great team of people consistently does. Anyway, it's a second to none draft experience. You can get access to, if you download the app, you can get access to our player projections, custom rankings, industry standard player news and notes. Check it out before your draft day and see why it's the #1 paid app in the App Store every August. We're going to have Eric Balkman, Balky, coming in. He's walking right up to his monitor now. So I am going to click you in just as you walk to your screen. Eric Balkman, I have a sense of timing like Michael Jordan in the NBA Finals back in the day. You find him at Eric Balkman, another person that got his name. I couldn't. I did add an NFL to mine. Anyway, you find Eric. He's with at FFPC Media, the High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, RotoViz High Stakes Lowdown, Better Network host. Balky, you are all over the place, and it's a great thing for fantasy. I know I've worked with you before. You're going to talk about, because we know that FFPC tight end premium. You're going to tell the audience, maybe some people don't know what tight end premium is, but you're going to talk about some tight ends to target after those first few are off the board.
We're coming up on 2 full decades of the FFPC, and one of the things that we established back in 2008 was tight end premium. Tight end premium means that instead of just getting 1 point per reception for your pass catchers for tight ends in the FFPC, you get 1.5 points, which obviously makes the tight ends more valuable. Jim, I can't remember if we talked about this the last time we did a show together, but for the first time in forever, maybe ever, we are not seeing any tight ends go in the first round of FFPC drafts this year, but we're seeing 5 of them go in the second round. If you want an elite guy, that's where you got to get him, because outside of the second round, you're kind of, I don't want to say you're picking at nits, but a few things to understand about tight ends after the top 6 are off the board. Number one, every single year, tight end premium or not, we see a guy who is drafted outside the top 12, outside the top 15, ascend to be either a top 12 guy, sometimes a top 5 guy, which is rare, but it has happened multiple times over the last decade. So I think if, and I've talked with high stakes players up and down about this, how do you handle tight ends in a tight end premium format? And I've gotten a variety of answers. Some people say it doesn't affect the way I draft at all. Some people say, I don't care. I'll just wait and let everybody else go crazy, and I'll draft the tight end later. Some people say you have to get a top 4, you have top 5, top 6 guy, otherwise you're drawing dead. I know that you are not drawing dead, because our overall champion in 2019, I think, no, not 2019, it was a few years before that, like 2014, had Dante Rosario as his starting tight end and did not flex. You can flex out up to 3 tight ends as well. And he didn't have to do that. He didn't put a focus on tight ends and he wanted. So that's the big moral of the story, is you can win any which way in the FFPC. However, if you are looking to grab tight ends after the elite guys are off the board, I think there's a lot of interesting options here. Evan Engram, who is tight end 7 right now, 114 catches last year. And he's tight end 7 this year, Jim. Tight end 7 for a guy who caught 114 balls last year. He's going in the 4th round right now. I have talked with high stakes players, dynasty high stakes players up and down the row, and they will tell me that Brock Bowers will never be as cheap as he is right now. Brock Bowers in our mid stakes contest right now, which we're giving away $1 million grand prize, you can get Brock Bowers as tight end 11 in the middle of the 6th round. Think about some other guys here too that could pay dividends. Pat Freiermuth, who is going to be a big focus for Arthur Smith in the Pittsburgh offense this year, coming off a down year, but a proven player. Tight end 13 at the 8-12. TJ Hawkinson. Yeah, I know he's probably not going to start the season. However, the money weeks are at the end of the season. And if Hawkinson is going to be establishing himself in late October, November, December, whatever, that's when you want him on your team. Maybe you don't draft him as your tight end 1, but you draft him as your backup, flex him out with your tight end 1. You can get Hawkinson in the 10th round this year, which I think is very attractive as well. You want to go deep diving? Let's do that. Tyler Conklin. Tight end 18. This is a guy that's got 60+ catches with Drek at quarterback the last few years. Now he got Aaron Rodgers. There's this misconception, I think, out there that Aaron Rodgers loves the tight end. And right. I think that could be the case. However, Aaron Rodgers, since Jermichael Finley, hasn't had really a stud tight end. So I think that Conklin's track record, I think, carries him more so than his quarterback this year, right? So Conklin you can get right now as tight end 18 in the 12th round. Isaiah Likely, he's the same guy he's always been, But for whatever reason, we're hearing a lot of drum beats in Baltimore this year, talking up Isaiah Likely and what a big season he's going to have. Tight end 19 in the 12th round. Some other guys that I think are interesting late, the rookie in Washington, Ben Sinnott, Chega Conquo, who is in this new air raid, let's throw the ball all over the place offense in Tennessee. He's going in the 14th. Gesicki, Mike Gesicki in Cincinnati, who could be like a quasi big slot receiver.
Yes.
I think was interesting as a backup tight end 26 in the 17th round. There's a lot of options. And a lot of these guys I mentioned, Jim, you're not going to count them as your number one tight end, but as backups and as guys, especially in best ball, I think these are important guys to remember in tight end premium formats.
Now, Balky, whether we're in tight end premium or regular tight end scoring, this is going to apply to everybody. So in the prior 4 years before last year, the tight end one, it was usually Kelsey, but it was an Andrews year. They were lapping the field by over 60 PPR points. It was sometimes way more than that. So obviously, like you said, they used to get drafted Kelsey 104, tight end premium, probably 101 in some leagues, right? But anyway, then the second tight end in those 4 years also lapped the field pretty well, though was not the tight end one. Last year, Balky, 234 regular PPR points, not premium, but for Laporta, that was right at the top. Only 30 PPR points separated the top 6. So usually we had number 1, number 2, and then the rest of them were kind of down there. Last year, with them 6 being so close, what do you make of that?
I think the sharpness of the fantasy industry has gotten a lot better. A guy like Laporta this year, based on the season he had last year, should be a top 3 or top 4 FFPC pick. That's not the case this year. And I think a lot of what he did last year, not a lot of it, but a significant amount of what he did last year was touchdown dependent. I think people are understanding that Travis Kelce has had this, awesome career, had a down year last year, but still really good. That's knocked him down to tight end too. Trey McBride is an interesting guy too, because I think in the absence of Marvin Harrison, in the absence of Michael Wilson, people would be very excited to draft this guy this year. However, he's tight end 3 in part because he's not going to be the only show in town in Arizona this year. So that's knocked him down. Dalton Kincaid, I think, is a very exciting player in Buffalo too. And I've heard a lot of people saying he should be the number 1 tight end. He's going to finish as number 1 because he's the number 1 target on his team. Unequivocally, it's not up for debate. And I think that could be true. But at the same time, Joe Brady really wants to run the ball. They have James Cook. They invested in Ray Davis. Josh Allen, obviously a threat around the goal line as well. So I think that knocks him down. Mark Andrews, I don't know. There's this narrative out there right now that this guy is injury prone. Obviously, we know about the diabetes thing. He was in a car accident. I don't know if that figures into your fantasy analysis. It doesn't figure into my fantasy analysis.
No.
And then right after that, Kyle Pitts, the ultimate polarizing guy every single year he is in the league. Either you love him or hate him. And because people hate him, it drives down his ADP as well. So I think all these guys, Jim, have shown an incredible ceiling. But at the same time, the warts are visible on all these players. And I think that's what's created this glut of tight ends in the second round. None of these guys is really separating themselves because of the issues that I mentioned, and also because of the high-end talent and the offenses that these guys are in this year too. I think that it's very, very difficult to say, I'm going to invest my 107 or 108 in an FFPC draft in a tight end when I can get a really good guy at the 206 or 207. I think that's what FFPC players are facing every time they go to the draft room, which is every night in the FFPC.
Now, Balky, you brought up the Andrews thing, and I don't get the injury or prone label either. And he tight end 5 in a lot of leagues, and when I need a tight end, I'm very happily grabbing him. I want to tell everybody quickly. Yes, last year he missed 7 games. I get it. Prior year he missed 2. 2021, 0 missed games, 2 in 2020, 1 in 2019, and no missed games in 2018. Players miss some games. That's just very rarely do we see somebody play every game. Andrews has been extremely durable. The hip drop tackle got him last year. Nothing you could do about it. That's not an injury-prone player. So I am so glad you brought that up. But if you're discounting Andrews based on an injury-prone narrative, it doesn't exist. Any final word on that?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that Mark Andrews, where he's going right now, tight end 5, early 3rd round in the FFPC, take advantage of it. If you're in a tight end premium format, don't forget our mid-stakes contest, our main event. This is where you can get him cheap and maybe build not only $1 but $2 million teams this year. I love Andrews, tight end premium or not this year. I think there's a lot to be reaping where you can sow him in fantasy drafts this year, Jim, for sure.
Balky, I want you to talk about where people can find you and your work, but I also want you to tell people about how they can get in on these great FFPC drafts because time's ticking.
Yeah, time's ticking. We're only a couple of weeks away from the start of the season. At Eric Balkman, at FFPC on X. MyFFPC is where .com. MyFFPC, MyFFPC.com is where to go. 2 separate $1 million grand prizes in our mid-stakes contest and our main event. And, of course, 2 separate best ball tournaments. We have dynasty startups popping off even in August. If you are wanting to draft fantasy football, you don't want to wait around. There's plenty of leagues for you, and there's less waiting, more drafting over at myffpc.com. If you got $5, we got a league for you there.
Balky, we've had an opportunity to work together on a few occasions now. Always love talking football with you and the team you work with, Farrell and other people I've known. Just keep up the phenomenal work. What you're doing in the high stakes industry definitely is noticed by many and appreciated. Again, thanks for being who you are. Thanks for hanging out with me. Best of luck in the heavy draft season in FFPC, and good luck in your season, Balky.
Thank you so much, Jim. Appreciate it, and I appreciate everything you do as well.
Thanks, my friend. We'll talk soon.
You got it.
Well, this has just been phenomenal. The show is going on. We are a couple hours in at this point. We are going until 10 Eastern. So we got plenty of more time here tonight. So hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves. We are waiting for Colby Conway to come in at the top of the hour. I'm going to go through a little more RotoWire stuff here to make sure we're all set. And if Colby doesn't get here right away, which he will be, I'll talk about some player takes I have as well. Now, earlier I wanted to point out, and we're trying to recycle these so in case people miss them, RotoWire, and you're on this if you're watching us on RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube, recently created this channel. Content goes up every day. Got a full-time video editor, Mason Bazemore. Alan Soslowski kind of is the brainchild behind the entire YouTube channel if you're watching it here. And they've graced me to be on this channel quite a bit. Short videos, a lot of 5 to 8, some up to 10. Anthony Servino's on quite a bit. Other great RotoWire analysts are on here. But if you want that edge, consider liking, subscribing, and clicking notifications. And if you're watching this on Twitter, if you can head over to the Fantasy Football RotoWire page, that would be greatly appreciated. We do have the regular YouTube RotoWire channel that has all the sports. So if that's your bag, you can't go wrong there either, right? And then remember, you can catch RotoWire on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, channel 87. Weeknights, 8 to 10. So Monday through Thursday, you got Jeff Erickson, you got Nick Whalen. Friday nights, 8 to 10 Eastern, you got Joe Bartel and Mario Puig. Saturdays during the preseason, you got 1 to 3 Eastern, myself and Mario Puig. Sunday, 1 to 3, myself and Alan Soslowski. During the regular season, the night shows stay the same. But what we're going to have different is the Sunday. We are going to be on, like last year, Alan Soslowski and myself, game day morning, 9 to 10 Eastern. We are going to go through all the overnight news. We're going to go over player trends. We're going to get you locked and loaded to win on Sunday. And also the Saturday show during the season, it won't be 1 to 3 Eastern. It'll be 2 to 4, myself and Mario Puig. We are very happy that anybody is willing to spend their time hanging out with us. We appreciate you greatly. With that said, my friend Colby Conway comes in. Every year we draft together in the Jim Brown division, the Kings Classic. Colby won the snake draft last year. Phenomenal job creating an amazing team. Colby's with Fantasy Alarm. I'm good friends with the whole team over there. Love Fantasy Alarm. Colby, you find him at Colby R. Conway. Colby, you're going to talk about the Kings Classic draft. So I'm going to wind you up, let you go, maybe interject a question here and there. Welcome aboard.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Glad that you're putting this on, and always love talking with you here. So yeah, obviously I had the pleasure drafting with you in the Kings Classic, as well as 12 other fine folks. And if we're taking a look at the snake draft here, I know we talked about it a little bit out there, and I'll be curious to see if there were some players that you were eyeing up too. But for me, once kind of the first 7 or 8 quarterbacks went off the board, I was pretty much locked in on Jayden Daniels. Call me a sucker for a rookie, because if you look at the starting lineup, there's not 1, but 2 other rookies mixed in there on this team that I've assembled. Maybe I have a little bit of rookie fever, but I just, for some reason, I'm in on the Commanders this year. It could come back to bite me, mainly with Jayden Daniels, could put forth one of the more impressive rookie seasons we've seen from a quarterback with his arm and his legs. And really looking at win totals, I like the Commanders to go over their win total too. I think that defense can keep them in games. And if Jaden Daniels can get the offense moving, no reason they can't go past that win total.
So Jaden Daniels was your pick, and you obviously love the rushing upside. You love the 40 touchdowns, the 4 picks he had in his last year in college. Definitely great there. And I know this, you're talking about the draft, but who do you, I'm hearing the talk today that Jahan Dotson's in the mix for the number 2 role. What the heck's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it's McLaurin and then it's question marks. And that's the one that we're all to guess. It's no different than other ones. In Buffalo, we're guessing who's number 1 or maybe number 2, depending on where you fall on that fence. In Houston, we're asking who's number 1 and then who's number 2. And then I guess by de facto, we know who number 3 is at that point. But yeah, it seems like Dotson's going to move around a little bit and they'll move him around. But ultimately, the bigger questions with Washington, I think from the fantasy perspective, is McLaurin's being drafted pretty much as a wide receiver too. And you hope that he finally has some better quarterback play this year with Jaden Daniels. Dotson comes in at a good value. But ultimately, what tight end is it going to be? Because both of those guys are very affordable. They do not cost a pretty penny whatsoever. Do you take the veteran? Do you go with the rookie? My team says I probably have rookie fever, but Zach Ertz has been going later in drafts, and no knock against the rookie, but Ertz has done it at the highest level. So I think he's the more intriguing one just because he's also cheaper. And I know we default to the cheapness sometimes in fantasy as we get into the later rounds, but Daniels is at no shortage of weapons. That's a long way to say it. I don't know if I can believe in Dotson, but there is enough weapon for Mr. Jaden Daniels.
So while you were drafting, not just the Kings Classic, but other drafts, who are some players you came out with, and tell us why you like those players?
Yeah, I mean, Jaden Daniels is one of them. I stuck true to my word. And then the other ones too, the snake draft was actually really how I wanted to go with running back position this year. And I'm going to get 2 in the first 3 to 5 rounds. That's what I wanted. And for me, I got Travis Etienne Jr., Joe Mixon. I guess I'm staying in the AFC South with those 2 running backs. And I said it at the Fantasy Football Expo, and I'll say it again. There's a very real chance with Etienne and Joe Mixon. By season's end, I have 2 of the 6 running backs with the most touches on the year. There's a clear path. Tank Bigsby, I don't care. They can want to get him involved. It's not going to happen. Etienne's going to get close to 20 a game. And then we saw it last year. Dameon Pierce struggled. And then we're having a legitimate conversation about the RB2 in Houston being Dameon Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, or Cam Akers. If that doesn't instill more confidence in Joe Mixon's workload, I don't even know what to tell you. And I'm the Texans fan. RB2 is a serious question. Joe Mixon is, I mean, I don't think it's crazy to think he'll have more games with 20 touches this year in games than he doesn't.
You know, Colby, when we talk about Joe Mixon, he's averaged 303 touches the last 3 years. He's a compiler, and there's nothing wrong with that. For fantasy football, give me a compiler all day long. Over 50 catches a year the last few years. And last year, Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary caught 43 passes. So Mixon catching 50 again, not a stretch at all. Obviously very good at the goal line. And if this Texans offense is as good as we think it's going to be, they're going to score a lot of points. And if you're scoring a lot of points and you're, among other things, the goal line back, you're going to be pretty busy. So Joe Mixon, he's very affordable. 4th round of most 12-team drafts, about where he's going. And then you mentioned Travis Etienne. Like you said, he should get a lot of touches. I was a little surprised after their bye, he went from, I believe it was like 17 carries game down to 12.9. They don't have anybody, but he still had exceptional volume last year. And like you said, who else are you going to turn to? And this coaching staff has to know they are all fired if they screw up again. And what's their path? It's not putting Tank Bigsby or Dearness Johnson on the field or Jawar Jordan. No, it's the wrong. Yeah, they're not. That's not the path to success. It's Georgia, wrong team. I was thinking Joe Mixon. Sorry, kind of crossed up there. But anyway, with the Jags, you're right. You can get a lot of touches. What were you looking at receiver wise?
Yeah, with receivers, I knew it being at the back end of the first round, the plan was going to be ETN in the beginning part of the second round. That was going to be the plan. So I was hoping for the wide receiver early. Garrett Wilson was the one I wanted. Of the guys that were remaining on the board, he was the one that I thought had a path to a wide receiver 1 overall campaign in 2024. Do I actually think he gets there? I don't think I'd make that bet, but he has a path to it. The workload's going to be there. He's going to get plenty of targets. Aaron Rodgers tends to have a guy. And we've seen it with Devontae Adams. How many times have you had a Green Bay running back and you're at the 3-yard line, Rodgers takes the step back, you think it's going to hand off, and it's the little quick slant to Devontae Adams for an easy touchdown? How many times has that happened? Garrett Wilson is his new guy there, so he was a receiver there. And then ultimately, Marquise Brown was the second one I took. That was before the sternoclavicular injury that he had. It sounds like it might only take 2 to 3 weeks to open the year, so hopefully he's back week 4, week 5 for him. And then Keon Coleman, that was the Buffalo receiver I'm kind of hitching my wagon to a little bit. He's got to separate a little bit more. There were some posts on X coming out today that he struggled to separate a little bit, but it's early. He's a rookie. It takes time for some of these guys, but ultimately a potential wide receiver 1 for Josh Allen has been lucrative for fantasy in the past.
Honestly, Colby, he may not need to be a separator. He's a bigger body dude. So realistically, Josh Allen is a cannon for an arm. And a lot of times these big boundary receivers, they're not about separation. They're about being available and just getting it to their hands. And so I think you're onto it because I think people are putting too much stock in the separation idea. Not all receivers are separators. Like Mike Williams was never a great separator, but yet Mike Evans isn't the greatest separator in the world either. But guess what? They're big, they're strong, and they can catch the ball at the catch point. And at the end of the day, that's really what matters. Now, you had mentioned Aaron Rodgers, who is now with the Jets, but I had a question from Charlene. I just want to see what you think about this. Green Bay receivers. Christian Watson got the hamstrings looked at. Apparently, they were 20% difference. Now they're 10 to 12, and he's hoping to get them to 8%. We're working with the doctors, get them closer. We know Jaden Reed was very good last year, but he was a slot receiver, and he's often out when there's 2 receiver sets. Romeo Doubs had like 97 targets, but the yards were only about 700. Almost 14% of his catches were touchdowns. Hard to sustain that. Dontavian Wicks looks electric. Who do you trust? Do you trust any of them?
Trust is a strong word, but the way I kind of look at it is Christian Watson, I think that is a first or worst pick. If he pops off, you might win your league. And if he's Christian Watson of 2023 or 2022, you might be in a little bit of trouble. When I look at the Green Bay receivers, the way it comes down to is Jaden Reed is the one who actually gets plays drawn up for him. They use him and try to get the football in his hands. That is somebody I want. And in terms of Romeo Doubs, he's the one that tends to not leave the field. You got to be out there to get stats. Last I checked, you catch the ball on the sidelines on an overthrow at 0 points in fantasy. So for me, Jaden Reed's my top one. Then I'm actually in terms of value, actually leaning Romeo Doubs even over Christian Watson. I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm not a doctor. I have no clue what to make of the differing hamstrings and what the percentages mean. Is 8 to 10 even like normal? Is that
close to normal?
normal?
It's close to normal. It's much closer to normal. Yeah. Apparently the league dumped a bunch of money into Stanford University to research recurring hamstrings. And what they found was if you can identify the hamstrings that are not close to each other, that tends to be the problem. Now we have no concrete proof that it'll work, but apparently, like I said, the testing showed. So at least there's that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I am definitely not smarter than anybody who goes to Stanford, but
No,
I don't think I'm not going to be drafting someone who's going through this the first time as the data is coming in. I'll stay on the other side of that fence.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's definitely a lot of variables here. Draft cost is somewhat palatable, but it's still somewhat aggressive. There are other receivers you can get. You can get Jackson Smith and Jigba in that part of the draft. Colby, got about a minute left. Why don't you tell everybody where they can find you, where you can find your work, and what you got going on?
Absolutely. Over on X at Colby R. Conway. And then for the 2024 fantasy football season, you can find my writing over at Fantasy Alarm, at Fantasy in Frames, and Big Guy Fantasy Sports.
Make sure you update those on your X profile. I wasn't even aware you had so much more going on because you got to keep up with Colby Conway. The dude knows his stuff. Won the Kings Classic Jim Brown division last year. Colby, always love seeing you, love drafting with you. Good seeing you at the Expo every year. We'll certainly have you on some shows in the future, as I always do. Keep in touch. And again, thanks for hanging out with me today.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, Jim.
All right. We'll talk soon. Well, we're going to be next. Oh, we got guests coming up still. We're just getting into this thing, the RotoWire Fantasy Football Marathon, getting you ready for those fantasy football drafts. We know a lot of you have been drafting for a long time, but a lot of people jumping into the fray. A lot of people are just getting into those big single drafts, family, friends, and we are here to give you as much expert analysis as we can. Just having fun tonight. Now, remember, we've launched on RotoWire. If you're betting a little bit or player props, the RotoWire Picks app. It offers recommendations and predictions for fantasy pick'em and player props on platforms like PrizePicks, BetMGM, and more, covering just about every sport. It's free to download on Apple and Android. You could sign up within the app for a subscription to unlock all the features. If you're an existing RotoWire subscriber, you get instant full access to your login. You can check it out now by searching RotoWire Picks in the App Store. Also, more betting. If you're betting on the NFL this season, there's a better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick 'em tickets across the leading sports books and fantasy sites. You could check out rotowire.com/mybets. That'll allow you to monitor all your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more with one secure location in My Bets. And if you're betting, you want that data. You want to have a realistic data as to how things are going along with your winning and losing, so you have a fair understanding of where you're at. Albert's in the house. Hello. A lot of great people here. Thank you for hanging out with us. I am excited to bring in a person that I am on the air with regularly on weekends. James Adams. Missed you at the Expo this year. Missed that Bengals tail, but I see it over your shoulder. So you are definitely rolling. And James Adams is with Dan Klaskins. They work together right before my show. They're on Sirius XM on the weekends. What time is that show, James, every weekend?
We are the 2 hours before you. So we are most weeks 11 to 1, Saturday and Sunday. It's kind of flipped around a little bit with drafts and stuff, but usually we are 11 to 1 preseason Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah, it is really can't miss radio. Like I said, I often will post my show and I'll tell people, go listen to these guys early. These guys are excellent. Not just Bengal fans, but they know it all. You follow James at James Adams 94. James, excited to have you on here. We're goal today. We're going to talk an early, a middle, and a late round quarterback to target. I'm going to let you chop away. We'll go one at a time. Maybe I can do a follow-up question, and then we'll see what you got cooking. What's an early quarterback you like this year?
So if I'm being completely honest, I am a wait on quarterback kind of guy, but that doesn't mean I do not have an answer for you. I might have a couple answers for you. If we're going early at quarterback, the guy that I'm looking for is Patrick Mahomes. In some best balls that I've done earlier in the year, I was able to get in the 4th round Travis Kelce, in the 5th round Patrick Mahomes, put that stack together in some of these best balls that were 1st and 2nd round picks a year ago and have them with a running back and 2 receivers or whatever your 3 combo is before that. The reason I like Patrick Mahomes is, yes, he had a down year a year ago. There's no question about it. But if you go back and kind of follow dynasty rankings from a few years ago and even redraft rankings, but, dynasty is kind of where my brain goes to when you look back in years. Patrick Mahomes has always been in the upper echelon with Josh Allen. We've had Justin Herbert. We have Jalen Hurts now. Frankly, we've had Lamar Jackson, maybe even Joe Burrow in the conversation. Patrick Mahomes has always been in that conversation. He stays healthy. I think the offense delivers a little more with the passing game. I'd like this answer better before Hollywood Brown got hurt.
Right.
But if I'm going early, it's Mahomes. My homer answer is I'm waiting a little bit, and if I'm taking still, a top 10 quarterback, I have a ton of shares of Joe Burrow right now in best ball, but a little worried about his right tackle situation. And to be fair, as big of a homer as I am, he's injury prone. He's been hurt a couple years in a row, or not in a row, but you get the idea. He was hurt badly his rookie year. He missed a ton of time last year. So 2 of these 4 years we were looking to get big things from him. The injury got him and his year stopped.
James, as you bring this up, got to segue off here because I want you to answer this question. So T. Higgins hasn't always been on the field. There have been games a couple of years ago where he was active, but then barely played. And with the consistency, he hasn't had, I believe, an 1,100-yard season right around there. Hasn't really cracked that. Hasn't cracked like 111 targets. Again, there's been missed time. And Jamar Chase, great player. The big games since his rookie year haven't really been there. Too high shells to come over. You notice he torched NFC teams when he played them. And I always think when you study film on Chase, if you haven't seen him on the field, you don't really get the speed. The AFC teams have kind of gotten that. He's still a dynamic superstar, but he hasn't had all those crazy pop games. And then you mentioned Burrow with the injuries. What are you doing with this trio?
I'm taking Jamar Chase where he falls to me, but I certainly look at him behind Lamb and Hill. I think he's in that next mix with St. Brown, maybe Jefferson, A.J. Brown. He's in that tier of guys. I'm starting to wonder if I like Breece Hall better than I like Jamar Chase. It's easy when I've been doing $5 best balls to go, who day, I'm a homer. But when I start to get into these $300 FPC, KFFSC drafts, man, I don't know. I had a Southern Bluegrass last night, and I was able to you bid on your draft pick. I got the 2, took Tyreek Hill, and didn't think about the Bengals.
Important note.
Now, when it comes to the other guys too, Burrow, his draft price, I think it fits right now where it's okay. And I think the same thing is true with T. Higgins too. And truly, in any of these best balls, I have more of those two than I do Chase because the draft cost is less.
Yeah, because last year and the year before, I believe Higgins was around wide receiver 18-ish, maybe a little earlier. Now,
late second.
Right, late second. And now about wide receiver 31 as per Fantasy Mojo ADP last couple of days. That is significant discount. And if he could put a season of health together, and if Burrow could put together a season of health, we could finally see that season, and it would be at the discounted price, which would be very, very good. Now, James, when you mentioned Joe Burrow earlier, was he your middle quarterback, or did you have a different one? I just want to make sure I don't overstep.
Not really. I mean, I think if I'm looking in the middle right now, I'm looking at Brock Purdy. He's kind of going on the swing of QB1, QB2. If I'm waiting and he's my QB1, I'm totally cool with it. Even if he were to lose Ayuk somehow in a trade deal, he still has the same receiver. He still has 2 other great receivers in Kittle, not a receiver, a tight end, but then also Debo. And you've also got to deal with the receiving game that you got at Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. Then does Brock Purdy now with the last year of the offseason, he didn't necessarily, he may have had his own confidence, but there was a lot of chatter whether or not he was still the guy. Now there is no question about that. Maybe he takes that next step. If he doesn't, his draft price is good anyway.
Yeah, that's really, he's a boring pick, but a really high floor. And there's a lot to be said for those big floor games because that offense, look, their offensive line, besides Trent Williams, and we're worried about him, whether he's reporting, but the rest of that line hasn't been good. Purdy makes good decisions. He understands the offense and gets the ball out quickly to dynamic playmakers. We can't argue with that. Is there a late round option you like at quarterback?
There is. And I just want to piggyback on something you said about floor really quick. Cause I know Darius Slate and Tyler Boyd, they're guys I'm taking late in fantasy best ball drafts because they offer floor, offer floor. And there's something to be said for not, I know I'm not going to get 1,200 yards from Darius Slayton, but I'm probably going to get 700 yards and maybe 5 touchdowns. And if that happens on the right bye weeks, man, that's going to fill in. And Tyler Boyd, the same thing now with DeAndre Hopkins hurt. I always felt like he was kind of a handcuff in Cincinnati to either Higgins or Chase. I think he's the same thing to either Ridley or Hopkins. And that's actually what makes Will Levis my answer to the late round quarterback that I like, because I don't think that's a very good team defensively. Levis has the big arm. They're going to take chances. I think there's a ton of chance for fantasy upside, even though it doesn't necessarily mean great NFL play. And I think he gets the benefit of some receiving work from his running backs too. In the preseason game, the first one they had, it was a little weird how much of the running back volume there was early. That may be a coaching preference, but I don't know that they're going to have that choice in the second half of a lot of games against the Colts, the Jags, the Texans, and anyone else too, frankly.
James, the last question is going to be unrelated to fancy, but very related to the Bengals. So when Burrow's been healthy over the last few years, when he's been there, he's been a thorn in Patrick Mahomes' side. They have been a very toe-to-toe team. The Bengals could beat them obviously in the past. Now, the defense last year really, really slipped. And I am worried because when they have to pay players, they lost a lot of infrastructure. And the DJ Reader loss really hurts. And I know it's not about stopping the run in the NFL, but with all the other problems they had, and he actually, like DJ Reader, could collapse the pocket. So he actually offered them some internal pass rush, which really works with Hendrickson well. Hendrickson's not happy, but I assume he's going to be fine. What are your thoughts on the Bengals this year competing with the Chiefs and others? But of course, the Chiefs are the standard.
The defense played really good the year they went to the Super Bowl. And the defense was pretty good the year they went to the AFC title game, too. In fact, not even pretty good. They dominated Buffalo on their way to the AFC title game that they lost to the Chiefs. The defense is not what it was, and there's certainly some room for concern when it comes to that. But this is an offensive-dominated league in the NFL, and I think when Joe Burrow's healthy, the Bengals can compete with anybody. And it isn't about Joe Burrow's talent. It's about in between here. There are certain people that just have it. You can't describe it. I've been a Bengals fan for a long time. Andy Dalton was cool. Carson Palmer was cool. They didn't have it. The last time I saw it in Cincinnati was Boomer Esiason. The last person I've really seen in the NFL that had that I mean, right now it's probably Patrick Mahomes, but Tom Brady, was he an incredibly talented player? You know, like Joe Burrow doesn't have the biggest arm in the world, but he is so dedicated to the craft. He hits his spot when he throws the ball. He has all of the mental game together. And I don't mean the confidence, but knowing it, the mental reps, along with just that it factor, the swagger, whatever it is, he has it and it rubs off. And you can see it on the field clear as day. And a lifelong suffering Bengals fan who's begging Willie Anderson to get into the Hall of Fame, but he may not get there because of the team he played on. Joe Burrow has it. And when he is on the field with it, they compete with anybody.
James, phenomenal stuff. Remind people where they can find you, where they can find your work. Remind them when the XM show is, because you guys just do phenomenal work.
Fantastics Insider Football. You can catch myself and Dan Klaskins. Go to insiderfootball.com and you can check out a free trial of our software, which has all of our rankings, and it's very malleable to different scoring systems as well. I'm a big fan of it. We're on SiriusXM 11 to 1 Eastern on Saturday and Sunday. We are the show. We are the appetizer for Jim Coventry, the main. Sorry, I live near Covington, the city. Jim Coventry, the main event at 1 o'clock. So Eastern time, of course. We are 11 to 1 a.m. Eastern.
I prefer to call it co-main events. That's better for me. And I get to have the headphones on while you and Dan Kless are going at it. And I always love listening to your show. James, keep up the great work. Appreciate you greatly in your time. Have a very successful season, but I know we'll talk soon.
Jim, sorry me and the tail missed you.
I know. That's right. You're going to bring some tail next year to the Fantasy Football Expo.
I hope to be back.
Love it. Bye, James.
Thanks, buddy.
Again, we're about halfway through the marathon. After Justin Fensterman, will be halfway through exactly. 2.5 hours in, 2.5 to go. But don't worry, there's more tomorrow. We'll be back on Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern. We're going to get over 50 people in the house here. We're going to get you ready for those late fantasy football drafts. You are going to get the fantasy knowledge from as many great experts as possible. And if you notice, I'm playing it smart. I'm not giving a lot of my takes. Let's bring these smart people in and let's listen to all of them. One last thing before we bring Justin Fensterman in. It's a challenge. Again, every commissioner has scheduling the best date for your draft. It could be very problematic. We deal with that in RotoWire house leagues all the time. So how do you get agreement on the date? Very simple. You go to our scheduling tool, RotoWire. It's free. RotoWire.com/scheduler. And then what you do is each of the players in your league, they'll click yes for a certain date. You have all the dates you want there, no or maybe. And then it allows you to come to some consensus and get those drafts set. Also, if you're looking ready to get ready for your draft quickly, you want an in-season edge, you can check out the RotoWire site. Free trial, no credit card needed. Just go to rotowire.com/Jim. You can see our rankings, our articles, everything we have for 2 days. Again, no credit card needed. Oh, it's an exciting part of the show. I got to see Justin Fensterman in Canton, Ohio. Got to do some Sirius XM with him. Got to work with him. Got to just see all the goodness. One of the best, nicest people you will ever know. You find him at Fensty Sports. He's with Fantasy Guru site. He's a host on Sirius XM Fantasy. I listened to both of your Saturday and Sunday shows on the XM app on my drive home. It was a pleasure. Fensty, you're going to talk some auction strategy today. What do you got for us?
Well, Jim, it's great to be with you, and it was great having a lot of fun hanging with you at the Expo. It was like one of the first times in a long time where we got to kind of sidebar chat for a little bit here because, Jim, you're working the room, which is what we all should be doing at the Fantasy Football Expo. We should be all looking to meet everybody and shouldn't be in cliques or anything. And I felt there was just so much love and camaraderie. Bob Lung does an excellent event. Now, Jim, when I was looking at the topics and seeing, because, you know, everybody wants to be unique and everything like that. So I saw my buddy Joe Dolan come on before wanting to do auction strategy. So, and I picked it first, by the way.
You did.
I did. But I thought maybe with Joe, I didn't get to see his interview with you, but I thought maybe I could switch it up and do a little auction bidding strategy with you.
I love it. And Joe basically focused on quarterbacks.
Okay.
That was what he had time for. So whatever you want to talk about the auctions, we're always, because we all need to learn and we all need to hear from different people. And so whatever you're going to, but quarterbacks, and even if you would probably have a different approach than Joe had. So whatever you were going to roll with, I think it's going to be different and beneficial, but I'm going to let you roll and I might have some follow-up questions.
Sure. So let's talk about what it's like being in the actual auction. This is something that can't be measured by numbers. This is the psychological impact of fantasy football or even fantasy sports drafting, Jim. When we're in there, it can be very stressful. It can be very high energy, but your brain can essentially leave your head, metaphorically speaking, and you lose control. Well, I have thought of over the ways as someone that tends to stress out pretty regularly about things that I probably shouldn't stress out about. I figured out a way to keep myself stress-free, in control, and not forcing myself to bid on players just to bid on the players, Jim.
That is such a smart idea, right? Because we get caught up in the fun, the wildness of it. And all of a sudden, we saw people at the Kings Classic throw out a bid on a player, didn't want the player, nobody else bid. Guess what? Right. All of a sudden, I got a player I don't want. So that's a very important element. Fensty, I view auctions like a poker game. Instead of cards, you have players. But instead of throwing money in the pot, you're bidding dollars. But you're reading people. Any thoughts on that?
Yes. So with that, it's harder to read people naturally. Like, Jim, you just did a live auction. So it's easier to see people's reactions and how they jump. Maybe if they like a player or not, you could start studying them. Behind a computer screen, which is what most of us are doing, we can't do that. So what you can do, though, is you can watch how people bid. You can see who's not even bidding at all. And now, Jim, there's one thing right there that I advise people not to do is don't wait for at least an hour or hour 15 into your auction just to bid, just so you can say, hey, I have my full budget. I have the hammer. I can now control the game, because then you've got people that still have high max bids that are going to make you overpay for every player. And plus, if you wait that long, you'll likely put yourself out of the first two tiers of both running back and wide receiver. And in an auction where we have more control over our team's destiny than snake drafts stink compared to auctions. Yes. Auctions should be the way. And I know I'm probably one of the few that will say that. It takes longer to complete, but if I can have more control over my team's destiny and being able to get 2 first-round caliber talents on my same squad, I want Lamb and McCaffrey on the same team, will cost a lot, but I could balance it out later and I can get that. I can't get that in a snake draft, Jim. So that's why, for me, just waiting to bid, you're not being smart. You're not fooling your league. You're putting yourself in a bad position and locking yourself in a corner of overvaluation.
Now, Fancy, there's different sizes of leagues. In a 10-team league, I think it's almost easy to go to stars and scrubs approach because there's only 10 teams. And there are a lot of players that obviously in bigger leagues would be stacked up. You could get like quality low-price players. 12, obviously, the bigger the league, the thinner it gets, and the more starting positions. So how does somebody go about preparing for an auction in terms of how am I going to do this?
So you can try to do mock auctions, mock draft, and this is where with auctions it's a little bit tougher because the computers that you're going to be mock auctioning against, you don't know what the median is. You don't know when those numbers were taken of a median value of a certain player. So that's where you have to be careful, for instance. So, but what you could do is you can use it almost as a barometer just to see where players are going. And with that right there, you just had the Kings Classic, which you could find those grids all over the internet. And yes, it was a 14-teamer, but you can see which players are going for lower values in that league, which means you are going to be getting nice value in a 12-team leagues, which to me is the standard for the casual fantasy player. Jim, what I do is I take a list of players that I am targeting. I put my own valuation on maybe a list of, I want to say 10 to 12 players, and that's it. Those players right there, Jim, I am going to put a +5 next to them. I have this desk easel right here. So during my auction, I'm sure I've shown you this before, I want to be able to see that I've got other options. I want to be able to have that confidence when I'm in the heat of the moment to place that extra $1 or $2 bid on a player that I want. Seeing is believing. When I have it in front of me, then I know I'm comfortable. And you have to go after players that you want. Screw ADP, screw the median of average. Go after the players you want. You'll make up for it later because there's a lot of low-end wide receiver 2s on teams and all of the wide receiver 3s that go for $1, but you don't think about that at the beginning.
I love it. You brought the visual aids in here, but in your auction, it's important to have that, whether you're using, your phone, your laptop, or you're using paper. It's important to have these things documented out because auctions are emotional. However you want to qualify emotional, it could be excitement. There could be buying frenzies, but when you have that document, that hard document that you can refer to, it could put a bit of discipline. Fancy puts a +5 on the players that he's looking at because that allows for that emotional edge to be contained ahead of time. So talk a little more about the emotional nature of bidding.
Sure. So when you're in a bidding war with somebody right there, that's where you can start reading how they're bidding. Now, if you want the player, you have to change the game. If Jim and I are going back and forth and now the rest of the field is cleared, it's just us two going after a top-end talent like a Jamar Chase, for instance. If Jim's going up $1 and I'm going up $1, well, if I really want the player, I'm going to switch it up. I am going to go $2 or even $3 higher. So Jim goes, whoa, okay, he just went up $3. Now, do I go up more? It puts a pause in your opponent's brain and it makes them hesitate. And he who hesitates or she who hesitates is lost, Jim, when it comes to that point. And that's why you got to change up the bidding flow. If you're waiting until the final second to then put the extra dollar and then it goes back to Jim and he's waiting 9 seconds and we're playing chicken like that. If I want the player, Jim, the second you put it back to me, boom, I'm going back up $1. Ball's back in your court. Again, switching up the flow. It's like a game of basketball. You change the game flow, then all of a sudden the defense has to realign. When you're in the heat of bidding one-on-one, you have to change it up so that your opponent hesitates and thinks about it. And then they're thinking and hesitating, and you get the player for maybe a lower dollar amount. Make them uncomfortable.
Fensty, it's funny you said that during the Kings Classic, and these are some seasoned auctioneers, and I had done that once. There was one player was going fast and furious, and there were two of us left, and I did the $2 up, and all of a sudden crickets. Now maybe that was the end of the rope for that person. They weren't going to go there, but maybe you're right. That extra dollar bid, it just throws someone off. And if you know you're going to go a few dollars more, don't necessarily, like Fancy said, make the automatic just 1, 1, 1. Try to just mess with somebody a little bit because getting people uncomfortable is a big part of this. Fancy, that's some very, very insightful auction advice. And not a lot of people do auctions, but more people try them. You will have so much fun. If you can do an in-person one, it's the best. Online is fine too. But Fancy just showed you a lot of great tips. Fancy, I want you to tell people where they can find you and your work. You can't miss out on Fancy.
You can find me on X and also on Instagram at Fensty Sports, FENSTY Sports. Also, catch all of my work at fantasyguru.com, lead NBA over there, and also do a lot of football work for them as well. And you can hear me popping in and out at various time slots at this point at SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. And once the football season starts, I will be, like you, Jim, likely, like you have been at least, part of the game day programming, except, Jim, I'm moving to the nights this year, my friends. So if you're where you are, let's just say if you guys are back there, you're going to be leading off on the mornings there or leading the mornings. I'm going to be handling the nights. So I'm just happy to be on and getting ready to talk some football with everyone.
The night shows are amazing because you get to recap the day, and everybody wants that instant analysis because waivers are coming up. The excitement of the day is coming up. So, Fancy, you were on the mornings in the past, and I always had my headphones on, get ready for my show. I got to listen to you, and at the time it was Fabs, and I just loved listening to you guys. It was a great start to the day, and then I got to step in and do a little bit of my thing. But this year, Fancy's on in the evenings, and remember just what time your evening show is going to be?
8 p.m. Eastern.
8 p.m. Eastern. And follow him at Fensty Sports. Fensty, appreciate you. Can't wait to work with you in the future. And good luck to the start of the season.
Jim, you're amazing and a 101 salt of the earth. And thank you so much for being you and for having me.
Appreciate you, Fensty. We'll talk soon, my friend.
For sure.
We're continuing on here, and RotoWire has the coolest draft kit app in the industry. We have an amazing tech team, a bunch of full-timers that are just top level tech people. They provide you a second to none draft experience. You could download the RotoWire draft kit app to get access to our player projections, custom rankings, industry standard player news and notes. Check it out before draft day and see why it's the #1 paid app in the App Store every August. Also, if you happen to be watching the show on RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube, we have a great regular YouTube channel with all the sports. But if you're just learning about the fantasy football only channel, we'd love you to give it a like, subscribe, and click notifications. But we think you'll love coming over here. We have a full-time video editor, Mason Bazemore. Alan Soslowski kind of leads the charge of setting this up. Our hosts are on here. You're going to love it. And with that said, we're bringing in another one of the RotoWire greats. We have Nick Whalen. You follow him. I'm going to spell this. W-H-A-1-E-N. It's Whalen, but the L is a 1. Nick, I love that name, but it's always so hard to quantify it. Now, Nick is obviously with RotoWire, the gambling group. He is Monday through Thursday on the Sirius XM channel 87. 8 to 10 Eastern. You don't want to miss that show. Nick's also on the NBA channel. And Nick, you're going to talk about futures bets, and you've been really big into the gambling, been doing good work with Circa. Nick, what do we need to know about what's going on with the gambling market for futures bets?
Well, what you need to know, Jim, is that the futures market is basically unlimited at this point. I mean, it's expanded to an insane degree, with the proliferation of online sports books over the last few years. And you can find just about anything you want, right? You go over to the DraftKings Sportsbook, for example, and you can pick your own win total, right? The odds now adjust for whatever win total you like. That's not just one set number. So we'll get into a couple of those, but I'll talk about as many as I can here, Jim, while I got the floor. One that I've really honed in on the last couple of days here, and I actually did a video for this. You can get it right now over at the Circus Sportsbook. Garrett Wilson, season-long receiving yardage prop, Jim, 1,100.5 yards. It's -115 either way. I love the over here. Love the over, right? And we're talking futures market. I want to be handing out overs. Wilson went over this number as a rookie in 2022 on just 83 catches. That, I will remind you, Jim, was a Jets team quarterbacked by Zach Wilson, Joe Flacco before he returned to being good, Mike White, and we even saw Chris Streveler. Chris Streveler started a game for the Jets. I remember watching that game. That was against my Jaguars. Last season, Jets quarterback play was even worse. They finished with the third fewest passing yards in the NFL. That was Wilson, Tim Boyle, Trevor Siemian. Wilson still found a way to catch 95 passes, 1,042 yards, even more target volume, 168 targets last year for Garrett Wilson. And look, say what you will about a 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers. He is a massive, massive, massive upgrade over all those names I just mentioned. 13 healthy seasons for Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Those are the seasons in which he played at least 15 games. He had a receiver go over this number 11 times in that span. And even in his last season in Green Bay, Jim, when it felt like we started to see him decline, everything kind of fell off, he threw for just under 3,700 yards. The Jets have had one 3,700-yard passer in the last 23 seasons. That was Ryan Fitzpatrick. So
wow,
as long as the Jets could keep Aaron Rodgers upright this season, I think this is a smash spot, right? I mean, if Mike Williams is healthy, yeah, maybe he eats into that target share a little bit, but this is Garrett Wilson's receiving core, man.
Nick, before you go on, even if Tyrod Taylor plays games, Tyrod Taylor is better than Zach Wilson and all the guys they had last year. So I think Garrett Wilson could make that number even if Tyrod Taylor started 8 games. Your thoughts on that?
I wouldn't feel as good about it, but it's possible. Yeah. I mean, I think Tyrod Taylor, even at his worst, is on par with all those names that I just mentioned. He's an upgrade over Zach Wilson. Bad Tyrod Taylor is an upgrade over the version of Tim Boyle that we saw last season. I mean, the Jets were really for most of the year. How many times did you turn on a Jets game and it just felt like they were almost playing defense on offense, if that makes sense, right? It's just like, all right, like don't mess it up. Don't throw a pick six. Don't fumble the ball here. Like, let's just get out. Let's punt. Let's try to pin them deep. We'll see if we can get an interception. Maybe we can get in good field goal position. The Jets aren't going to have to play that way this season. And it's amazing to me that they won 7 games last year. I have no idea how that happened, but as you can guess, I'm pretty high on the upside for this New York offense, assuming Aaron Rodgers can stay healthy.
Now, before Nick gets to a second one, write that down, the Garrett Wilson over on the yardage. There's no sure things, but this seems 75, 80th percentile of hitting, which is a super high rate. Anything, injuries, not that can happen. But Nick is really, really good on finding that one. Nick, give us another one.
I like the Buffalo Bills under 10.5 wins, Jim. I do. And you're starting to see some 9.5s out there for Buffalo as well. But you can still find it at 10.5. Again, you could go to somewhere like DraftKings and just set your own number. The Bills had to scratch and claw their way to 11 wins a year ago. 5 straight wins to end the year. This was a team and an offense that fell dead in the water midway through the season. They lose Stephon Diggs. Yeah, you bring in Keon Coleman. I'm excited about what he could be long term, but this is essentially a brand new receiving core for Josh Allen. I mean, you're asking a lot of Khalil Shakur to go from kind of this bit player who showed a lot of flashes to, hey, you might have to be the number 1 receiver in an offense that wants to win the Super Bowl this year. You know, you're asking a lot of Keon Coleman to just kind of step in and replace Stephon Diggs. And it's not only Diggs, it's Gabe Davis as well. You know, I wrote some notes on this even before today, Jim, and they lost Matt Milano for what essentially could be almost the entire regular season, right? Torn bicep. For Matt Milano. And this is a defense that already took a step back, had a ton of injuries, a ton of attrition last season. And Matt Milano's the heart of this defense. Like, if you want one guy out there, it's him. So this adds, you know, even more concern to me about this Bills season. I'm a little surprised, you know, that they haven't been more aggressive trying to add a veteran to that wide receiver core. I just don't think that's going to happen at this point. And, you know, another thing that's really important, Jim, and it's tough this time of year before we actually see these teams on the field, but you have to evaluate the schedule. Not only do the Bills have a very difficult in-division schedule, 2 games against the Jets, 2 games against the Miami Dolphins. Yeah, maybe you get 2 layups against the Patriots. Their out-of-division schedule, Jim, includes the Jaguars, the Ravens, the Texans, the Chiefs, the Niners, the Rams, and the Lions. That is brutal.
Man, and you know, Milano is a great coverage guy. Your tight end, your running back out of the backfield. He is like a massive weapon. And like you said, it's going to be much of the season. They're hoping for December. Well, guess what? It's not really helping your win total. One last thing. James Cook last year had over 1,500 yards. But did you know in the last 7 games, because of all the heavy usage, 2.64 yards per carry in the last 7 games. He couldn't handle a big workload. And defenses, Stephon Diggs, even if he was on the slide, required 2 defenders. He's gone. You mentioned their ordinary set, group of players. Defenses are going to be moving way up this year, and they're going to buy Spy Allen. Just a great call on that too. The Bills are a team. They have a great name recognition. They have a great number of years of history, but you are probably well onto them going under that total. We got time for one more. Nick, go ahead.
All right, this is one that I've been batting around, and you might have to kind of search to find this one. I know it is available at circa 18-1. The Houston Texans to be the last undefeated team in the NFL this season. So, you know, look, Kansas City, Baltimore, obviously those to me are better teams. They're more established teams. They have tougher schedules early on. There's some really
play each other in week 1.
They play each other in week 1. Kansas City has Cincinnati, I believe, in week 2. I mean, that's not an easy game. The 49ers, yeah, they're a good bet. You know, if they beat the Jets in week 1, they have a pretty nice runway here, but they're extremely banged up. There's a lot of negativity right now around this Niners team. And I also just don't love the price at plus 450. If I'm throwing in a future, I want to get a little bit more value. Houston at 18-1. They're the only team, Jim, that is favored in the first 6 games of their season, other than the 49ers. They're the only team in the AFC that can say that. They play the Colts, the Bears, the Vikings, the Jaguars, who they get at home, and the Bills, who they get at home. And then they get the Patriots in week 6. Look at the quarterbacks that they're facing in that mix. I mean, you're getting Anthony Richardson making his, really his like 3rd real start in the NFL, coming off of a long injury absence. You're getting Caleb Williams making his 2nd career NFL start. You're getting Sam Darnold in week 3. Trevor Lawrence, I'm not going to say a bad thing about him as a Jaguars fan. Josh Allen, that's a tough game. But again, you get that at home. And then you're getting Jacoby Brissett or Drake May in week 6. So I think if they can make it through that 2-game stretch against the Jags and the Bills, there's a path here to Houston opening the season 6-0. And then that week 7 game, they do go on the road at Green Bay. That's the first time as of right now that they're an underdog, but they're a slight underdog. You'll see that one at 1.5, 2 in favor of the Packers. That's obviously a winnable game for Houston. So I think this is kind of a bargain right now at 18-1.
That's a great call. And like I said, 18-1, that's important. In futures bets, you got to wait. But when you're getting odds like that, of course, you're not putting the mortgage on it, but putting a good solid bet on it, it's a good chance of hitting. I like the way you did your research on that too, looking at the potential schedules and those younger quarterbacks. There is merit to that. There is a learning curve often in the league. And Houston, 2nd year of DeMeco Ryans. So we can't forget that defensively. Defensively, they're going to be better. He couldn't do everything he wanted, acclimating new players to his scheme. That they're going to be flying around this year, and they're going to play with more leads than they used to, and that's going to be a really, really big point. Nick Whalen, remind everybody all the great things you got going on and where people can keep up with you and your work.
Well, like you said earlier, it is at Whalen on Twitter, but the L is a 1. This was a decision that I made a long time ago. It's one that I've come to regret for situations like this. It looks great written out. It's really hard to decipher and kind of say aloud. So that's my bad. But WHA1EN is where you can find me on Twitter. I host our flagship show on Sirius XM with Jeff Erickson. I'll be doing that in 15 minutes on Sirius XM Fantasy Channel 87. That is 7 to 9 my time, Central. Monday through Thursday. And once NBA season rolls around, Jim, like you said, we'll be back on NBA radio, myself and Alex Barutha 5 days a week, the RotoWire NBA show. We talk betting, we talk fantasy, we get you set for the NBA slate each night.
Nick, podcasts and things too. Why don't you go ahead and give that a quick shot too?
Well, as we all know, the RotoWire Fantasy Football Pod, I'll be on every Monday with Jeff Erickson. We'll be doing, the big comprehensive recap from each week, telling you what you need to know in the fantasy world. We'll be doing a ton of video content throughout the year as well. We'll be talking pickups. We'll be talking starts. We'll be talking sits. We'll do all kinds of bonus videos throughout the year. And I'll be on the RotoWire Sports Betting Podcast every week with my guy, John McKechnie. So check us out there.
Proud to be a teammate with you, Nick. I know we'll be working together heavily next week when we're at the Circa in Las Vegas. I know it's usually your stomping grounds. I'll just kind of crash the party a little bit and hang with you. But Nick, always appreciate you. Have a great XM show tonight. And if you're going to keep listening to the show, you can always catch Nick and Jeff. You can rewind on the SXM app or the Sirius XM app when this show is over. Nick, have a great show, and we will talk soon.
Hey, appreciate it, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, everybody. RotoWire has daily shows. We just talked about it. Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, weeknights 8 to 10 Eastern. Nick just told you, him and Jeff Erickson, Monday through Thursday. Friday, you can catch a little Joe Bartel and Mario Puig. The weekends during the preseason, we got 1 to 3 Eastern. Saturdays, myself and Mario Puig. Sundays, myself and Alan Soslowski. During the regular season, Football Sunday Game Day, myself and Alan Soslowski on, again, Channel 87, Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, 9 to 10. We'll get you all the overnight news, good lineup decision stuff. And then regular season, our Saturday show will move to 2 to 4 Eastern, myself and Mario Puig. We are rolling along here. Julia Papworth was with me last year. You're back for another run. Your star is just ascending, and rightfully so.
That's so nice. Thank you. How are you doing?
Doing great. Halfway through this, letting everybody else shine. Nobody needs to hear my opinion. They hear too much of my mug all year. Let's get good people on here. You're with the FF Ballers. You're with the Morning Chalk Up. You're with football guys. You should call football guys and gals now. It's another story for another day. And you find her at Julia Papworth. Julia, you're going to talk today about early, middle, and late wide receivers we could target in our drafts. Tell us what's going on in the first one, and then your early receiver.
I am. I'm just staying busy, man. There's so much going on right now. There's so much content happening. And I also kind of have another job, our real job. So I have to do all that stuff too, I guess. I'm super stoked to talk about wide receivers with you. There's so many great wide receivers this season. And I think it's a delight to have some of these guys to choose from. My early wide receiver, and I feel like so many people are on this bandwagon. It's free Drake London, right? Am I right? Let's free that man. Let's let that man score some touchdowns. Let's let him, please God, catch a ball from a competent quarterback, right? He's going in like the early to mid second round in sleeper. And last year with Desmond Ridder, it wasn't great. He only managed wide receiver 39, but he's set with hopefully the best offensive system that he has ever had in his short career. He averaged just over 27 pass routes a game under Arthur Smith, which was 70th among wide receivers. But he was targeted on 25% of his routes. So he just had all this low opportunity. And so many of his targets were just not catchable, which was disgusting. Just over 16% of them were deemed inaccurate, and Ridder had like this 17.4 inaccurate target rate throwing to wide receivers. Like, I know, and it's brutal. I watched it and it's like there was no one near the ball. What are you throwing to, bro? And now he gets Kirk Cousins, which during the same time that Ridder was not throwing it anywhere near Drake London, Cousins had a 10% inaccurate rate during that time, which was the 5th best in the NFL. Take that. You've got a new head coach down there from the Rams who hopefully is going to be a little more offensive minded. And I think everyone is rooting for Drake London. He's such a talent. And to finally have someone throwing it well to him and utilizing him. I think everyone down there, like, we're just rooting for everybody. Kyle Pitts too, dare I say.
Yes. Julia, London had like 111 and 117 targets. This guy's like an alpha receiver, a legit first round top 10 NFL pick. Real coaching, Zach Robinson, he has to have a minimum of 140 targets. Has to, right? You don't give these receivers 110 and 117 targets. And each year, he had 8 or more targets. As a rookie, he averaged like 6.5 catches for 86 yards, I believe. And then last year it was 6.5 catches for 90 yards. So when he gets targets, always produces. But like you said, he's got a quarterback now. He's going to get targets. You can't say steal in the second round, but he probably is.
He is. And you see it, like, him and Garrett Wilson are in the same sort of, world, right? Like, you just see these incredible talented guys who are just like begging to have someone throw it to them. So for both of their sake, I'm rooting for both those guys. So yeah.
I wish I could get them both. It's tough to do that where the draft swings.
You're getting one of them. If you're getting one, you're getting one. Yeah. And
but if auction draft.
Yeah, if I'm deciding between them both, I would go with London just because I don't know how Rodgers is going to be off that Achilles. He's
right.
I don't know, man. Like, he could surprise us. He could still have it, or he could just, he's the type of guy that I could be like, oh, week 6, I'm going to retire from the NFL and go
my gosh.
Right?
Going to the White House.
Oh, he could do anything. You don't know what he's going to do. You don't at all. Not at all.
Oh my gosh.
My mid-range wide receiver he's still kind of early, but I love him so much, so I had to say it. Cooper Kupp from the Rams. He's going in the middle of the 4th. I think people have forgotten how good Cooper Kupp is. And I love Puka Nacua. Like, I love him so much as well. But that offense could still easily just run through Cooper Kupp. I mean, Stafford and him have this connection that I think, even like, if you just don't even look at the numbers, like, that connection between a wide receiver and a quarterback that is so tight, you don't see that every day, and that is still there. And I mean, it was only 2021 when he had that incredible year, wide receiver 1. That wasn't that long ago.
The Superman season, I call it.
Yes. Why are we forgetting about it? And last season he was wide receiver 41. It was only on 12 games, which was still pretty great. He has a 30% target share in games played over the last 3 seasons. That's the second highest in the NFL. You're going to Cooper Kupp. You're going to him in the red zone. He has the 10th most red zone targets among wide receivers last year. He had 19 of them, which is more than Puka. We're forgetting about it. More than Puka.
Right,
like, when he's down there, he looks for him. And he had a 26% target share, which isn't that much lower than Puka at 29. So
no.
They just have a connection. And if you 4th round, middle of the 4th round, like, I think that ADP might move a little bit with, the Puka knee injury. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. I don't know. But I think Cooper Kupp could be like a league winning wide receiver for people this season.
So we need you to tick some people off now, Julia, because basically you're saying, like, the team is saying, Kupp, the offense is going to run through him. So what does that mean for Puka Nacua?
I mean, I still think, look, the Rams can support 2, sometimes 3 wide receivers. There was that year when they had Robert Woods. They've had multiple years where they can do it with 3.
Right.
And I think the key part of that is the health of the quarterback. So if Stafford is healthy, and if he still has it, like, he has the talent, if he's healthy, and if you can protect him, I think they'll be okay.
But the first round draft pick on Nacua, that's kind of where I'm going with that. First round draft pick, I can't do it.
It's
Can
so
you?
high. It's so high. And what's making it even worse now is, like, all of these early wide receivers have, like, one little weird caveat now, right? Like Justin Jefferson, one little weird caveat. Sign CeeDee Lamb, sign Jamar Chase, like, all of these guys. And then you go, I don't know. Just take Marvin Harrison.
Yes. Right. And I'm going to point this out for the audience real quick. You mentioned Marvin Harrison, and I'll get comments, Julia, where people say, well, he never put a foot on an NFL field. You could have gotten away with that 4 years ago.
Yeah.
In the last 4 years, we have the top 3 wide receiver rookie seasons ever. First, you had Jefferson at 1,400 yards. The next year, you had Jamar Chase at 1,455. A year off, and then Puka Nacua got the 14, whatever, the record. So in the last 3 years, and they all had good quarterbacks. Nacua had Stafford, obviously Burrow with Chase, and Cousins with Jefferson. But don't knock Kyler Murray. When Kyler Murray's on the field, he's a really good quarterback.
Dude, I am a Cardinals fan, and I'm an Arizona girl, and I think that everyone is underestimating the Cardinals this year. I think that Murray is a flippin' steal where you can get him in drafts. I'm getting him wherever I can. I don't understand why he is going behind pocket passers like CJ Stroud and Joe Burrow, who I also love, but to pay off on that draft capital, they are going to have to throw 35 touchdowns, which what are you going to bet on? You're going to bet on a quarterback who is consistently getting points on the ground with his legs. You've got Marvin Harrison, you got Trey McBride, you've got James Conner. I'm sorry. James Conner is the hero that we didn't know we needed. Like, that guy's incredible. And yeah, I know we've gone on a tangent with the Cardinals, but I think that
keep going.
Like, when I've been the 12th pick in a couple places, and yeah, I get Marvin Harrison, and I'm kind of okay with it. So I mean, that man is going to be like nothing we've ever seen, knock on wood. He's incredible. He's like already a leader in the locker room and everything. So
yeah. And as you're pointing out, we got a little time. So I mean, we can stick with the Cardinals because I think this is important. Connor had a horrible receiving season, but if you notice, he had a 54 and a 67-yard game with Kyler Murray late. So it's not that he can't. It's just that the other quarterbacks weren't able to use him. Michael Wilson, I just put the comment up from A-Rod.
Love Michael Wilson.
Right? He had at least 56 yards in 5 of his first 8 games. That was with Clayton Tune and Joshua Dobbs. And then he came back from the injury, and he had 2 goose eggs with Kyler. He wasn't healthy because the last 2 games he averaged 65 yards. People are underselling this young man, but Harrison's getting the attention. Murray throws to the boundary really well. And now you got McBride. Look at that. And Murray's a year removed from the ACL. So I think we're on the same page. Are you in on Michael Wilson late?
I am in on Michael Wilson. I think he's a great steal. I don't even hate Greg Dortch. Zay Jones is honestly any part of the Cardinals offense I am all in on. I was really all in on Trey Benson, but it seems like they're just not using him as much in training camp. Like, the reports coming out of Arizona aren't as positive as I would have liked. But look, if James Conner can just stay healthy for the first half of the season and we'll get Benson incorporated into the offense, then we'll be okay. But
who's your late round target at wide receiver?
My late round target. When I'm looking at late round wide receiver targets, I'm looking at situations that might be slightly ambiguous, where you kind of don't know who's going to be the wide receiver one, and you're looking at a good offense. And that to me is a Green Bay Packers right there. And that to me is Dontavian Wicks. So he's going 13th, 14th round on Sleeper right now. It was like the wide receiver 67. He had almost 600 yards with 4 touchdowns last season, but he had the same efficiency as Jaden Reed did, which is 2.04 yards per route run. And Reed is going in the 6th round. So I'm going to take the guy in the 13th or 14th round, right, who has 2 functioning hamstrings, which is not Christian Watson, spoiler alert.
Nice.
And it's just like, look, maybe you hit on it. Great, fantastic. You got a steal. Maybe you don't. You feel a way less guilty dropping someone that you got in the 13th or 14th round than you do with someone that you drafted in the middle 6th or 7th round, right? Like, you're stuck with these guys when they don't deliver. But if you get someone late and you're like, well, took a shot, that's fine, moving on. So they're going to throw, Jordan Love's going to throw, and we don't know where they're going to be. I think in the first season game, they had they run 4 plays with the starters, and they had different combinations of the wide receivers every time, right? So it's like, we got nothing from that. We got absolutely no information from that whatsoever. And LaFleur in that press conference, did you hear him? He was like, I hate how you all say, who's the wide receiver one? I have all these wide receivers. They're all wide receiver ones. Super helpful, sir. Thank you.
Nice.
But,
and the cool thing with LaFleur is he knows it took him till week 10, but then he learned the strengths of all the receivers and his quarterback. And he was like a maestro, just painted a masterpiece. And there's no reason that's going to stop, because he's always been one of the better crafters of offense. Julia, this has been phenomenal stuff. So happy you hung out with me tonight.
I'm so glad to be here.
Thank you. Remind people where they can find you and your work.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a lot of stuff over at the Fantasy Footballers, and I'm also writing for the Football Guys right now, for good old Football Guys. They're fantastic over there. So find me on Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff at Julia Papworth. So
have a great start to your season. Any drafts coming? Best of luck. Thanks for joining me. Hopefully we work together soon.
Absolutely. You have a great one.
Bye, Julia.
Bye.
We're plugging along. We're almost 3 hours into this thing. We got a couple more. We're gonna have a great time here. Remember, we've launched the new RotoWire Picks app. It offers recommendations and predictions for fantasy pick'em and player props on platforms like Prize Picks, BetMGM, and more, covering just about every sport. Free to download on Apple and Android. You sign up within the app for a subscription to unlock all the features. If you're an existing RotoWire subscriber, you get instant full access to your login. You can check it out. Go to the App Store and search RotoWire Picks. Also, if you're betting on the NFL this season, there's no better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick them tickets across multiple sites. You can check out rotowire.com/mybets. You monitor your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more with one secure location in MyBets. Again, that's rotowire.com/mybets. Oh, great friend of the show here. I love talking to Mike Dempsey. You can always hear him on SiriusXM. Mike will tell you about that in a little bit. Mike Dempsey, you find him at MD_1010XL. He is the host of Jaguars Today on 1010XL. Game day co-host on Jaguars Radio Network, Football Diehards on Sirius XM Fantasy and Sirius XM Fantasy NFL. Mike Dempsey, I always love talking football with you. You are going to talk about expectations for the Jaguars offense and fantasy. Welcome. I'm going to let you start. I might ask a couple questions, but I want you to roll with some good info.
Well, first of all, I hope when you're hearing me okay, but if you are, good. I just noticed our furniture is from the same collection, apparently. Our background furniture, I think we got it. I don't know where I got it, but we got it at the same place. It's matching. There's no question about it. I tell you, what the buzz has been, Jim, over the last week, and thank you for having me on. I love having you on our show, man. So happy to reciprocate. You do a great job with this every year. Brian Thomas Jr. has been the buzz, really, of camp this past week, and in these joint practices that the Jags have had over the last couple of days with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The word is a lot of the defensive players were kind of murmuring after the first practice, like, wow, you don't realize how fast this guy is. I mean, the 4.33 speed on film is out there, but when you see a guy as big as he is glide as effortlessly as he does, and he's been getting 2-3 steps behind the Bucs secondary for the last couple of days, and it's been pretty exciting to see.
Wow. So how aggressively in fantasy drafts are you looking? Because you can get a pretty fair price on the rookie receiver here.
I think the price is going up, because I think the people were kind of not sure after Christian Kirk, who should be the most targeted wide receiver, and after Evan Ingram, how are those targets going to be split up with Gabe Davis, who, Gabe Davis is being used in a little bit of a different role this year. People think of him as the field stretcher in Buffalo. That's going to be Brian Thomas's job here, and Gabe Davis is going to be more of a big-bodied, over-the-middle guy. Gabe Davis is surprisingly stout. Like, I didn't realize how built he was like that. So they're going to use him in a little different capacity. I'm sure they'll take a few shots to him as well. But I think Brian Thomas is climbing. Like, if you want to get him, I think you still have a little bit of time, because I don't expect to see him out on the field this weekend with the joint practices. Both teams are going to hold a lot of their starters back. So you probably still have about a week or so. But if he pops in that third preseason game, I think that ADP is going to be on the rise.
So, Mike, if Thomas is settling in really well as a rookie and Gabe Davis is going to have a role, is this going to diminish the target share? Christian Kirk gets between 7 and 7.6 per game over the last 2 years. Is that going to diminish that target share, or is he going to remain high in that capacity?
I think he's going to remain high, Jim. I think he's still going to be the target leader on this team. He has the trust of Trevor Lawrence. In fact, we've seen him get a lot of throws in the red zone, which you wouldn't think of a guy of Kirk's stature is going to get that, but he can separate with quickness, and he's even been throwing some fades to Christian Kirk that they've completed, and you're probably not going to see a ton of that necessarily during the regular season. But and along with that, Trevor Lawrence, after a rough first few days of camp, has really picked it up today. I wasn't out at practice today. I'm on the air at the same time the practice was taking place. So just based on the reporters I trust, said he had really a pinpoint accurate day, and he's had a lot more of those as we've gone along. I think the big concern is the offensive line. Will they give Trevor Lawrence enough time to get rid of some of those deep shots? And more importantly, Jim, is it going to open up holes for Travis Etienne? Because the first preseason game, 4 carries for 3 yards, and he really didn't have any running room.
And that was an issue last year when they played a better run defense. There was nowhere to go. I do want to talk about Etienne, and I want to talk about Evan Ingram, but I want to insert a question first.
Sure.
You're going to know this better than I am. My opinion was that Press Taylor was pretty much running the offense. It seemed to be very predictable. Like, there were most games Calvin Ridley was just, and I know he's not with the team anymore, but there were weeks where he's just like running downfield routes. And then once in a while, they'd mix it a game where they'd put him in a bunch or they'd put him in motion. Oh, wow, he had 2 touchdowns. Oh, wow, he had a 100-yard game. And to me, he went back to being static. My whole point is this, though. I thought the offense was very predictable most weeks, and I felt it hurt them. Is there any way Doug Peterson realizes we're all getting fired if we stink again? Is there any way Peterson steps in, or what is your take on how this offense is getting run?
Sure. I mean, this has been a big talking point in Jacksonville. And, they haven't been a team that stumped for the last couple of years. They've had back-to-back winning seasons, albeit, 9-8. So it's not like, they're a little bit removed from that. And I think the talent level is such that they're not going to be a complete disaster. I think people forget or maybe don't realize in 2022, when the Jags had kind of a wild season, they had a lot of second half comebacks. Doug Peterson was calling the plays in the first half of those games, and Press Taylor, unbeknownst to us, was calling the offense in the second half of those games. So people loved what they saw in the second half in 2022. I think part of what happened with Calvin Ridley, super talented guy, didn't always have the playbook down, didn't always run the right routes, had a lot of miscommunication problems. Plus, Zay Jones, who's a big part of their offense last year, was out for a long stretch of time. And then the final 5 weeks or so, they were without Christian Kirk. So, and on top of that, Trevor Lawrence had 4 separate injuries. So things did get stagnant at times. His options were greatly reduced in the passing game, though.
See, this is why we bring you in, Mike, because obviously you know all the teams, but you really are so dialed in with the Jaguars. This is information we're not getting anywhere else. So this is excellent. Evan Ingram. Now, until like week 11, he was a floor play. He got double-digit PPR points in most games, but he only went over like 13.8 once. 1 touchdown. Those are tricky, right? You never know if they're sticky. But then when Kirk got hurt, obviously Ingram was, kind of a tight end league winner. He was off the charts. Average 73 yards a game, I believe, like 10 targets a game. It was huge. What we know Kirk's back. What are we expecting from Ingram full season this year? Is it what we saw before Kirk got hurt last year, or is there more on the plate?
I think there's a happy medium between the two. He's not going to get 114 receptions again unless things go catastrophically wrong. But you pointed it out. Kirk got hurt. Okay. Zay Jones has been out. We can't always trust Calvin Ridley to be a volume play on a week-to-week basis. They had to rely on Evan Ingram, but that yards per catch average was below 9 last year. So they've got a lot of underneath stuff. It was great in PPR. You pile up the points. What Evan Ingram has expressed and the Jags have expressed the desire to do is stretch the field with him more today. In fact, he caught a deep one behind the Bucs secondary on a gorgeous throw from Trevor Lawrence right over the top of the defense. He brought it in, and Ingram went the last 30 to 40 yards on his own, and he's got the speed to do it. Now, I'm not saying he's going to all of a sudden become a double-digit touchdown guy. He's never been that. But if he can get up in that 7 to 8 touchdown range, I think that's very reasonable, and have a little bit less volume, maybe catch something north of 80 balls this year. I think he can still give you a top 5, 6, 7 tight end performance in fantasy.
I mean, Mike, he's been one of the faster tight ends in the game, and in New York and now in Jacksonville, they use him horizontally way too much. This is a player who's always had the ability to get vertical. So the fact they did that in practice, if somebody finally figures this out, he still has that speed. 2 more players. We got a couple minutes. I want to make sure we get through these. Sure. So I want to talk about Travis Etienne. In his rookie year, he had a little bit of a heavy workload, and then they immediately bounced. Like in week 9, they bounced off it. And then later in the season, they upped it, and then they bounced it back down. Last year, pre-bye, top of my head, I believe it was 17 carries a game. Post-bye, it was down to 12.9. It was a significant reduction, even though there was no real competition. Tank, Bigsby, Dearness, Johnson. Is this going to continue to be a plan where if they do get him some work, they're going to just scale it back down? It doesn't seem they're intent on getting heavy workload. Your thoughts?
Well, I think, we've already talked about some of the factors that went into it. They couldn't run the ball, right? So you can line up there and go, hey, we're going to try to keep defenses honest. But if defenses are like, we don't believe you, and you're play faking on 3rd and 3 because there's no way you can't get 2 yards, never mind 3. I think that had to do with a lot of the production or the lack thereof and the lack of opportunities for Etienne. He's still got a great nose for the end zone. They're still going to use him in the passing game. I think he's fine as kind of a low-end RB1, high-end RB2. But you mentioned Tank Bigsby, and I know fantasy managers don't want to hear this because they heard it last all season, but it was his own teammates that were raving about him and the performance he had in training camp in the preseason last year, he's done nothing, Jim, to slow down in that department. He has been one of the stars of the offseason again. And Grant, if you go back, he had some really bad mental errors early in the season last year, and the Jags didn't trust him as a rookie. So, they had big aspirations for the team coming off the division title. I think he's back in the circle of trust in a big way, and I wouldn't doubt that he doubles the touches that he had in his rookie season.
So more of a yes or no, but maybe with a sentence after it. Would you draft Bigsby as a backup TTN if you want to do that handcuff thing?
Sure, if you want to handcuff it, yes. I've drafted Bigsby alone. He may be my most rostered running back in best ball. I've got over 200 teams. But then again, you're still getting him in like the 15th, 16th round.
And I could probably start just 2 more minutes. So if you could give me a minute on Trevor Lawrence and what we can expect for fantasy, and then a minute to tell us what you've got going on.
Sure. I mean, I think the big thing with Trevor, again, is how much time will he have to throw? I think I see him coming into his own. I think getting that contract, he's freed up his mind that he's in the place where they trust him. They're pot committed to him for the next at least half decade. He's only 24 years old, right? So he's still ascending. I think he's got the best potential collective set of weapons since he's been there. So, you don't have to overdraft him unless you're in Jacksonville, right? He's going like quarterback 15, 16, something like that. But I definitely think he has back end QB1 upside, maybe a little bit better, but you don't have to draft him that way. And as for me, you laid it out pretty well. Right now, Bob Harris and I are hosting 4 nights a week on SiriusXM Fantasy. Get us Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 10 to midnight. Once the season gets here, we'll also do Saturday nights from 8 to 11. That simulcasts on Fantasy and NFL Radio. And then, as you mentioned, game day with the Jaguars. I co-host the pregame show, halftime, and the postgame show. Get to work with great guys like Fred Taylor and Tony Baselli and other Jacksonville legends. At least they're legends in Jacksonville. I'll put it that way.
Hey, they're legends nonetheless. Mike, I appreciate your work. You know that. If you're not listening to Mike on XM and in other venues, you need to, because the information and just the professionalism on those shows are just shows you don't want to miss. Mike Dempsey, have a great start to the season. I appreciate you greatly, and we'll talk soon.
Hey, Jim, thanks for having me on. Love you, brother.
Thank you. Love you too. I'm not wasting time here. Half a minute early. I got Howard Bender in the house. I'm not doing a read right now. Howard Bender, I missed you this weekend greatly at the Kings Classic of the Expo. I know all you had stuff going on, which is great. Hopefully next year I see you. But right now I got you here. Howard Bender, everybody knows Howard, but you find him at Roto Buzz Guy on the X Machine. Of course, he's the head of content at Fantasy Alarm, an award-winning host on Sirius XM Fantasy, Channel 87. Howard will go over all your work at the end, and so everybody knows where to get subscriptions and all that good stuff. But you're going to talk today about your favorite approach in drafting wide receivers. I'm just going to let you wind up and go and ask you a couple of follow-ups.
My drafting of wide receivers, it's kind of funny. I'm in the middle of I don't know. I've got 9 slow drafts happening at this moment right now. I'm probably going to be on the clock by the time this segment's over.
Yes.
So I've done a whole mess of different ways, because I've always been of that mindset of you got to be like water and just kind of take what they give you. So I have started a couple of drafts, with 3 strong wide receivers, and I've been okay with that. I don't mind it. My preference is to have 2 rock solid running backs in my first 5 picks. So if the other 3 are wide receivers or 2 wide receivers and a tight end, I'm okay with that. I feel like in the first 5 rounds, if you walk away with 3 solid wide receivers, you can feel really good about, where you're at. So I'll do maybe I'll take a high end in either the first or the second, and then I'll pair it with a running back and make sure I'm good there. And then in round 3, all of a sudden, I'm seeing DK Metcalf, and then, you're going to give me Cooper Kupp in the 4th. And I'm kind of in that realm where it's not that I'm full blown, give me all the wide receivers you can give me, but I'm totally cool with a more even running back wide receiver split in those first 5 or 6 rounds.
You know, Howard, that old line, we adapt or we die. And I was always a 2 running back early guy. And the last 2 years, I got pounded because of it. And last year was a lot of Nick Chubb and Jonathan Taylor. And I know there were questions with him with the contract, but it just backfired a couple of years in a row. And so I find myself like you. I'm getting some wide receivers early. Now, sometimes I'm going hero running back and taking 3 or 4 receivers. Sometimes I'm like you, little like you. Remember, there's 2 running backs in the first 6 rounds, sometimes the first 5. But what's the advantage that you want to tell people of doing that as opposed to maybe a lot that are still back in the 2 running back idea? What is potential advantage of going a little more receiver early?
Well, I mean, obviously, running back injuries pile up. We deal with that all the time. That's the low hanging fruit. It's like, yeah, you get these great bell cow running backs. I'm taking a lot of Breece Hall and I'm taking a lot of Bijan Robinson, but one of these guys goes down. I want to make sure that I am protected. I think that wide receiver is obviously deep enough, but I think that the top 2 or 3 tiers of wide receiver are deep enough that you can you can withstand like a big injury in the front end. So, I'm perfectly fine. I think I can't really say it's it's more advantageous, but it helps you kind of spread it out a little bit more and just kind of mitigate the risk that you're giving yourself by taking running backs early, knowing that, they can be a little bit more on the injury prone side.
Right. So, Howard, if people are going to lean into, like I'm doing, like a little bit earlier receiver, how are you filling out the rest of your wide receiver roster? Are you maybe taking one in that 7th to 10th round range and then pounding some later for darts? Are you loading up in those middle rounds? How are you approaching filling out that? Because you need them for flexes as well. How are you filling out a wide receiver depth chart?
What I usually tend to do with mine, and we talk about this over at Fantasy Alarm, our yin yang draft strategy, where, I'll take like 3 wide receivers in my first 5 picks and I'll feel great, right? DK Metcalf, Cooper Kupp, splash in maybe like a Drake London if I can, I love grabbing those guys because not only are those guys heavily targeted, they're also high floor guys. And I feel very confident with all of them in the sense that come around 7, 8, 9, then I'm shooting for the upside. Give me the Brian Thomas Jr., give me the Xavier Worthy. Let me have those guys there because I'm not going to say that they're boomer bust or I'd rather have them in best ball, but you do have that ability to say, well, I'm going to kind of swing for the fences a little bit here in these middle rounds. And then in the last few rounds, I'm usually always looking for some sort of like nice high-end upside, but my one secret little weapon here, and I love the fact that like some people kind of dog it, Tyler Boyd. All right. To me, Tyler Boyd is a high floor guy. And Brian Callahan brought him from Cincinnati to Tennessee specifically to help with Will Levis's accuracy. Build the rapport. Give me the short, high percentage passes. And that's definitely more like Calvin Ridley, stretch the field. Go deep. We know Will Levis is, he's gonna, throw bombs to you left and right, but to pepper it, to move those chains, Tyler Boyd in a PPR format. So what I'm doing is like I'm getting those top high floor, high end guys. I'm sprinkling in some mid tier, not necessarily always rookie love, but like Xavier Worthy and Brian Thomas, are both rookies, but I'm looking for somebody who is a little bit more high upside, maybe like a Jameson Williams type. And then at the end, then I'm like swinging for the fences. I'll throw like a dart at Jordan Whittington from the Rams. And then, like in that last pick when they're like, well, what are you going to do? I'm going to be like, yeah, give me Tyler Boyd because he'll help with the bye weeks.
Now, a specific player I'll ask you about, because you got me thinking here. So Demarcus Robinson has not been a fantasy factor during his career. And through the first 10 weeks last year, he was not a fantasy factor. He had like a real low amount of yardage. And then all of a sudden, Sean McVay moved out Tutu Atwell, moved in Demarcus Robinson, needs his receivers to block. They run some of those tighter formations with their 3 receivers, a little different than the Bengals who are all spread out. But Demarcus Robinson was a consistent weekly fantasy factor the rest of the way. They play 93% of 3 receiver sets. So that third receiver, when McVay commits them, is a full-time player. Is Demarcus Robinson somebody, because he's going late, is he somebody that could keep that up despite his career track record of being not a good fantasy option?
if Jordan Whittington doesn't take his job from him.
I had to go there.
I mean, listen, I think DeMarcus Robinson, what he did last year was fantastic. And yeah, you've got Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, and those two are gonna lead the charge. It's kind of funny when you've got a guy like DeMarcus Robinson, and you got a guy, behind him like Jordan Whittington. If it does anything, it says to all you people out there who are like, Colby Parkinson, he's a sleeper tight end. You're going to want to grab him. Why in the world would I throw to a clunker like Colby Parkinson if I've got DeMarcus, Cooper, Jordan, and Puka?
That said, and I know now I'm going to go to a different team. The ADP is suppressed on him. Dalton Schultz is outside the top 12 tight ends, probably around tight end 14. You mentioned it with the Rams. If I'm crafting that offense and I'm Bobby Slowick, and I got Nico Collins, and I got Stephon Diggs, and I got Tank Dell, is there any world I am ever drawing up a play for Dalton Schultz other than if something breaks down and I need somebody to throw to? And this guy's been getting at least 88 targets a year for 4 years straight. I'm putting a cap at 60 on him unless everybody gets hurt. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Jim, I'm gonna say I think you might be a little off on this one. Listen, here's the thing: if you look at Bobby Slowick's personnel packages, he loves the 12 personnel,
21,
and the
Andrew
21.
Beck. Andrew Beck will be on the field.
Oh, Andrew Beck will be on the field in 21 personnel. That means it's 2 wide receivers and a tight end, right? 12 personnel. You're gonna have the 1 running back and 2 tight ends. Like we're gonna see that. He does that on the regular. That's why I'm a little concerned about what Tank Dell's snap count's going to look like.
Correct. 100%
because you
correct.
brought in Stephon Diggs and then you said to Nico Collins, here's a sack full of money so that we can show you that you're in our plans. Like just because we brought in Stephon Diggs doesn't mean that we don't like you. So you bring in Diggs, you pay Nico Collins, and you like to run like more two wide receiver sets than virtually any other offensive coordinator in the NFL. So where does Tank Dell get his snaps? I think Dalton Schultz stays on as that, that tight end who's the security blanket. Maybe he doesn't get the, 80, 90 targets. Maybe he only gets 75, but I still think that he's still going to be a factor. Tank Dell's the one I worry about in this group.
Just so a little back and forth in this, I guess where I was going though is, and I know you're 100% correct. 21 personnel they're going to be their base because they want to bring in the box count and they want to have the high A dot because that's what all the Ravens do it, the Dolphins do it, the 49ers do it. But the point when you have either it's Collins and Diggs or Dell, all those guys are like nearly impossible to cover. And I guess that's where I was going with Schultz because even if it's 2 of them on the field, good luck covering them with if you're going to overload one, the other one's going to be open and no need to go crazy on back and forth. But that's all I was saying with that. But so you think Schultz maybe 75 targets, which is still reasonable enough. So you think at his cost, maybe tight end 14 is still reasonable?
Yeah, I think that's definitely reasonable for him, right? He's not like your main target tight end, but if you're sitting there and maybe you draft like a Pat Freiermuth and then you're like, you know what, let me just, on the off chance that Freiermuth doesn't give me consistent production, let me have like a decent guy like a Dalton Schultz who will have a decent floor, I think.
Since you mentioned Freiermuth, and the tight ends typically get a lot of targets. Now, it's not always the same tight end. Like last year, Jonnu Smith had 582 yards, while Pitts, mostly scuffled because of a 99% A dot and bad quarterbacks. In like a minute, what are you expecting from Freiermuth in this offense?
It kind of hinges right now on whether or not Brandon Ayuk lands with the Steelers. If Ayuk lands with the Steelers, Freiermuth gets, like a little bump down for me, right? But if Ayuk doesn't get traded, I think Freiermuth has the potential of being the number 2 receiving target in this offense. I mean, you've got George Pickens, and then where else are you going? Calvin Austin the third? No, right?
No, not
I'd rather have Calvin and Hobbs in there as my wide receiver.
Oh man, love you, Howard Bender. Remind everybody where they can get you, where they get subscriptions, all that good stuff.
All over the socials, Roto Buzz Guy. You can also find me on TikTok at The Real Roto Buzz Guy. I've been TikToking it a little bit lately. FantasyAlarm.com, SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern.
Howard Bender, best in the business. we're going to be working back to back, I think, on XM on Sunday morning game day this year. Sounds like that's a plan. That's a great back to back. You got the Coop, you got Bender. I'm the warm up act, which I'm fine. Totally good with that. Bender, love you. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging with me.
Thanks for having me, man. Always a pleasure, Jim.
All right, we'll talk soon. Sal Leto's in the house, the man that does the marathons, hours and hours. My marathon is nothing. My marathon's like a little breeze in the wind and it's over. Sal Leto does the insane Scott Fishbowl marathons with his teammates. You find him at Sal Leto FF, creator and the host of the SFB Podathon, which graced me with being under. Thank you for squeezing me in. You guys did me a solid. Appreciate that. You're with fantasycares.org. And that's what we're going to talk about. Look, we love this game of fantasy football. We love competing. But there's a lot of people like fantasycares.org that bring in the charitable aspect of this. And I know that a lot of people can get involved with this part of it. Sal, welcome. Tell us what you got going on.
Yeah, Jim, great. I think I'm just getting my voice back from the Expo this weekend. 4 days of talking, and we've got to speak to a lot of people. And the Expo was just an extension of the community that Fantasy Cares and the Scott Fishbowl have become a big part of. So, 3 years ago, I took on a greater role in my real job. And I took a step back from podcasting weekly, and I wanted to make sure I stayed in the space and stayed close to the community. And of course, my Podathon, which I've been doing 4 years at that time, it's now year 7. We completed, and just taking on a bigger role in Fantasy Cares was really important to me. So Fantasy Cares was born out of Scott's idea. And way back in 2016, when I did first start podcasting, we would end our show. Our farewell segment would always involve something that Scott would say all the time, which is consider adding a charitable function into your fantasy football. Now, fantasy football in that time has grown to a $10 billion a year industry. So if we could get a fraction of that money, just a small fraction of that money to charity, thinking about the difference we could make. And that line always was, if you have 12 people in a league and they're buying it at $50, take one of those $50 buy-in fees, donate it somewhere. You may not think $50 is a lot. It is a tremendous amount. If you have a $100 buy-in league, you're not going to miss that in the payouts. In the grand scheme of things, you can feel good about what you're doing. And if that small idea has grown into a 501c3 charity now, that it's the corner of the fantasy industry and community that I think everybody feels good about.
Sal, the great idea, like you said, of people finding a way to donate some of their league money to charity. You have this great fun game, but you can help others. I think that's wonderful. Can you tell us some things that specifically Fantasy Cares is doing so people can get a good grip? Some people know about this, but a lot of people don't.
Yeah, I'll click on right now. I mean, the main focus has always been Toys for Tots, but we have expanded beyond Toys for Tots. Every meal, No Kid Hungry, Feeding America, Go Pantry, Sarah Foundation, Break the Hold. Play Like a Girl, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I could list you 30 different or 40 different organizations, but if you go to fantasycares.org, they're all right there on the homepage. And you can find it's fantasycares.org on social media, no dot, right? Fantasycares.org on Twitter, on Instagram. Every day on a YouTube page, there is a live show, and there are giveaways. There are announcements. Right now, we have 3. I'd actually like people to go to fantasycares.org on Twitter. You can find not only that merchandise, and here's one of the shirts that we sell. We sell shirts. Yes. So, hey, before I even get onto that, we ask you to donate, but we give you things back like Scott Fishbowl glasses. You're actually getting wonderful merchandise while donating to the charity, but the 3 things you should be a part of right now is the Scott Fishbowl satellites on Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy stepped up as a huge sponsor this year of the Scott Fishbowl and for Fantasy Cares. And we're 85% full, and we know the season's approaching. We want to get that done. So you could definitely be a part there. And in the past, people who haven't gotten in the Scott Fishbowl, yes.
How do people do that? Tell people and Underdog, but what do they look for? How do they get that? Because I want to make sure they know this right now.
Yeah, so if you actually go onto the Fantasy Cares Twitter page, you could click right on it. It's right there. It's maybe the third post down, and you
Perfect.
could click on the link and you'll get right in. It'll tell you everything you need to do.
Sorry to interrupt you. Continue on.
Not a problem at all. And the other one, we have these tumbler glasses that are only going to be good until Friday the 16th. We're giving away tumbler glasses with some of the fancy cares. This one looks like the SFB 14 Godfather logo because we know SFB was movies this year. A great set of glasses. You could get one, you could get up to four, have a nice set. I bought 4 of these glasses, and I jump right on and I donate and I get them myself. People are like, oh, they give you all that stuff? They probably would if I asked, but I don't want to ask. I want to donate as well. So, and the last one I'll tell you about, if you're in the Los Angeles area or if you could travel, we are giving a spot away to the Fantasy Footballers live show in Los Angeles, which takes place on August 24th. And we are going to give away our next prize on August 19th. So you have time. All these things are right on the Fantasy Cares Twitter page. You could jump on there right now and get involved.
Now, Sal, a lot of people might hear Scott Fishbowl and they might think, oh, a lot of experts are playing it. We know some other people who aren't experts playing it. And some people might think, well, I'll never be able to play in something like that. What do people need to know? You mentioned satellites earlier. What could people know?
You need to know that anybody could win it. Fans have won this many times. You may have met Gary Hatto this weekend and he was a fan at the time and eventually got into the industry and does a show and stuff now. And Gary's a great guy, but fans have won this many times. I met one in Cincinnati. I went to the Cincinnati live draft there. He had his trophy with him with the fishbowl on top. Anybody can win. It's fantasy football. We all know that knowledge is key. Luck comes into play. It's a 4,000 person pro-am, and you're going to find odd lineups are going to win. If you're going to play straight and go by ADP, Scott Fishbowl, you're not going to win that. So you should know that it's a lot of fun. You meet a lot of people. You'll be paired up with fantasy analysts, athletes. Shane Battier plays every year. Shane communicates so well. Actors, we have multiple actors that are in different leagues. And you should be playing for a lot of reasons, including winning. But many people have actually gotten into the industry and grown into business as fans who got in Scott Fishbowl and then went beyond.
How would a fan who has never been in Scott Fishbowl, is the satellite the only way to get in, or how could somebody get for next year? How could somebody try if they want to know, they want to be a part of this or have a chance to be a part of this? What might they need to know to be a chance to possibly be involved?
First, you have to register. So go to scottfishbowl.com and register. That's the first. You have to be signed up. Year after year, people will say, oh, I'd love to play. I would have loved to be picked. I didn't get picked, and they're not signed up. And one thing I would tell you is Scott has an expansive database. He knows how many times you signed up, the last year you signed up, and he will call people out. Scott is the nicest guy in the community, but he will call you out when you call BS. But no, sign up, participate in Fantasy Care, join the YouTube. Spots are given away every day. Now, this year's draft is complete, but leading up to the draft, there were spots given away, multiple spots daily through contests on the YouTube page. So follow all of the social medias, be active on the social medias, donate, and you will get in. It's not an exclusive club. And when people don't get in, they do tend to say that, and it's not. Year after year, he expands it. When I first got in, it was the SFB 480. This was before he named it like SFB 789. It used to be the amount of teams that were in. 480 teams. Now there's 4,000. So believe me, it's growing every year.
It's fabulous. And I know there have been, like, you partner with RotoWire, us guys. And I know that we were able to work with you to have some giveaways. And I know we promoted that. So just keep your eyes open. But look, it's a wonderful thing to be a part of. If you're interested in it, Sal gave you the ways to get there. Definitely go to fantasycares.org, check out the Twitter page, but definitely do all that. Sal, any final words before we get you out of here about the season, about Fantasy Cares that you want to communicate to everybody?
Yeah, the last thing with Fantasy Cares, a lot of people have asked, how could they be more involved and volunteer? Again, we posted it right up there. Go there, scan a QR code, fill out the form. You could be a Fantasy Cares volunteer next year and get much more involved in that way. As far as the season goes, I'm a Raiders fan, which is why I love fantasy football so much, because we never really win. So I'm looking forward. All of my big drafts are still to come. I do play more redraft than I do dynasty. I have a few dynasties. So my draft season is still coming. All of them are basically the last week, which we like to get all those preseason games in. And listen, be respectful, have fun, do it for the right reasons. Remember, nobody's taking home the Super Bowl trophy for this. It's supposed to be fun. Money's fun too, but don't get butthurt.
Yes. Now, Sal, you mentioned the Raiders. Zamir White, real deal, or was it a late season mirage? What are we going to get this year?
I don't know how real I believe it is. I mean, they have so many weapons in the passing game with the 2 tight ends and Adams. But I do think Dylan Laube might be an interesting late round pick. He's a Long Island kid, by the way, which is where I'm from. And he's been getting lined up at all different places in the preseason. And we know he's a pass catching guy. A lot of tread on the tires because he comes from a small school and wasn't used as much. He could be an interesting late pick. I don't know if I would go too high on Zamir White.
Love it. Sal, appreciate you. Glad we got to meet in person at the Fantasy Football Expo. Know there'll be more of that to come. Anything I do to help you along the way, you let me know. Good luck this season. Good luck with Fantasy Cares. And again, I can support you any way I can. I'm happy to be here for you.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you.
All right. Take care, Sal. Oh, we're continuing to roll through this marathon. I got a good hour and a half left tonight. We got Friday as well, 10 a.m. Eastern. 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm sorry, 11 a.m. Eastern. Get my Central and my Easterns mixed up. We'll go good number of hours tomorrow. We'll have 50 people on here getting you ready for those late fantasy football drafts. Those who are just jumping in, going to get you as much information as we can. Now, remember, if you're looking to get ready for your draft quickly and you're looking for an in-season edge, check out the free RotoWire trial. No credit card needed. You just head over to rotowire.com/Jim, and you can see all of our rankings, articles, and more. We will get you set up for fantasy success. We have the coolest draft app kit in the industry, amazing tech team. The second to none draft experience. You can download the app to get access to our player projections, custom rankings, industry standard player news and notes. Check it out before draft day and see why the RotoWire Fantasy Football Draft app is the #1 paid app in the App Store every August. And with that, our friend Bob Lung is in the house. I cannot imagine how you're still coming down from the Expo week and the Kings Classic week. You do so much work to make this a pleasure for everybody. Bob Lung, there are so many people grateful to you for all you've done for this community. You find him at Bob_Lung. Not only does Bob basically spearhead everything you know about the Fantasy Football Expo, he's in the Kings Classic, also the consistency guide. And we know Bob has produced this for a long time. Great success. Welcome, Bob. We got about 10 minutes. I want you to start talking about the consistency guide.
Yeah, definitely. So anybody out there who's watching, which I'm sure you are, because you got to love this guy, Jim Coventry. Of course, my voice is still trying to come back from this weekend, and it's Thursday. So you know I was talking a lot. You were talking a lot. Surprised you have a voice, my friend. But anyway,
I spotted it.
Guide, anybody who has played fantasy football for more than a couple of years, you have those years where you're top 5 in scoring, but for some reason your team is 500, misses the playoffs by a game or couple. And what people think, it's bad luck. Oh, it's bad luck. It's bad luck. It might be, but what it also might be is you might have some inconsistent players on your team. Did you have Lamar Jackson last year? Did you make the playoffs? If you did, great. You probably won. But my thought is, if you had Lamar Jackson, unless you had a really great team around him, you may have missed because he was only 63% consistent last year. And that's what the guide brings to your attention, are the inconsistent players that may be top in scoring, like a Lamar Jackson. But it also brings up guys like David Montgomery, who was 17th in total points, but he was 4th in consistency at 86% in 2023. So that's what the guide's there for. It's that, I always say, it's the fries for the value meal, your happy meal. Get your stuff. Go to RotoWire. They've got all the great stuff. Jim and everybody there is phenomenal. They have it, like you said, great app, great tools. Add the consistency guide as your fries to that meal, and I'm almost guarantee you're going to have a better season by combining those two.
Bob, what I frequently tell people is, you bring in an array of fantasy football tools to make you the best drafter you can be.
Right.
And that's it. Like you said, consistency guide. You have people that break down NFL. You have people that are just number grinders. Put them all together. Give yourself an opportunity for a well-rounded approach. If you just come in with one approach, it might be good, but you might become a better fantasy player by adding to it. Any thoughts there, Bob?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we always say we're all fans of each other. So, you know, I'm going to look at RotoWire because I know you've got great content. People are going to buy my consistency guide. You know, I'm going to use the dynasty trade calculator in you know, my dynasty leagues. I'm going to use Rich Dotson Dynasty Nerds because they've got great time. So we're all fans of each other, but you need to have all of those tools because every one of those gives you a different insight, makes you a better player. Again, you should never go into a draft with somebody else's picks. Go in with your picks. Be the person that you want to be when you're drafting. You want to make sure that at the end of the day, you shouldn't be blaming Jim or I for your bad drafts or your bad season. You should be blaming yourself for not listening to more people and bring that information together, making your own decisions. Will you make bad decisions? Yes. Jim, if we made bad decisions, you're damn right we have. We certainly don't win every league because, you know, we use our data, we use our information, we use the tools that we have within this community, and we make the best decisions based on that. And that's where you need to have all of this and add that consistency guide to whatever your site is, preferably RotoWire, of course, but to, you know, make sure you get that, but make your decision. It's your team. It's not my team. It's not Jim's team. It's your team. Make sure you do that way. And if you get that information, I feel like you'll be a better drafter year after year. And that keeps combining. You keep growing, learning. Come to the Expo. Listen to the experts next year, 2025. That's where that growth in being a better player, being a better drafter, being a better team, you'll make the playoffs more often. And you can't win a championship if you don't make the playoffs.
No, now, Bob, tell people how you go about building the consistency guide because it processes a lot for people. And I know your process has been going on a long, long time. So what's the nuts and bolts of how you get to where the finished product is?
Yeah. So the whole idea is that I created a calculation that gives you what we call the clutch factor, the quality game factor, whatever you want to call it. And that number is what is required for in a standard 12-team league of 12 quarterbacks being above that on a weekly basis, 24 running backs, 36 receivers, and 12 tight ends. Now, will there be weeks that there's 16 tight ends exceeding that? Could be. Could be weeks where there's only 8 or 10. But it's the average to get into that. So when you see that number of 75% consistent, 85% consistent, that means 85% of the games, they were over that value. Now, what is that value? For quarterbacks last year was 18.5 points per game, which is actually the lowest it's been in 10 years. Running backs, wide receivers, and straight PPR, one PPR, it is about 10 to 11 points. And then tight ends is around 8.5 to get over that. So that's that clutch factor. And every time you see that. So I try to make it simple. It's one number, 0 to 100. We all know 100's the best, 0's the worst. So the closer you are to 100, the better off you are. Christian McCaffrey, 100% last year. Tyreek Hill, 100% last year. Doesn't happen often, but both of them exceeded that last year in all the games they played. So that's why I like Tyreek Hill this year a little bit more than I like maybe a CD Lamb or a Christian, or a Justin Jefferson or a Jamar Chase. They're all very good. You're splitting hairs, but
exactly
Tyreek and that consistency is hard to beat.
So I know we got a few more minutes yet, but I want you to tell us now how people can get their hands on a consistency guide because drafts are coming up quickly and they're really gonna have to pour through it quickly if they haven't gotten it already.
But the great news is if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can get it in 2 days because you can go to Amazon.com, just type in fantasy football consistency. I guarantee you the 2024 edition will be the first one that comes up. And again, if you're a Prime member, you'll get it in 2 days. So order it today, get it for Saturday, and you'll be good to go. Make sure you email me, get the updated tier draft list with all of my rankings based on consistency. You get that free from me just for buying the guide online. And then, of course, check out Big Eye Fantasy Sports all season. We have tools that update every week so you can track consistency of players, not only on a per game basis, but also trending wise. Who who's hot, who's not. So, Jim, as always, thank you. I know my
Still
time
got a
is
little time,
up,
though.
but
No, you
appreciate
got a
it.
little
Okay.
more time.
Okay, we do. Okay.
We have a few more minutes. I wanted you to recap anything you wanted people to know about the Expo, either past or looking the next year. Anything you want people to know about the Expo, because it's such an amazing thing, and I want people to know about it.
Yeah, I hear you, and I appreciate that. Believe it or not, I'm in the middle of a draft, but I'm going to sneak through. Okay, so Expo next year, we're 99% sure it's August 8th through the 10th, 2025, Canton, Ohio. So ask yourself two questions. One, have you ever been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame? If the answer is no, the second question is, do you play fantasy football? The answer is yes. You have absolutely no reason not to be at the Expo next year. Come to Canton, Ohio, hang out with us guys and ladies for 3 days. We got parties. We get to tour the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We have all kinds of drafts going on. We've got then the Expo that you can come and listen to all the top experts: Jim, Howard Bender, Andy Behrens, Jeff Ratcliffe, Matt Harmon, you name them, all of them are there. And they're sharing their knowledge on stage. It's all part of the package for the whole weekend, and it's less than $100. You can't beat it, man.
You know, fantasy football is a game we love. We love the sport, but this brings people together. And Bob Long has proven in the last, really, this started in 2018. You were doing it before, but 2018 was the Kings Classic. 2019 was the Expo, and you moved it forward from there. And the way you have brought people together, the fact that people will come up, talk to us that we didn't know, make new friends every year, and it's all because of this setup. So if you're a fantasy football person that just wants to meet like-minded people, have happy experiences, Bob, I really don't see negativity at these any year.
No.
I don't see people that are carrying big egos about them.
No.
I see people that are smiling, happy. Quick thoughts there?
Yeah, I think somebody jokingly called it the Disney World of fantasy football because it's the happiest place on earth last weekend. It's just everybody's having fun or smiling. If you're being attacked by trolls on Twitter and that kind of crap, that stuff does not happen at the Expo. I would dare them to come to our event. They probably would get their butts kicked. It's just happy, joyful, sharing. Jim and I can have a discussion about who we like better as the first tight end or second. I mean, but it's all in good. I'm learning from him. He's learning from me. We're sharing our thoughts, our reasonings. And that's what just makes it all great. It's a family reunion / frat party / fantasy football convention. And depending on who you are, you might float towards one more than the other. Oh, when we throw karaoke in at the end of the weekend too. So that's fun.
Yeah. Remember, you're following me at Bob_Long. The website is NFFexpo.com, even though it's not going to be for a while. Make sure you got that bookmark and you circle back to that. Appreciate you greatly, Bob. Rest that voice, dominate that draft you're in. Have a great start to the season. I know we'll talk soon.
I bet you. All right, man. Have a good weekend. Thanks again for having me.
Thank you. Oh, everybody, we're just having a blast here with all these great fantasy analysts getting us all ready for the 2024 fantasy football season. I know some of you have been drafting since April, May, June. A lot of us are still drafting. A lot of people just getting into the fray, and we always can learn something from the wonderful people that come on to the show. Now, I wanted you to know, if you're watching this on RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube, some of you are watching on Twitter, so you're not in that spot. But again, RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube only. We have the regular RotoWire channel. This channel just opened in the last month or so, and we're putting up videos every day. Full-time video editor, Mason Bazemore doing great work with that. Alan Soslowski spearheading the whole plan. It's really well laid out. I do a ton of videos, and my other RotoWire teammates do. But if you could choose to like this video, potentially subscribe, maybe consider hitting notifications, we would appreciate it greatly. But we just want to serve you with all the great information that we can give you, the best information we give you. But we are so happy you're part of this fantasy football community. And all that said, we are getting ready now. We have another great guest in the house. We have Mr. Joe Bond. You find him at F6P_Joe. That's because Joe's the founder of the Fantasy Six Pack. You can catch him on the F6P Hour. Fantasy Pros, he was 8 times top 5, 13 times top 10. This man knows football, knows his fantasy football. And Joe, appreciate you having graced me to be on your show. You are going to tell us about some tight end draft values. I'm going to give you the floor, and I might ask some follow-up questions. So excited you're here.
No, absolutely, man. Thanks for having me. I've been on this before. This is always a good time. So this is a great thing you put together, man. Yeah, tight end draft strategies and values really like I know Laporta was awesome last year, and Kelsey's Kelsey, right? But in my opinion, you no longer need to go get those guys. And the reason being is if you look at points per game, you're looking at a 2-point difference per game, 2.5-ish maybe, between tight end 1 and tight end like 8 or 9. I mean, we're talking like kicker point differences now between like the top dudes. It is insane. And look, could one of them do what Kelsey has done in the past and totally separate themselves? Sure. But if there is, I know we say it every year, it feels like, look, there is, what's up, Jamie? I know we say it every year. This is the deepest year of tight end. This is the deepest year of tight end.
Every year.
You could probably catch me on camera saying that somewhere, I'm sure, in years past. This is by far, though, the deepest year. Like in other years, it feels like we just want to believe it's the deepest year. I have never looked at a previous year tight end finishes and seen this close of a gap. And this close of a gap where it's actually useful players. Like, usually you're getting, within or like right around tight end, like maybe 6 or 7, you're looking already at like single digit point per game. And it's like, it's bad. And, you're looking at a lot of touchdown dependent guys. And so, but now we have so many tight ends who are integral parts of their offense, and the volume is there. So you just had Bob Long on, love this. And this is how we connected. He wrote the consistency guide. And I went, dude, I've been preaching consistency forever. And now you're like proving it in this magazine. You're right. This is phenomenal. So I love it. So now we get not only these tight ends who are performing well, at the end of the season, right? You're getting a group of them together, but they're all sort of consistent too. You're not having to reach for a guy at tight end 5 or 6 anymore who is going to likely become, very touchdown dependent. They're just getting a ton of volume. So me personally, I'm not paying the premium for the Laportas, the Kelseys. I have taken a couple McBride. I have taken some Andrews, but it's when they kind of fall that extra round. But typically in my drafts, you're seeing me get the Njokus, the Kittles, the Fergusons. Ferguson's kind of that last one.
The fail-safe.
Kind of falls outside of that grouping if you look at last year's points per game. But I feel like he's going to take another step up. So he's kind of the one that's kind of like the hope and prayer, but like he showed some things last year for me that I really liked. And he had the volume too. He didn't quite have like some of the yards some of these other guys did, but there's just a lot there. I don't know what is going on. I'm sorry. My phone just went nuts. So that's my thing. So, I'm waiting on those guys. And that doesn't even include like Kincaid, who I think, is obviously going to take a step up. That barely includes McBride, who, if you take his last half of the year and, between his first half of the year, it's kind of night and day, right? It was like 7.5 points per game, if not even that, to like 14.5. He actually had more points per game the second half of the season. If that extrapolated over the course of the season, he would have been tight end 1. So, that doesn't even include those guys. And so like, there's just a ton of value. You do not have to reach for it. Go and hammer those running back and those receiver positions that you need multiple of. You don't have to pay the premium for tight end.
That's so important, Joe, because we talk about opportunity cost. And when you take a onesie position early, quarterback or a tight end, you can get an advantage on the field, but you really miss out the running backs and especially the wide receivers. They dry up fast.
Yeah.
And if go ahead.
Yeah. No. We learned that lesson last year with quarterbacks. Everybody, I think I heard you saying it before or something like we tried that last year. Everybody wanted to pay the premium for those top end quarterbacks, and they were, don't get me wrong, they were good, but at the end of the day, at the end of the season, you didn't get that value. And we saw it with Kelsey last year. People were paying first round price for him, and a good year, but he didn't return that value.
Joe, the highest scoring tight end in PPR, 234 points. Kelsey you did 300 back in the day. You can get close to 300. But this was, like you said, it was a tightly packed, and they weren't that crazy high scoring. Like even Laporto had 10 touchdowns. I don't think he touched 900 yards. I think it was 882 top of my head. I think it was somewhere around there. But the point was, it wasn't those. There were like 5 tight ends in the last 5 years that had 1,000 yards. A few of those were Mark Andrews. But actually, we had Pitts in his rookie year. Andrews had a 1366 in there. Waller had one. But I think there were 5 tight ends total in the last 5 years. It's not common to get that type of yardage. Kittle, of course, Kittle's in there. He's the last one. But it's going to be interesting this year, Joe, and I want to hear your thoughts on this. The league continues to morph. It continues to be a chess match, high-level chess. Last year, the league played 73% zone. And, we know one of the best way to attack zones is by finding the creases in the zone. Yep. And I really believe teams are pulling in these tight ends in the draft, trying to find ways to weaponize that. And I don't think they scratched the surface last year. Can we see maybe, even though the scoring for tight ends wasn't super high, do we think we could see that increase as offenses learn to attack zones better, or do we think we kind of reach the apex of it?
There might be a little room to grow, but with the history of tight ends, I mean, like they're arguably not, they're not the tight end. They're not the number one target for the team. So it's very rare you get the Kelsey that ends up being the number one target for his team, right? So yeah, I mean, look, like I said, we might get an outlier here and there every once in a while. But I think this is a good, vision of what we're going to have for a few years, because we're getting these super athletic tight ends. And as long as we don't get a Pitts situation again, where he's just completely misused, it's going to be good for a lot of these guys.
Kyle Pitts, this was insane. 99th percentile average depth of target for tight end. Now, first of all, those are the lowest percentage passes, but he was getting those passes from Desmond Ridder and Taylor Heineke. Right. So now you take low percentage passes and you have it from quarterbacks who are not legitimate starting NFL quarterbacks. And what do you think is going to happen, right?
Yeah.
That
low
said,
percentage passes from low percentage passers.
Yes. That's like the worst of all worst. And meanwhile, Jonnu Smith is posting 582 yards. Thank you very much, Arthur Smith. We got about a minute and change. I want a quick hit on what you think Kyle Pitts will do now that he's with Zach Robinson, who at least comes from the Rams. Not that they made heavy use of the tight end, but this is a different weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I do legit think you're looking at a top 5 tight end finish, very, very possibly in the realm here. If honestly, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if he finishes tight end. When we know he's got that skill set. If they use him right, if Kirk Cousins is healthy and can sling the ball, we know he likes to use a tight end as well. So, you could easily look at a guy getting around 120 targets, catching 80, 90 balls, hovering around 1,000 yards, maybe 6, 7, 8 touchdowns. That's a monstrous of a season, man. Like that is going to be something else for him. That's a ceiling. I think somewhere probably hovering around, 80 balls, 850, 900 yards, 5, 6 touchdowns. And that puts him right in the middle of the pack with all the rest of the guys. But it's totally fine. It's better than what he's done.
In an average drafts, he's the tight end 6. So if you're going to buy into him, this is the time to buy him, because if he does hit, this is the last time you're going to get him cheap. Joe, remind us where people can find you and what you got going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So fantasy6pack.net is where you can find all the content. We have our award-winning rankings that Jim alluded to. We've got our draft cheat sheet, which walks you through and has a built-in value-based drafting strategy into it if you use it properly. And then, during the season, we've got DFS content and things like that, along with a whole bunch of other stuff. And we've got our Discord included with all of that. So you can find me over on Twitter, F6P_Joe. So
Joe, great stuff as always. Always appreciate working with you. Thanks for having me on your show recently. Yeah. Have a great rest of the draft season. Great start to the season. Look forward to working with you in the near future.
Absolutely. You too, man. See ya.
Thank you. Bye. All right, everybody. RotoWire has daily shows on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87. Catch us on weeknights, 8 to 10 Eastern. During the preseason on the weekends, our shows are 1 to 3 Eastern, but it's starting in week 1. The weekend show times will change. I'll be on with Mario Puig on Saturdays, 2 to 4 Eastern, an hour later, again, starting in week 1. And then on game day Sundays, myself and Alan Soslowski, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern. And all that said, speaking of Sirius XM and many other things, Scotty the King got Scotty Engel in the house, and you find him at Scotty, SCOTTE, the King, inaugural Hall of Famer, Fantasy Sports Writer Association. You find him at RotoBaller. He writes for the official site of the Seahawks. You know he's on Sirius XM Fantasy, writes for Sportsline. Scotty Engel, you do it all. You're going to talk deep sleepers with us today. What's going on, Scott?
Good to be with you, my friend, and I like the RotoWire branded shirt.
Oh, thank you. Company guy, for sure.
Yeah.
So Scott, you're going to be talking some deep sleepers with us today. And I'm just going to let you kind of roll. I might ask a general follow-up question here and there, but you got your time, and I wanted to maximize so people can learn from you.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I got distracted by the chat there. Say a little
sorry,
Ronnie Evans, he's coming up after me, my good friend.
Yes.
Yeah, deep sleepers. I actually have 3 for you. How's that?
Oh, I'd love 3.
Okay. Let's start with Colby Parkinson, Los Angeles Rams, former Seahawks tight end. You look at the ADPs from Fantasy Pros, this guy is tight end 40. He's being drafted behind Tyler Higbee, who he's replacing. We don't know if and when Tyler Higbee's recovering and coming back from that knee injury. Colby Parkinson's totally off the radar. Now, he was caught up as like 3rd on the depth chart in Seattle, but he's totally ticketed to be the top tight end for the Rams. You know Stafford will throw to his tight end. This guy is 6'7", and I believe 251, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm. That's
and
right.
He's yardage after the catch, seam buster over the middle, and a touchdown target. If you say you wait on tight end, and then you're not comfortable with the guy that you take first, say your first tight end is Dalton Schultz, or you're not totally sold on Pat Freiermuth, because I'm not, because Russell Wilson doesn't customarily throw to the tight end, but I have another sleeper for you in a minute that could help him. Say, okay, I'd like to have good depth. Oh, you know what? Tyler Conklin's gone. Jonnu Smith's gone. Even Nolan Fant's gone. You know what? I might want to take Parkinson over Fant. I might not, but that is a great final round pick. Sometimes in the final round, I like to take my deep sleeper over somebody else I have ranked ahead. Like I did the Superflex draft today, the Fantasy League of Experts, run by Jake Seeley. And I got to the last round, and I took my second deep sleeper. It was between him and Parkinson, but I was able to get Tyler Conklin in the 15th. So in the 16th, I said, I'll get Jalen Hyatt. I said, Jalen Hyatt, I've had my eye on him since last year. This guy has deep separation gear for days. Can take the top off a defense. I know every other Giants don't have a quarterback. Even mediocre quarterbacks will get balls to their playmaker. Now, we have to remember, Daniel Jones, as bad as he's been, this is the best receiving crew he's ever had, with Neighbors, Robinson, Hyatt, Slayton. Now, you say Slayton's been there, but I think Slayton's going to be 4th on the depth chart.
Okay.
Either him or Drew Lock, people laugh on. Why should I listen to this guy if I'm watching for the first time? He's mentioning Drew Lock. One thing Drew Lock has always been able to do if he has to replace Daniel Jones is be able to gun the deep ball. And him and Jalen Hyatt will connect. Jalen Hyatt's a nice final round pick. Might be a little boom or bust. But I'm going to go out on a limb here. You'll have to spend a top 30 pick on Tank Dell, who I don't like as much as other people, because I think he's going to be very boom or bust.
Mm-hmm.
Top 30 on Tank Dell, last round pick on Jalen Hyatt. If he hits his ceiling, won't be too far off, I don't think. If he busts out, because with Tank Dell, just to look, I'm talking out for a second. I'll expect people to come at me for this. He was the darling of last year, of everybody not named Puka Nacua, but he weighs 165 pounds.
Yes.
He turns sideways, you can't see him. He disappears. He's just that thin. And the Texans realized last year, we can't have this guy out on the field as a second wide receiver. Look what happened. He was in a goal line pile up, and he fractured his leg. Guys 165 pounds can't have regular snap counts.
Correct.
So that's why they signed Stephon Diggs. Tank Dell is going to be in 3 wide receiver sets. He's going to be boom and bust. I'm not drafting him tied to top 30 wide receiver.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic call on that, because you're right. It's just really the science of it. You're 165 pounds. The leverage, something's got to give, and it's his leg that gave. Scott, you had another deep sleeper for us, and do we cover?
Yes, I did. And
beautiful.
And this guy was QB 6 just 2 years ago. Not super deep as the others, but Justin Fields is somebody you want to grab in the later rounds of a draft. If Russell Wilson doesn't pan out, and who knows, Russell Wilson might get traded to Minnesota, because I don't think they're totally happy with totally comfortable with Sam Darnold. It would make sense to have Darnold and Wilson, because the Vikings, I saw a report, they've even inquired about Derek Carr. Ooh. Because the Saints are that impressed with Spencer Rattler, the report said. I don't know how much validity I put into this, but that was reported by ESPN. I'm not discrediting anybody, but it wasn't a site that I'm normally used to getting it from, but it came across my feed. Something to look into, but Rattlers had a really good camp. And this is a team that we're rebuilding. But back to Fields, QB6 just 2 years ago. If he gets in there, at least he's going to run. And if Justin Fields gets in there, I'd rather have him than Jaden Daniels, because Jaden Daniels is going to give you the rushing upside, but he takes big hits, and durability is a concern.
Huge concern.
Yeah, so Justin Fields is my third deep sleeper. Bonuses, Rico Dowdle is not a super deep sleeper, but I like him a lot. Even if Ezekiel Elliott's the goal line hammer.
We have 3 more minutes, and I can get you some Seahawks intel here. So Ryan Grubb comes in to coach the offense. They shed Parkinson and Disley. That kind of tells me 3 receiver sets, because they really don't have a tight end room, and they got 3 receivers. They have a lock. It's going to be 32. All that said, what are you expecting from the offense? And specifically, if they do spread it out, what does that do? I want to first ask for Ken Walker.
Okay, first off, Fant's going to be in the mix too. And
yes,
before I get to Ken Walker real quick, I just thought you were going to ask about Jackson Smith and Jigba, because everybody asks about that.
Yes.
I get him in the 8th round, and I'm happy, but you mentioned Lockett 32. I'm hearing Tyler Lockett is washed. I don't think he's quite there. The Seahawks brought him back for another year. Everybody I talked to, we had Michael Sean Dugar on Rotobola Radio and Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, beat reporter for the Seahawks for The Athletic last Sunday, and Robert Turpin, the former Seahawk running back, Super Bowl 48 champion. He's from Sirius XM Radio. They both said to me, Tyler Lockett's going to have to earn everything he gets because Jackson Smith-Njigba is going to have to earn everything he gets because Tyler Lockett is not done. He's still going to be relevant from the NFL perspective. So if you think that Jackson Smith-Njigba, who I like a lot, is going to be a fantasy wide receiver too, you might want to rein that in a little bit. McDonald's and Grubb have talked about how much they love Walker. I have him ranked number 14 at running back on rotoballer.com. This is a guy who's capable of scoring from anywhere on the field. And if they feed him as much as McDonald is indicating, he's going to be a high-end fantasy running back too.
Love that. So Noah Fant, and I'm in on Fant. I love Fant this year because, again, there were three tight ends. He had 43 targets last year. We got a flash back to the Denver days when he had 2 straight years of about 90 targets and close to 700 yards. Obviously, you may not get that level of targets. What are you expecting from Fant? Give me about a minute so I can get you out on time.
I would say with Fant, I have him ranked as tight end 20. He's a good, again, if you wait later. He's going to make some key plays on passing downs. I think Geno Smith's going to have a nice bounce back year, and he's also going to be a touchdown target.
Yeah, Fant's a great late target, like you said, about tight end 20. You have him ranked. He's actually in some of these tight end premium leagues. He actually bounced up to like the 11th or 12th rounds, like FFPC. I noticed that was interesting. So some people are on to him, but still, if you're in your casual home league and need a second tight end, Scott's right on that. You need to take a look at Noah Fant. Scott, remind everybody where they can find you, your great work, any subscriptions or anything you got going that people can access.
Scott E. the King on X/Twitter. Roto-Bowler Fantasy Football Season Pass. Enter King at checkout for a special discount. Check me out at rotobowler.com. Seahawks.com. I write fantasy football for the official site of the Seattle Seahawks. Go to the news page. There's a Fantasy Insider tab. Also at sportsline.com, part of the Fantasy Football Draft Bible. And back contributing at The Athletic this year, too.
You are amazing. You know that. You don't need to be told that. But everybody who doesn't follow Scott Engel needs to do that. You heard it right here. You know that Scott knows his stuff better than just about anybody. I'm glad we're friends, Scott. So happy you came on my show. Look forward to working with you sometime soon. And good luck the rest of draft season.
Yeah, thanks for calling me amazing. I feel like Spider-Man after that. But, I'm just the opening act for my friend Ronnie Evans. Now comes the big gun.
Love it. You take care, and we'll talk soon.
All right, take care.
Oh, we're continuing. Less than an hour left. We've been here for 4 hours and like 15 minutes. It's been great. Hopefully you caught some of this, maybe all of it, and hopefully you're enjoying the show. We're getting you ready as best as we can to get you ready for draft season. We know some of you have been drafting forever, but a lot are getting into the fray last minute. The high stakes drafts are coming up. Just remember, we've launched a new RotoWire Picks app. It offers recommendations and predictions for fantasy pick'em and player props on platforms like Prize Picks, at BetMGM, and more, covering just about every sport. Free to download on Apple and Android. You could sign up within the app for a subscription to unlock all the features. If you're an existing RotoWire subscriber, you get instant full access with your login. Check it out now. Go to RotoWire Picks in the App Store. We are excited to bring on our next guest. It is Ronnie Evans, who bailed me out, helped me out. I needed help yesterday. Ronnie was on the spot. I've known Ronnie from X. I've known him from a couple of years or more. The Expo. Ronnie's always one of the most positive people you'll see. Knowledgeable, good, great person. You find him at Ronnie A. Evans. And Ronnie was talking a lot at the Expo, me and others, about artificial intelligence, AI, and fantasy analysis, the future. It's soon to be at Good Guy AI. Ronnie, super excited you're here. I'm going to turn you loose to talk about AI. I might ask a follow-up question here and there. I want to give you the floor, my friend.
Heck yeah. Well, first of all, man, congrats on 4 hours straight of doing this. You're crushing it. I'm assuming the RotoWire app has AI baked into the back of it. And people, the first thing I'd say is this misconception that's going on right now about AI. Like it's been everywhere for over a decade. And like you get on any fantasy football app, there's AI that's built into it. The thing that's been new over the last 2 years is actual competent generative AI that is creating new information from massive databases. But like when you go on Sleeper and you pull up the waiver list and it tells you like all the players that are there, that is technically an AI system working from a database, pulling information from an algorithm. And so it's not really a new thing or a new concept, but yeah, man, sci-fi became real in 2022, and it is just like people are still catching up. So thank you for having me on. I've got lots of thoughts, more than can be taken in just 10 minutes. So we'll dive into the Expo, because I know you mentioned, I talked about it a lot with people there. Last year I did the same thing. I tried to talk to about 100 people about AI, and I got blank stares from all but one person. And it's not anyone's fault. It was pretty new. And if you look at the studies and the surveys that have come out over the last 3 months, it's still only about like 25% of the working populace is using it for anything substantial. And when they break down how people are using it in the workplace, it's still about a 90-10 split on like the vast majority is like, I'm using it to help with emails, I'm using it for some sort of minutia task. It's helping me be more efficient with stuff I don't like. There's only a very small percentage of people that are actually creating new things and using this new like superhuman, super powered knowledge base to help them create. And that is the future of AI. It's why it's so important. And it really is going to have, it already is starting to a pretty fundamental impact on the fantasy sports and gambling space. But if you look outside of this industry, it's already impacting a lot of fields very, very, very heavily. And that's my mom. What up, Mom?
I kind of thought that might have been a family member, and I had to put it on the screen.
I hope she thinks I'm awesome. So within the fantasy space right now, we are still, for anyone that's watching and hasn't really like looked into this too deeply, there's still some limitations to how it can actually be applied to our craft. So it's not necessarily we're not in the crosshairs just yet. But one of the things I kept hearing from people at the Expo, and I've heard through hundreds of meetings over the last year, is like, oh, AI will never do X, Y, and Z. Or I am protected because I'm special and I do X, Y, and Z, and AI will never do it. When I was thinking about hopping on, that was kind of the number one point I wanted to make. And I know you just said I'm a man of positivity, and this is not a positive thing to say. That's absolutely incorrect. It's just right now, it's not good at a certain number of things. But if we look at what has happened in just the last 24 months, we went from not being able to create images, not being able to create video, not being able to create audio, not being able to analyze massive documents, not be able to break down stats, not be able to run math models, and the list goes on for another 3 minutes. And we have we're like 85% of the way there with all of that just in 24 months. And so as this continues to accelerate and the technology continues to get more robust, there are going to be fundamental shifts in just like the way you have to run your business. And if you're watching this and you run a fantasy football business or something outside of fantasy sports, the number one best thing you can do right now to get prepared is to go ahead and bite the bullet and establish an artificial intelligence kind of like board at your company, a think tank, to begin looking at this and begin absorbing what's out there and learning how to apply it so that as it becomes more and more prevalent, you don't get left behind. And that's the hardcore truth about artificial intelligence, is that over the next 36 months, the people that are using it are going to skyrocket, and the people that are not are going to fall down to the bottom. And it doesn't matter how established you are either. I think that there's certain levels of clout where, sure, like John Hansen, probably fine, regardless of what he does. You probably fine. RotoWire, established brands. But if you're a smaller brand that's trying to get things going, or if you're a larger brand that's trying to maintain your place in the industry, you have to be in on this stuff right now, and you got to get ahead of it. So I just rambled a lot there. I'm curious, just any thoughts from your end. I know we only have 10 minutes, and then I'll close it out by shouting out a couple of new things, and I'll tell people what I'm doing at Good Guy AI as well.
Yeah, no, I think you brought it up very well. I think people should know that this is already a part of the fabric. It's going to become a bigger part of the fabric. A regular fantasy player who's right now not a content creator, what might a fantasy player want to look for?
Dude, it's crazy. So 2 years ago, if you were just a casual and you wanted to be Jim Coventry and like have the same type of insights that you have, Jim, you really couldn't. You had to cut your teeth for 3 or 4 years and like go through the ropes and learn it. And you still do to have that knowledge embedded in the back of your head so it's natural. But if you're trying to just do research as a fantasy player right now, you can go on and like hit me up on Twitter and I'll give you a couple private guides that will eventually be on my website. But
at Ronnie A. Evans.
At Ronnie A. Evans. But you can just 10x, 5x, 10x, 15x your output of research capabilities. You can go in and scrape a lot of the webs to find information that is harder to find through Google. If you know how to use these LLMs properly, you can build scripts and then have those scripts do the math for you to do all these massive calculations to create projection models and do your own in-house high-end research. But like I said, 24 months ago, it was a moat. It was a moat around this industry and the consumers. And what's happening right now is there are bridges being built with this technology to allow the casual consumer to actualize the same sort of research and really the same breadth of knowledge that a lot of people like you and myself and other people you're having on your show have. I think that's scary. It makes all of us feel like, what happens when everyone else can just do what I do? I have a different take on that. I'll hop on Sirius XM with you some point and we can do a deep dive into all of this. I'm not really concerned about it taking jobs away right now in the fantasy space.
So Ronnie, you got about 2 minutes left. What else? What final things do you want to convey to the audience?
You should be using AI, even if it doesn't work for you. Just keep using it every day. Ronnie A. Evans, Ronnie A. Evans. Next month on Good Guy AI, I love that comment. I am going to launch the first ever fully free open source fantasy football advisor. It's a chatbot. You can sync it to your own work, have it do your work for you. You can help answer questions. You can also use it to accelerate your research to your question you just asked, embed it on your website, so on and so forth. And then with that too, if you don't want to go through the rigmarole of a GitHub repo and learn how to embed it yourself, we'll also have it where you can just pay for it from us. So that's one big thing with Good Guy AI. If you're trying to learn about AI, or if I have somehow like sparked a little curiosity in you over the last 7 minutes, I was going to do it next Monday. I'm pushing it back 2 weeks just to make sure it lines with the website launch. But the Substack from Good Guy AI, every week we'll take everything that happens in the world of AI and translate it back to the world of fantasy football. And then the second section of that will be just showcasing new works. One of my best friends, Michael Chang, just launched the Fantasy Playbook 2.0 today. I am of the opinion it is one of the top 5 most robust and like super capable products that's out there for fantasy right now. There's Rotobot, there's SportsMind, there's Pine Sports, there's Player Props AI, there's Chat DTC, there's Roto GPT. I'm probably missing a few more, but there's a little army that's building. And also like Fantasy Pros. They've been using AI on the back end. I've talked with them a little bit. Heavily involved behind the scenes, and what you use when you get on their website is AI. The other one I would throw out is Fantasy Points. They've built that massive Fantasy Points data suite last year. And if they are not building something for AI with that, I would say, guys, get on it. That's ridiculous because they have the database and everything, and my hunch is that they are. And so I think there's a lot in the works behind the scenes, and I'm hoping to position Good Guy AI in a place so that the consumer and the industry member alike can come to me and come to my Substack and website and like learn about what everyone else is doing and figure out how to apply it to what they do as well.
So again, coming soon at Good Guy AI. You follow Ronnie at Ronnie A. Evans. I know most of the show was a lot of fantasy analysis, but when I met Ronnie last week and I was able to squeeze him in the show, I thought it was too important of a topic not to have on. Ronnie, thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate you. You're a wonderful human being. Glad we're friends. Great success to you going forward with this. If I could be of an assistance anyway, you let me know. But thank you for coming on. Good luck to start the season.
Thank you. Tell Jeff Bell I gave him my love.
You just did.
I love it.
All right,
Talk to
take
you
care,
soon,
man.
Jim.
All right, bye. We got another half an hour and change left tonight. It's going wonderfully well. Hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves on the show here. Remember, if you're betting on the NFL this season, there's a better way to track and analyze your sports bets and pick 'em tickets across leading sportsbooks and fantasy sites. You check out rotowire.com/mybets. You start monitoring all of your tickets from DraftKings, BetMGM, FanDuel, Underdog, and more in one secure location with MyBets. And if you're trying to schedule that fantasy football draft, if you're just struggling getting everybody together, it's a challenge. And RotoWire company drafts have that same problem. So here's what we recommend. Free scheduling tool. You go to rotowire.com/scheduler, and it'll also get you set up. You can get a draft order tryout tool, draft order generator tool as well. But rotowire.com/scheduler, it'll list out all the different days that you want to have your draft on. Possibly people could check yes, no, or maybe, but it definitely is a great way to get everybody together. And with that, our next guest, Jeff Bell, the football guy. You got the black eye Joe right over your right shoulder, my left of what I see. You find him at number 4, whom J. Bell tolls, Dynasty captain, co-host Dynasty and DFS at Football Guys and the Audible Live. Jeff Bell, you're going to talk about favorite tight end drafting approach and targets today. I'm going to let you roll. I might ask a question here and there to follow up. Excited to have you on the show, Jeff.
Jim, thank you so much for having me on. You've been doing a phenomenal job. I've been able to check in here and there and see you're just going with it, and I love that. No, tight end approach this year. I mean, all the talk this year is that tight end is deep, but I think that when you really look at it, I've got it the top 8, and I think that most have a top 8 for tight end when they kind of run down through it. And really within that, I feel like there's almost a top 7 that gives you a real good chance at being tight end 1. And then Evan Ingram was the tight end 1 last year in some scoring settings, and he's kind of sitting at there that tight end 8. So that kind of tells you the depth of the position right now. I do value the position pretty heavily. I think my favorite way to attack it is when I'm going through drafts right now, doing a lot of underdog drafts right now, but you're kind of running through. You can get your wide receivers and running backs in the first 3 rounds. And then that round 4 or 5 turn, especially, you can grab that top end tight end and then that top end quarterback. And ideally, you can grab like a stack between Josh Allen and Dalton Kincaid, or you can go with Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews, or that type of approach is what I like the best about tight ends this year. Once you move out of those top 8 or so, I think it's 8 pretty solidly. I mean, then it kind of depends what platform you're on, because Taysom Hill is lingering out there. And if you can play him at tight end, that's the ultimate cheat code.
It definitely is. And you know, it was interesting, Jeff, in the off season, I was very concerned about Taysom Hill because obviously Sean Payton's been gone a couple of years, but Carmichael was left behind. And so that was his guy too. And then all of a sudden now they're all gone. Clint Kubiak comes in. I'm thinking to myself, 34-year-old Taysom Hill, kind of a weird act. And I thought, there's no way in Kubiak's offense he's going to want to make Taysom Hill a thing. And what do we know the last couple of weeks? They're going to go in the full Taysom Hill experience. What do you think that means? Is it what we've seen or the way they're wording it? I know it's camp wording and all that. Do you think they could use him more than he was used?
I think it's a situation where they have to use all hands on deck when you really look at the Saints, because, I mean, what do they have outside of Chris Olave? I mean, they have Alvin Kamara. That offensive line is just really decimated and wasn't that talented to begin with. I mean, Juwan Johnson was hurt early in camp, and he's kind of trying to make his way back. And Rashid Shaheed has had a fantastic camp, but he's also had a little bit of an injury. So I think when it comes down to it, you've got Clint Kubiak is pretty smart, and they do a pretty good job in San Francisco. And you look at Miami, some of these other places that have come out of this Shanahan coaching tree of utilizing their talent. So I think they realized, we've got to get this guy on the field, use him in different ways, because that's one of the biggest ways we can make a difference with, I mean, Derek Carr at quarterback is a little bit iffy back there.
Yes. Yeah, that is very iffy, and pressure is very problematic. And you mentioned the line, Ryan Ramczyk, right tackle, done for the season, and that was their best lineman by far. Very problematic. They draft Oli Fashanu, and not quite sure what we're going to get out of that. Probably more of a guard than a tackle, really. And they may have to blame a tackle. His short arms, that can be a problem for pass protection. You got to keep people off the edge. The only hope we have is that Kubiak with that play action and the quick passes. Olave was running, and I know we're talking tight ends. Olave ran a very high number of go routes last year. And with a quarterback that needs time, that didn't work. You think now with Kubiak, and I want to hear your take on this, with the Kubiak play action, the quick outs, is it going to be Olave a lot more diagonal and maybe higher percentage catches and high volume? Or do you think it's just such a disaster? And I know we're talking tight ends, but I like the Olave talk. What are your thoughts?
I would expect that. I think the usage is going to kind of mirror maybe Brandon Ayuk coming out of San Francisco. I think that when you look at the way Brandon Ayuk is really the primary receiver in San Francisco, he's that one guy that really gives either man or zone coverage a lot of trouble. And I think that they'll use Chris Olave in that regard, leaving Rashid Shaheed as the deep vertical threat or as maybe almost the Debo role to get the ball in his hands, utilizing Alvin Kamara out of the backfield. So that's where I think you're going to see a lot of change in that passing game and not sending Olave so vertically. Last year, I mean, when they had Michael Thomas in the lineup, you couldn't really send Michael Thomas vertical. So I think that makes a big difference on what they can do with Olave that opens up this game, because he's got it. He's got it in this game. He can do all those different things.
Now, back to tight ends, Jeff, and you mentioned earlier, and I want the listeners to hear this, because you mentioned maybe talking a tight end in that 4th, 5th round, then going quarterback. And I like the idea of that. A lot of people are going to say 2 onesie positions earlier and the opportunity cost of missing out on some receivers and running backs. Do you think it's enough of an advantage to get a very good quarterback and a very tight end? If there's a trade-off, and there's always is, and some are will work and some don't. I just talk to the listeners about your approach, because I like the idea of it.
I absolutely think that it's worth going in that direction, because when you really break it down and you look at it, especially if you can do something like Lamar Jackson and Mark Andrews, there you're giving yourself a stack between the two of them, but you're giving yourself a shot at having a top 5 difference making quarterback that can give you 20 to 25 points a week, but really drop these 35-point weeks that can swing weeks. And you're pairing him with his top target with that tight end. And when you look away the offense, especially in the AFC, I mean, you got Patrick Mahomes and you've got Travis Kelce, you've got Josh Allen and now Dalton Kincaid, you've got Andrews and Lamar Jackson. I mean, it's really natural pairing there. You create that synergy between the two of them to also raise your ceiling. But when you're looking at relative to grabbing a wide receiver 24-ish or, running back 15, just take the difference makers and start to build differences throughout your lineup. Building, if you add on an additional 3 to 5 to 7 points at quarterback and then another 3 to 5 points at tight end week to week, that is going to make up for, you're going to be able to find running backs and wide receivers to make up for any of that. And I think you're going to come out with a lot stronger team at the end.
Now, Jeff, last year won't be this year, but the top 6 tight ends, unlike the past 4 years, were about 30 PPR points apart. They were literally packed. In the past, you'd have Kelce at least 60 points ahead of the field, if not more. And then the number 2 tight end was usually significantly ahead. So 1 and 2 were like a hammer on the league. If last year continues, it's kind of a group. Now, it seems in many drafts, if you want Kelce or Laporta, you probably got to go about the 3rd round. And like you said, the other group goes after that. So I'm going to give you the 4 names, which you obviously know, but tell me if there's one guy that doesn't fit in the group per your idea. So then you've obviously got any order. You got Kincaid, you've got McBride, you've got Pitts, and who's the one that I'm missing? Come on, I'm rattling. Mark Andrews.
George Kittle.
Well, Kittle goes after those, right? Like Kittle goes a little later and Ingram goes a little later. But those 4, Andrews, McBride, Kincaid, and Pitts. Do one of those 4 not fit in the group, or do they all fit well?
If I were to say one of those 4 does not fit in the group, it's Trey McBride. That's a player that I'm a little bit less bullish on. I think that when you look at what happened last year, that they were playing out the string a little bit, and that offense was they were easing Kyler Murray back into it. They didn't have a player like Marvin Harrison Jr. for sure in that offense. But I think in general, I think that they want to run the ball more than I think a lot of what people are realizing. We're seeing the emergence or the camp stories of Greg Dortch, who's able to do a lot of different things. And we see everything out of Marvin Harrison Jr. seems very legitimate. So I think their game plan, when you look at bringing that offense out of Cleveland, and yes, that offshoot of the offense that they run with Stefanski in Cleveland uses the tight end quite heavily. But I think they want to run the ball, and they want to run the ball with James Conner, and they want to run the ball if Trey Benson gets some playing time there, and kind of keep Kyler Murray healthy and try to keep their defense off the field, because I think that's going to be a struggle for them.
Last thing on McBride, we'll make this kind of quick. He really didn't do much for week 5 because Zach Ertz was running, and then week 6 he took over. But there was a lot of time with no Hollywood Brown, a lot of time with no Michael Wilson, and there were a lot of times when McBride was a de facto number 1 receiver in the offense. And now with Harrison and even Michael Wilson was actually very good the first 8 games with bad quarterbacks, and then after the injury, the last 2. So I think you're onto something here, because realistically, McBride cannot get that level of target share in an offense that has many more options. So I love how you brought that out. We're almost out of time, so I want you to remind people where to find you, what you guys got going on, the football guys, if they want to subscribe, what they need to do, all that good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Head to footballguys.com/plans for all our subscriptions. But you can find me at Football Guys. I do 5 shows during the season. I do a DFS show. I do a Dynasty show. I do a Start Sit on Sunday morning with Joey Wright and Jagger May. I do David Kluge and I are going to be doing some injury cap. The Friday show we'll be doing that. And then the Audible Live I do with Matt Waldman on Thursday night. So that's a lot of audio, video content that's coming out. Written content. I have a Dynasty article that I write every single Monday, that kind of playing out of the week, that ends up being about 6,000 words a week or so. So that is a haul for me, and it's a labor of love. But you can find all that and more, whatever you're interested in, at footballguys.com.
Yeah, you guys have a heck of a team over there. I respect you all. I love you guys. I mean, you know that there's so many people on your team I get along with well. Respect your work. And Jeff Bell, you're always grinding away, doing great work. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with me. Hopefully we work together again soon. Best of luck in the rest of draft season and the rest of the year.
All right. Take care. Tell Jay I said hello. Goodbye.
Perfect. Well, we got a couple more guests coming in. It's still going to go on. You're having a great time, hopefully, talking some fantasy football and the RotoWire Fantasy Football Marathon tomorrow, Friday, depending when you're watching this. We'll be back 11 a.m. Eastern. We'll go till 4 Eastern, about 5 hours tomorrow. We're going to have a total of 50-plus guests for you to talk fantasy. Get ready for those drafts. I know a lot of you have been drafting for a long time. A lot are jumping in, but a lot of those high stakes, big deal drafts are coming up. So hopefully we're getting you ready here. And remember, if you want to get ready quickly for your draft and you're looking for an in-season edge, you can get a free trial at RotoWire with no credit card needed. You just go to rotowire.com/Jim. You can check out our rankings, our articles, everything we've got. And we also have really the coolest draft app in the industry. The tech team we have is off the charts good. A bunch of full-time people doing amazing work. You can download the RotoWire Draft Kit app to get access to our player projections, custom rankings, the industry standard player news and notes. Check it out before draft day, and you can see why it's the #1 paid app in the App Store every single August. So hopefully you can take advantage of that. And with that, we bring in my good friend Jay Felicio. And you heard Jeff Bell say hello to you. Now you heard it twice.
I did. Absolutely. How's it going, Jim? I appreciate you having me. Yeah, to be between Jeff and Jorge, I mean, how much better can it get than that?
Exactly. Now you could find Jay at GMenJ. Not that he'd be a Giants fan or anything like, especially with a Lamar Jackson jersey over his shoulder. But all that said, Jay has been
OC back there, and Eli.
Yes,
got a couple of Giants back there. I just redoing my office, so I'm still, you might hear a little bit of an echo, and there's still some blank walls. So been doing some work in here, so things are a little different.
It sounds great. Jay has been a great force in this community for a long time, and his star continues to grow. Fantasy football and betting at FTN Fantasy, The Athletic. Jay has just been a staple in the industry. But I tell you what, Jay, all 32 teams, all the positions, but I know you got that heart for the Giants. And look, the Giants may not be the most exciting team for fans of fantasy football to follow, but I think we need to really get in tune with the fantasy options there, because this is going to be pivotal in drafts. So I'm going to kind of let you roll here. I might ask you some intermittent questions to follow up, but I want you to talk about the Giants and how we could view them as a team and individuals for fantasy.
Sure. So not only has it not been fun to be a fantasy fan of the Giants, not a real life fan either for a very long time. It's been a while.
Wide left.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Bill. Where was that?
They won.
Yeah, that's all right. So starting at the top, the offense will be. I'm not expecting much of anything. I one of the things that I do over at FTN is data charting, and I unfortunately had the displeasure of charting the Giants last season, and their offensive line was absolutely awful. I am not a Daniel Jones truther. You can ask anybody who knows me. I never liked the pick. I didn't like where we took him. But to be fair, he had 0 time last year. And they have done some things to improve the offensive line. So, coming back from the injury, there's been some talk of him not having the arm strength. He's been underthrowing Malik Neighbors, who's looked absolutely amazing this preseason. He's been battling some injuries here or there. From a redraft standpoint, I'm one quarterback, not touching Daniel Jones at all. Super flex, I'd take a shot on him as my 3rd quarterback with the rushing upside. If we saw what he could do in this Dable offense. He led the Giants to the playoffs a couple of years ago.
Quick question, Jay. Coming off the ACL, are we worried about his running ability or no?
I think it's going to be one of those. It's not anything that he was never going to be Lamar Jackson. He was never going to be Josh Allen, put up those type of numbers. So I definitely think early on, it might hurt him, especially if the Giants' offensive line does continue to struggle.
Imagine that.
Yeah, shocker, right? Haven't had a good offensive line since 2012. But I think especially early in the season, you're not going to see much rushing production. If he's able to stay upright and stay healthy, maybe later in the season he might run just a little bit more. But you're not taking him really, as a reliable option. It's more of a late round lottery ticket in super flex leagues. And even I'm actually writing an article for FTN. Was writing before this, and I'll be finishing after. Every Friday I have it come out on FTN. It's a dynasty moves to make, and I was scrolling through and looking at players, and honestly, Daniel Jones I kind of feel like is a dynasty buy, and this is like literally I would only say this. I just decided this today, and only because everybody's ready to be done with him, including me. I wish the Giants would move on, but. If you can get him for dirt cheap, if you can get him, like, honestly, in Dynasty, you can get him for Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield. I'd rather take the shot on Daniel Jones long term.
Sure.
When you're looking at the running backs on the Giants, everybody held their breath a couple days ago when Tyrone Tracy went down with a non-contact injury during practice on I think it was a kickoff drill or something along those lines. But they say that it's a low ankle sprain, that he's not going to miss the season, even though he was taken off the field in an air cast. I think he's somebody who I'm taking a shot late in drafts. And even though, I still like Singletary, simply because of the volume, because behind him, yes, I like Tyrone Tracy, but he is a 6th round running back. We don't know, 1, if he's healthy, 2, if he's, preseason, everybody has those flashes of preseason. And for every now and then we get the guys that come out, but not too often do you see 6th round running backs really become something productive. So Devin Singletary should handle a pretty hefty workload. He's familiar with Brian Dable's offense. He was with him in Buffalo from 2019 to 2021. And he averaged 35 catches a year and is coming off 3 straight seasons of over 800 rushing yards, despite last year was his first year with over 200 rushing attempts. So he's more of a volume play, more of a solid RB2. I'm not expecting, him to jump into the top 12 or anything like that, but he's being dismissed because understandably on the terrible Giants offense, but I think on volume alone, like, our good friend Laquan Jones likes to say, follow the volume, and he should have a lot of it this year. Everybody, as a Giants fan, I'm super excited for Malik Neighbors. Fantasy, I am as well, but I really feel like he's being drafted at a ceiling. And
top 15.
There's no way. I'm not taking him there. Honestly,
I can't.
I would take him, if he'd have to drop probably 2 rounds for me to even consider drafting him. Right. I'm just, it's not that the talent's there, but it's way too risky. Everything would have to go right. As we've seen for the Giants, everything hasn't gone right since 2012 when those 2 guys behind me were still on the team. I have one share of him so far this year, and it was the Dynasty League that I initially had the first overall in a 1 QB, and I traded from 1 to 2 for a haul because somebody was dying to get Marvin Harrison Jr. But yeah, in redraft, I don't have any Malik Neighbors, and I honestly don't think I will. I am interested in Wandale Robinson, though. As a late round flyer, especially specifically in PPR leagues, have PPR as well. But, I really like, we saw flashes from him. And
after the bye.
Yep. And that was only 1 year removed from the ACL injury. Now he's 2 years removed from the ACL injury. And it was only 60 receptions, but he was second in targets for the Giants last year behind Darius Slayton. So that tells you how bad the Giants offense was.
Jay, he had one game with 40 yards before the week 13 bye. I almost felt like he turned a corner from the ACL after the bye. 3 of the 4 games, 55 or more yards. He was a different player after the bye. Thoughts?
He definitely was. And like you said, and I talked about earlier, I charted the Giants last season. So I unfortunately I had the pleasure of watching every Giants game twice. Once as a fan and then once going back and doing the charting. But you hit the nail on the head. He looked like a different player. He looked like that rookie in the first season, those explosive plays. Dable likes to put them all over the field, in the slot, outside. And, I'm really excited to see what he's able to do 2 years removed from the ACL.
Super exciting. Now, the tight end position. Are we expecting 2 tight end sets? Are we expecting that's my thought, but are we going to maybe see 11 personnel with 3 receivers? Because realistically, Bellinger could probably block a bit. I don't know that Theo Johnson can. For people that are in deep leagues, they need multiple tight ends. Which one's the target? Because we got to know what their roles are.
Yeah, we were actually talking about this in Canton last week. I believe it was you and I think my friend Marco. But yeah, I'm with you. I honestly don't know. Dable, as he's been the Giants head coach, I've not seen him show a whole lot in the preseason, which, this ventures off from what the Giants used to do, show their whole hand ahead of time, especially their draft picks. But, Theo Johnson, if I'm choosing one of these 2 tight ends, it's going to be Theo Johnson. Like you said, I do believe that you're going to see Daniel Bellinger on the field more. He is a capable blocker. But, we've seen the love that Brian Dable has shown for Theo Johnson. He's been pulling him out of practice, bringing him into his office, showing him old plays. Brian Dable, used to work with some tight end named Rob Gronkowski. So I think he was kind of good, I believe. But it's really, it's for the upside. Daniel Bellinger, even if he is the starting tight end and gets the more targets, I mean, what are you going to expect? He's going to be that ugly tight end glob of, 3 for 30 and you're praying for a touchdown. Theo Johnson, if we've seen it with his big athletic tight ends, that he's a monster. What do they call him? They said he was a straight dog is what the scouting team said. They're really excited about him. And, this team, we don't have playmakers. We need them. If we need Malik Neighbors, we need somebody else other than Malik Neighbors. So there's opportunity, even if the Giants offense takes a modest step forward, for somebody to provide some value, because there's no cost. I mean, you're getting these guys for next to nothing. Doesn't work out, you throw them back on the waiver wire.
Yes. Jay, remind everybody where they can find you and anything with your company subscription wise.
Yeah. So you can find me with FTN. I'm the do video editing over there, as well as content. I got an article series every Friday. The dynasty moves to make that I was talking about. And I do some other articles as well, talking about potentially something else in season. You can check out, best thing you could do for FTN is go subscribe to all the socials, as well as we've got a promotion running till midnight for 15% off the subscription. So check that out. And then I contribute over at The Athletic as well. We'll have some stuff periodically coming out through the season.
You find him at G-Man Jay. Jay, think the world of you. Have a great rest of your draft season. Have a great season. Hopefully we can collaborate soon.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. And give Jorge a big old hug around the neck for me.
I definitely will. Thank you, Jay. All right, everyone. So we have one more guest. We're waiting for Jorge Martin to come in. He'll be here soon. But remember, if you're watching this on RotoWire Fantasy Football YouTube, you found the place. New channel for us, less than 2 months old. We put up content every day. Good short videos, 5 to 8 minutes, 10 to 12. We have video editor Mason Bazemore that makes the videos look good, even make me look somewhat decent. We have Alan Soslowski, who kind of spearheads the channel. The whole RotoWire team just kind of getting after it. If you like this channel, or if you're watching somewhere else, like on Twitter, if you can come over, consider liking, subscribing, and maybe hit the notifications button. We'll definitely have you covered with RotoWire content all the way through. And remember, RotoWire has daily shows on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, weeknights 8 to 10. Preseason on the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, 1 to 3 Eastern. I'm on those days. Saturday with Mario Puig, Sunday with Alan Soslowski. During the regular season, though, Saturday shows will go up an hour, 2 to 4. Sunday game day, I'll be on with Alan Soslowski, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern. You won't want to miss it. Last but not least, the closing act, Jorge Martin. Good friend of mine. You find him at Jorge Martin 17. It almost rhymes. I like that. Staff editor at MB Fantasy Life. Congratulations. Well earned. You have been phenomenal in this place, and you have a great opportunity there. You were with Yahoo Fantasy. You were a teammate of mine with RotoWire. You were at Fantasy Points. You've earned all you've got. Jorge Martin, excited to have you in the house. You're going to talk some mid and late round quarterbacks to target. Welcome in. Can't hear you, Jorge. Maybe it's me. Is it me? All right. Jorge's good. I'm going to redo my thing real quick here to make sure it's not.
Can you hear me now?
But in, and let's see.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Speak up one more time.
Orale, wait, how am I doing?
You. It's probably me.
Somehow I was muted.
Go right ahead.
Somehow I was muted. No, mi amigo, thank you so much. Thank you for letting me the closer. I was gonna play a little Enter the Sandman for Jay Felicio, being a Yankee fan, even though my all-time favorite closing song is Guns N' Roses' Welcome to the Jungle. But mi amigo, let's do this. Thank you so much for having me. This is awesome. I'm glad me being on the West Coast is helpful for you, because it's still we still got a little sunshine out here, so on a warm day. But mi amigo, but I mean, gosh, this is the thick of it. I got a shirt, always be drafting. Let's because you know what, I feel like I'm on the clock in like multiple best ball leagues right now, and this is the best time. This is the best time. This is the best time. But mi amigo, we're going to talk a little mid-round quarterbacks, late round possibilities.
Yeah, so let's start mid-round. Who are some mid-round quarterbacks? We'll one at a time, of course. Give me a mid-round quarterback you like.
You know what? For some reason, Joe Burrow is falling. And I saw him in he's like pick number 90 on Underdog Drafts. I'm using Underdog right now because I feel like that's the best ADP. I feel like later in the month, Yahoo and those will be a little bit more. Yahoo and Sleeper will be telling more of that story. But Underdog, I've been drafting there since Cinco de Mayo, and people have been drafting there since February. But yeah, he's going around 90, and Jordan Love. I think both of them are just incredible picks at that point. Either one of them could go for 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns, which may be what CJ Stroud is going to do this year. I think CJ Stroud, his ceiling is 5,000 yards and 40 plus touchdowns. But if people are going to be disappointed that he throws for 4,500 yards and 30 touchdowns, okay, for number one, check yourself. But
right.
If you're going to pay up for like the 5th or 6th round for CJ Stroud, and you can get it at like pick 90 to 100 with Jordan Love or Joe Burrow, let's do it. Let's do it all day long. Sneaky rushing upside with the two of them. I think it's those two are targets, because then you're loading up your lineup at the beginning. You're going to get an elite tight end. You're going to load up on those receivers. If you go hero RB, you really, hopefully you hammered one of those top 6 running backs up there, and you're just you're just tackling ADP and using it to your advantage. I mean, if you could get an elite tight end like Mark Andrews in like the 4th or 5th round, come on, man, come on. He could be the leading passer catcher with the Ravens. You get that, and maybe he doesn't get what Travis Kelce gives you, but maybe you get a receiver that gives you what Travis Kelce is going to give you, but you're not going to get that with you're not going to get that level of player when you're picking Mark Andrews. So it's always sexy to get the quarterbacks, get a Josh Allen and those kind of things. I want to get those guys in Superflex. I definitely want to get those guys in Superflex, but I'm fine waiting. And I've even got some tandems. I've even got a couple of tandems that are worth waiting for later in the draft.
Before you go on, I want to point out what Jorge just taught you was by waiting for those quarterbacks a little bit later, he talked about opportunity cost. When you take a quarterback and a tight end early, and sometimes it works, but you really, like Jorge said, you can't load up on running backs and receivers, positions that you can't really replace those high-end producers. Quarterbacks, sometimes you can get a second one and make life work. But once you miss out on the opportunity cost, it's really hard to patch that together. So I like what you're saying about waiting. So your first two, again, you have Burrow and little Jordan Love. Now you're going to continue further.
Yeah. Another target that for some reason is falling in those early parts is Kyler Murray, but I think he's starting to creep up a little bit. People are really starting to hype him up. People like you, me, that are talking about this in the microphones. I definitely think that Kyler Murray's in there. But you know what? If I'm waiting, I just recently wrote an article on Fantasy about quarterback tandems, and one that I read is Trevor Lawrence and Jared Goff. You could get both of them after the 10th round, and in underdog drafts, and I mean you could even double tap them back-to-back rounds in like 11, 12, and you're looking at this. You look at Jared Goff. His numbers at home underneath the dome are absolutely fantastic. I think if you took just his home numbers, he'd be throwing for like 4,800 yards and 40 touchdowns if he were just home. So what happens if you could just have him at home? And Trevor Lawrence, I think if you get the two of them together, you would only have one of them on the road once through week 17. And that week 16 that is very scary. That week 16 that is very scary, where Jared Goff has to go to Chicago. One of those games that, I mean, that's been his kryptonite. Trevor Lawrence happens to be in a very advantageous. I'm looking right now in week 16. Let's see that.
While Jorge's looking, while you're looking, go ahead and look. And you're right about Jared Goff. Somebody pointed out to me, and I got it. Goff has 13 or 14 games in domes this year.
14.
It was weird.
14.
14 games in domes. So while you were looking that up, I just want to throw that in to give you a minute to look. But go ahead.
And the game, the week 16 game is going to be for Tennessee is I'm sorry. No. Oh shoot. I was Tennessee. No, it's Jacksonville. Jacksonville's home. They are at Las Vegas playing the Raiders. And that secondary. Yeah, I'd love Trevor Lawrence under a dome in that environment. And week 17, you've got, it's an outdoor game for Jared Goff, but you know who they're playing? The 49ers on Monday Night Football championship week. Let's think back weeks, to NFC championship game, 34-31, 49ers. Both of them, it was a shootout. Can you imagine? Kendall Valenzuela recently asked me on a Kendall's roundtable, what's one game that you're looking for? I'm targeting that game if I could go to any game, because fantasy championships are going to change hands. But there's going to be Monday Night Miracles happening on that one, because you've got so many fantasy studs. I mean, you've got in the first two rounds, you've got Christian McCaffrey, the 101 overall, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk. Those guys are on the field. You've got elite tight ends with Laporta and Kittle. You've got Deebo Samuel. I mean, gosh. I mean, you've got David Montgomery, who's one of the best tandem backs out there. It's going to be changing hands. It's going to be phenomenal for fantasy football. And like I said, Best Ball Mania might change. Might be decided during that game too. So that game is going to be fantastic. And Jared Goff had a big game against the 49ers in that defense. I mean, I know defenses change, but you know what? It's not going to be, it's going to be very different from Chicago. But also on the other side, if you want that, Jacksonville is home against Tennessee, which was a defense that he threw for nearly 600 yards against them last year in two games. So let's go. Let's go. So I love those tandems. So don't be afraid to wait. Other quarterbacks that are falling, Justin Herbert, let's see how his foot goes. He's going late in drafts. I don't think their defense is going to be particularly good. He may throw 500 or 525 times, maybe 550. I'll take that with Justin Herbert. Matthew Stafford is going late in drafts. Caleb Williams is going after the 10th round. So I don't, though, if he keeps having games like he had last week, if he puts up highlight reel plays, he's going to go up. And I didn't put Jaden Daniels in there because he's becoming everybody's sleeper quarterback. So I love that. He's been a guy that I've been targeting, but I think he's going to get pushed up by the end of the month. But yeah, look at all those quarterbacks. Brock Purdy's going in that, and that's a guy who threw for 30 touchdowns last year, over 4,200 yards. There are quarterbacks that you can wait on, and even if you're playing the tandem game, you might be able to get 20 plus fantasy points every week out of your quarterback position, just by loading up early with skill players, and go there and get your guys after that.
And Chad had a question about Jorge, what Jorge meant, and he answered it this way. Daniels isn't a sleeper anymore. He's like quarterback 11 in a lot of drafts. So people are drafting him as if he's going to be a factor. So Jorge was saying he's really not a sleeper anymore. It's like people have driven him up where he's not a late round quarterback. The only caveat I'll give you about Jaden Daniels that I worry about, he's listed at 210. He ain't 210. If you see him, maybe 190. And this is a kid who didn't avoid any hits in college. You're getting hit by men in the NFL. If he's not going to avoid hits at 190 pounds, my guess is he's probably about that. Good luck surviving 4 weeks. Am I crazy saying that, Jorge?
No, I said earlier that I want to see him. I loved his deep ball, and I love his rushing ability. And I think Terry McLaurin is going to become a very good friend of his. But yeah, I want to see him sliding. I want to see him, that Caleb Williams, that great run that he had last week. He had a beautiful slide at the end. I want to see Jaden Daniels do that. I want to see Jaden Daniels getting out of bounds the way Lamar Jackson does. That's good. That in one of the drafts that we did in Vegas last month. I got Jaden Daniels. I was the 12th team to take a quarterback in that draft, and I got Jaden Daniels there. I backed him up with Jared Goff just in case.
You have
so,
to. Yes, that's the key. You back up. Even Richardson, he's a higher pick, but because of the injuries from last year, he's one you got to back him up just in case that was a reality.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely want to make sure that you're doing that you're waiting, that you're making sure to get just that safety pick. And you know what? Maybe you're losing out on this year's Tank Dell. I don't think so, but I just assume I want safety. Plus, if you get Jared Goff, if you have to play Jared Goff on the off week, that maybe he's at home, just as long as you don't have to play him in week 16, I think you're okay.
All right, a couple things to close it out. Chad brings up a funny point that Jaden Daniels, if he plays all year, has 2 games against Micah Parsons. And I remember him getting after Daniel Jones last year, and it wasn't so pretty. And then very quick, 10 seconds answer on this one because we're going to roll out. Chad wants to know, Jorge, are you in on the Dave Canales plus second-year lead pipe on Bryce Young?
I think he's going to leap to at least mid-range quarterback, probably like 15, 16. But he's going to be serviceable some weeks. There's some secondaries that are beatable in the AFC South. So I want that because we need more good quarterbacks. And Bryce Young was too good at Alabama not to fail at the NFL level.
Jorge, remind people where they can find you and catch your work.
At Jorge Martin 17. You can find my work at Fantasy Life now, fantasylife.com. Make sure you get the newsletter. And hey, you know what? They got a Fantasy Life Plus. They got a promo. They gave me a promo code J15. So you put in the promo code J15, you get 15% off on Fantasy Life Plus. Some great tools in there. And also make sure you subscribe to RotoWire. Get all the tools.
Fantasy Life has a great product, and they were really smart by bringing Jorge Martin in, who's a wonderful fantasy analyst, great friend of mine. Just happy I know you. Jorge, appreciate you greatly. Look forward to collaborating with you in the near future, and I will definitely talk to you soon. Thanks for coming on.
Salud, brother.
All right. Everybody, appreciate you being here. Good 5 hours today. Friday, we will be back in. We're going to be in 11 a.m. Eastern, depending when you're watching this. If you're watching it live, that'd be the case. We're going to put in a good 5 hours tomorrow. We'll get us over 50 analysts. We'll get you a lot more analysis for your fantasy drafts. I'd like to thank the whole RotoWire team for putting this on. They always support me very well. Appreciate them greatly. Remember, if you're looking to get ready for your draft quickly and you want the best in season edge, you check out the free RotoWire trial with no credit card needed. You just go to rotowire.com/Jim. You can see all of our rankings, articles, and more. Finally, if you are watching this on RotoWire Fantasy Football only YouTube, if you could consider hitting the like and subscribe button, it'd be great. Notifications. If you're watching it elsewhere, this is a fantasy football only channel, not the main RotoWire channel. It has all the sports. If you just want football, we put up over 100 videos this summer to get you caught up very quick. Randy, Chad, I see people in the chat. Thank you, everybody. Back Friday. Hope to see you then. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Good luck in draft season.